like you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Oh my, you got their attention. All eyes are following you. You got some magical secret. Just keep doing whatever you do. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. See how they are caught in the moment. All heads are turning on you. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is alive. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. Time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for
信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる再入レクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving mode 始めよう近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreamy の始めよう
country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me. Yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question. It's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Storm days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me up? Oh, won't you break me up? else can get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもうてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよ
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But while I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars ahead all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my edgy You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little surprise and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'm the real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'm the real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks. Getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks. Getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go.
I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Here we go.
I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away.
Here we go.
I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh
Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. Before the doubt change fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the light comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world watching over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL in what I can only describe as like a Super Smash Brothers Ultimate opening there. My name's Asterix Jamada. What was the vibe there? We're like street fightering. We were, literally like a Super Smash intro.
Yeah, that felt like an FGC like opening tease. That was a sick tease, man. I like that. How you doing, man? I'm glad to be back with you. It's been a while.
Yeah, true. It has actually been a while. I know you've been casting with Bazell primarily. I've been putting you two together, but you guys have been nailing it. It has been a bit of a while, and honestly, coming into week 7 already, I'm surprised we're here. Like, it feels like only a couple of weeks ago that we started the LPL before that Chinese New Year break.
Yeah, time has flown. We're already now entering week 7. It's crazy to think. Even the LEC finished their first split last night, and also everything is going by very, very quickly. And I think it's definitely starting to shape up the LPL quite nicely. Yesterday as well, we had quite a few interesting series end up playing out. Unironically, the opening series of the day might have been the most competitive compared to what we got between OMG, IG, and Weibo and LNG.
I know, right? Like LGD as well, big win for them considering that this team is still doing a little bit better than expected. Might be our storyline for today is FPX are doing a lot worse than expected. IG and OMG were the interesting one because IG, Jamada, have lost a lot of momentum so far. OMG building up their pace after this halfway point. And as you said, LNG Weibo rounded it out, where LNG now hold themselves in the residual first place in the LPL, 8-1. They're the only team with 1 loss. And our standings are just funky, man. Like, I don't think I expected half the teams in this top 10 to be in the top 10.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? I mean, I'm still kind of holding out to see what continues to develop with the remaining couple of games and weeks that we have left in the regular season, because, you know, best of 1, things can happen. And especially, like, for example, LNG being first, LNG still have a whole bunch of the surrounding top teams to play for the remainder of the split. So they might be 8-1 right now, but I feel like they might start to join sort of that 3rd, 4th, 5th kind of buy of teams as they start to battle out and get some good boxing matches in against the rest of their competitors.
Especially with our match of the week coming up later as well. EDG, LNG later in the week. That's going to be coming through and a big tester for them as we look at our best of the Rift for week number 6. Our best rookie was Hung. And this isn't too surprising as well, Jamada, because for WE, he was definitely the core player. Starting them off in week number 1, and Hung has still remained persistent.
Yeah, honestly, Hung had a really, really good series. I think I was on WE's most recent with Ashin.
I think you were.
On Friday against RA, and I was very, very impressed with how they came about that series, and specifically Hung just consistently. You know, I feel like it's kind of, I don't want to say easy to look good in the jungle right now, but there's also this sort of level of when you're on the engaged champion so consistently, you have to know how to pick your engages, and I feel like Hung was really, really on point, specifically on that Friday series.
He's a 100% first blood percentage. I'm not sure if that's over the split or if that's just
Could have
for
been
week number
in
6.
the week series.
Yeah,
100%. It's kind of crazy to hold out 6 weeks in a row.
That's right. How do you do that, honestly? Near impossible, but hey, still a great stat to hold as we look at our Cross the Rift, our super team for week number 6 as well. Gala and Ming holding their spot, but I think Kanavi and 369, as we saw from that match of the week, that decimation definitely deserved to be up there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit too one-sided for them to not be here, right? And Scout holding the position now in week number 6. We'll see how that goes. Like I said, I'm not the biggest believer in LNG, to be entirely honest with you, Hysterics. I'll say it flatly, but I do quite like how Scout has come into this LNG roster and kind of reshaped how they were playing, especially compared to last year in summer.
Oh, especially over the years, right? We've had mid laners like Dreamy come through who are hyped up, didn't hit the mark. Had mid laners come in like Icon, who came from OMG after being there for so long and definitely didn't hit the mark. We remember LNG at Worlds chat. But we look at Scout and how LNG have developed with this mid laner, as Jamada was just saying, a nice little linchpin alongside Tarzan. That's why LNG at the moment are sitting up pretty. And Jamada, whether you agree with it or not, 8th first for the time being. I'm looking forward to the test later in the week for them. Top Esports JDG are in week number 8 as well, further to your point. But we have to start with our week number 7 and get things rolling here as the LPL gets closer and closer towards playoffs. We do see a bit of EDG today going up against RA, which surprisingly might be a bit interesting with RA's recent resurgence. But Jamada, later on, BLG have to show us that they are worthy of being called a playoff team because they're kind of hovering on the edge.
Yeah, you know, the expectations were really, really high for this BLG lineup, right? Borderline, and I was kind of starting to be led to believe that this will be sort of a pseudo super team in a way here in the LPL, with the kind of names that were brought in the sense of you're expecting sort of trying to fight into that top 3, top 4 quite confidently. And right now, sitting at 4-4, not really reflecting that. I will add that some of their series that they have played against some of the top teams have been quite close to a point. But at the end of the day, it's the results that matter. And right now, they are sat 4-4, and they need to start finding the wins.
And that's later on. Ladies and gentlemen, we're already on stage, though, for our first series. Looks like the night's going to start off quick with EDG versus RA over in Shanghai. Later on, Shanghai is also where Ultra Prime and BLG will reside, so you won't be missing anything tonight. As Candace enters the stage, and we start thinking about this one a little bit closer now. Jamada, coming off the back of hyping up EDG, this team is in the top 3 right now. Just beat Ultra Prime themselves 2-0. Going up against RA is, we continue to get the post out on stage. I have to kind of mention that this team, 2-0 JDG, which was a big step, right? Destroyed RNG. We're 2-0'd by IG. That's where I got confused. But outside of losing to Top Esports, I think EDG have proven that they are so much better than we first thought in this season. Yeah,
I mean, it's just one of those things, right? You lose players like Scout and Viper. Expectations and, you know, faith in the lineup may waver a little bit. But Fofo has come in and really proven that he deserves to be on this EDG lineup. Arla's also come into the top side, replacing Flandre, and has looked great. And I mean, I guess the biggest one to a lot of people was probably Leave as well, right? Stepping in from the LDL roster and filling the shoes of Viper quite well so far, it has to be said, keeping EDG afloat many a time so far throughout the split. I think EDG just looked like a really, really well-oiled machine, and I'm hoping to continue to see this momentum build because this is a lineup that we are expecting to kind of borderline be developmental, right? With some of the pieces coming in for the first couple of weeks, but they've hit the ground running really well.
Dude, 100%. Like, Leave again. I think in the first couple of weeks showed he was a bit shaky, but you're right, he's developed into a core piece. But it was players like Arla having back and forth splits over the past 2 years. It's people like Fofo who, you know, was originally on this RA lineup for quite a bit. And now going up against his old organization where he too had a great outlying split here and there, but never really hit back into the consistent peak like players like Knight and Rookie do. We know he has the capabilities, even though his ceiling's that high, it just doesn't have that same step ladder to reach up. For someone like Fofo, though, as we were also saying, on EDG so far, he's been great. And it is really nice to see these new pieces coming through and filling somewhat of the shoes left by franchise players. Like Scout was always EDG. You know, Mako was the longest standing player, but Scout came in after his traineeship on SKT behind Faker, came through in 2017 or at least 2016 summer, if I remember correctly, and had been on the roster ever since. So that's why for the EDG fandom here, Jamada, you're losing a lot of the players that made the identity of your favorite team, and that's why the shoes were even harder to fill.
Yeah, you know, and I can actually speak from the perspective of an outsider because I'm very new to the LPL, right? You hear names like Scout and Viper, and you're quaking in your boots a little bit when you get to the internationals. Those were the home name brand names rather for not just EDG but also the LPL as a whole. And I feel like honestly the very quick and concise manner that EDG have gotten these new players into those roles has been nothing short of honestly kind of sensational to see from the perspective of an old coach.
Again, it's great structure there. Sorry, I got distracted by the sign. I am seeing you. I'm googly eyesing you, and then it said how BP, as in good band pick. I don't know if anyone.
I assume that means have a good draft. If my context reading is as good as I hope it is, that's why I imagine.
Jamada, you know Mandarin, man.
I don't know Mandarin at all.
No, ladies and gentlemen, Jamada has just proven he's fluent as we get into bad pick. Absolute banger transition as well, I might add. As we get into 13.3, Jamada, I think this might be my first time on the patch because I've been sitting on the sidelines a little bit, and I was actually last casting with Kitty. So I haven't done the new patch. It's exciting because we don't see Zerayumi all the time.
Yeah, Zerayumi isn't here all the time, and we're also seeing a little bit more Lee Sin as well, which is super exciting to have in the meta when you are watching and a part of the LPL, because just about every LPL jungler plays it, and they are all insane. So we've seen a big rise in priority in that pick, but still, I think most of the prominent picks still remain, right? Things like the Sejuani, the Maokai remaining banned, Ashe also being first picked if it's up and available, but banned here by RA. And I think the other big one that has been left up and available because Varus has been taken off the board is that Elise.
Oh yeah, the Elise has been coming through red hot in the LPL. Elise, Lee Sin, both been rising in prominence force, but you can't go past the Elise, as you said. That jungle on the tip of our minds. Jamada, bottom lane, is it still as heavy priority? Like we have been seeing, you know, meddling ADs. Annie's been a really high tier pick. Is there anything else that you want to fly by?
No, you've actually got quite a few of the new picks in summary right there. To be honest with you, Asterix. That's about as much change as we've gotten. Caitlyn actually being first picked here by EDG, still a very, very powerful pick, but does often remain banned quite frequently. We'll see how EDG are going to end up picking and playing around this one, because again, with picks like Elise up, picks like Lee Sin up, it does make very hard lane bullies like Caitlyn a lot easier to play if you've got strong junglers up and available like that. As Ari are just going to send the Jinx into it on the R1. Okay, interesting from RA.
And then they take away the Lee Sin, which Luyan puts on a bit of a clinic at, by the way, is with the Jinx pick as well. Jamada, I'm just surprised because, you know, assumes that kind of AD carry. He pulled out the Neela, one of the few only in the LPL ever to pick up the Neela at the end of last split. He does have his cute little pockets as we get a bit of Arcane on Summoner's Rift. We get Jinx versus
Jinx, Caitlyn, Jace.
Okay. Oh my god, Season 2.
All we need now is Heimerdinger in the bottom lane with EDG, and we've almost got an ensemble cast, is there? RA, they're eyeing up the Nautilus, I think, just to try and have a little bit of defensive CC potentially. I would also even like this LeBlanc pick, to be honest with you. 2 safety bans alongside it would be pretty alright if you've got the Lee Sin with it, just to try and sort of bully out that 2v2 in the mid jungle. But they'll go towards that Nautilus, and now I expect that they'll try and ban away some of the more defensive support picks in the bottom side, just so they can try and play a little bit around it or have some safety. Instead, actually, they go towards Arla's Fiora, so could end up seeing 2 top bans towards there, and potentially Cube blind picking into EDG.
Well, blind pick, if we're talking about Cube, you know, things like Sion, Jamada's still open, Casante's still there. Cube is someone who will just go for a flat tank, and when we have a Jinx on the team, let's be real, Cube is a bit of a role-playing top laner, so yeah.
Exactly. I think EDG gonna likely try and trim away from Cube's sort of strongest picks and some of the more out there ones as well. Like you said, Cassante could be very, very powerful, and when you see Jinx, you kind of get to grips with the likelihood is you're going to be playing front to back on the side of RA, so trying to trim away some of those very strong sort of tools that you could have alongside it would pay off quite heavily. You could even see something like Azir banned away, just for the sake of not having to deal with Jinx plus Azir in that sort of scaling department. Sure, EDG right now have a whole bunch of early game champions, but if EDG show some kind of fault and they aren't able to really pull ahead in the first 15-20 minutes, then having to deal with that much range and scaling and damage could be quite detrimental if you're running champions like Elise, like Caitlyn.
Yeah, there's obviously team styles, team compositions coming through already. I like that you brought out the EDG. It's going to be a bit about pacey to start off. We'll see how it gets rounded out with the range already played through, as Annie is the final ban coming through, which has been flexed and played towards the mid lane. And as we're saying, Cube's a bit of a role player here. Jamada, I mean, I don't think we've seen like as strong front to back like this, at least many times in the LPL this split.
No, it's been a whole bunch of different things, but front to back hasn't really been the consistent theme. And Cube's just going to press the silent button, and I've been saying it a little bit. You press the silent button when there's not really a tank killer on the enemy team. Excuse me, and things get quite difficult to deal with. Now, I did say Heimerdinger for the ensemble cast of Arcane, and it seems like EDG. Well, what? Here's the thing. It was so late that it's probably still going to get locked in anyway. They go towards the Mordekaiser, which is something we don't get to see very frequently at all in pro play. Fortunately, you have a bit of a Mordekaiser connoisseur among you, so I'll get towards that pick once we're inside the game, but typically it does quite well into tanks. Things like the passive have percent HP damage attached to it, so very, very strong and very, very hard to bully out of the lane and very easy to 2v1 and the top jungle when you're against the tank. And there we go, we will get that Heimerdinger in the bottom side. So a lot of strong poke and a lot of strong lane priority for EDG, as well as JJ on that Elise. So expect to see EDG around that bottom side quite a bit in the early stages.
I'm going to ask you a little bit more questions. As you said, you're apparently a connoisseur on Mordekaiser. The more I learn, the more I like. But we will talk about EDG's draft and how this is just rounded out, because this game number 1 has been a sight to behold. As someone who, again, was last casting on 13.1, what a treat this has been. Now, we do get the Syndra coming through, and Jamada, we were just talking about range for EDG, for RA. We've mentioned things like front to back. We now also have a Syndra to really play the mid-range quite well for RA.
Yeah, and I feel like because EDG don't really have much in the name of frontline, right? It's kind of just your Mordekaiser, who inherently might not even end up building a whole bunch of resistances, right? I think Mordekaiser's builds are quite versatile, and it really depends on how Ala reads this match. Strive on the Syndra here is always going to have a target to one-shot, right? Whether it's the Caitlyn, whether it's the Jace, there's always going to be someone that you can blow up, and it also plays into that 2v2 in the mid-jungle. When you have Lee Sin, you want to try and have a strong level 6 champion so that you can try and force the issue around the Herald, around the first dragon if it doesn't get picked up super early, and you can try to take over the map just from mid-lane plays alone. And I feel like when you're against the Caitlyn as well, having mid-lane priority or the skirmish priority to try and then roam down to the bottom side and shut down that very, very high amount of pressure that Caitlyn can bring to the early laning stages is huge.
But Jamada, as you're saying before, I think it's frank to see that EDG want to really get this game rolling. They want to play through lanes. And again, you were talking about skirmishes there around early neutrals. If that doesn't happen, I think it's safe to assume that you're telling me that RA will have the perfect condition in this game 1. We'll be able to find a team fight, play front to back, and be able to coast this game out to a point where Assume and Strive are able to fully destroy, one-shot even, EDG at late parts of the game. I'll be asking you more about that. I'll let you elaborate in a second. But folks, if you don't know what this means, running into game number 1, EDG are in the top 3 right now. A win here would tie them up with JDG. If they can 2-0 this series, it would be a perfect tie at that as well. They would move back into that top 2 echelon, while for RA, this team has an opportunity to move into playoff standings. We're 3 weeks away, but a win here could be the saving grace later on, as we re-enter Summoner's Rift for another time here. Starting off week 7, LPL, it's just gone so quick.
It really has. It feels quite strange. I think for me, I also missed like half a week going to Berlin. So it's kind of like week 5 kind of doesn't exist in my head.
Oh, yeah.
But
you're doing
yeah,
2 different broadcasts. I mean, that's, you're mad. You're going between patches. I respect that, because we were still on 13.1.
Goodness me, yeah. That is also quite true, isn't it? But yeah, finally on 13.3 here in the LPL. We were quite worried. We was waiting for a long time to get onto the new patch.
About a month.
Did take a while, but we're here. And for your first game on 13.3, we do have quite the diverse draft, and definitely a lot more diverse than I feel like we've been seeing compared to quite a few other games, to be quite frank with you, on this patch. But it's definitely good to see that the new patch has spurred a lot of creativity, because I feel like we were all getting quite bored of Zeri Lulu, Nami Lucian, Vi Maokai. Yeah, it just wasn't that fun. But at least we've got some new picks here in this opening game of the series.
Yeah, so tell me again, was I hitting the nail on the head? Are you just looking for strong lanes from EDG? Is that what this comes down to, simply put?
Yeah, more or less, right? I think they've got pretty strong 2v2 matchups across the board. And you can kind of see even Fofo getting the good early trades in here against Syndra. It's only really once Syndra hits level 6 where you can try and start to threaten back, right? Level 5 when you get sort of equal and maybe wave clear in that sense. With Jace having so many abilities available.
Whoa,
hello, Dredge line.
What a hook. Leave stuck. Actually, Leave might be dead. There's the flash away. The heal not burnt yet. Overreach on my part, ladies and gentlemen, as Ignite and Heal were both burned. JJ's coming through, assuming Southwind have to pay respect, but look, Jamada on the back line. Le Yen's on the way through. RA want to try and bait this. The Southwind with a dredge line will be all it takes.
Yeah, no flash on Leave still, has heal, but if any skill shot connects, he should, in theory, kind of just die. Southwind has flash.
It's a 3v3 though, and Nautilus against Hyman. This is why it's never picked into it. You can't get a dredge line, but in with the Sonic Wave, in with the boom, and in with First Blood. Le Yen seals their doom. First Blood over to RA as Southwind baiting it out. He won't even get the auto on Jeje as junglers both come in for the old whoopsie daisy. There goes your health bar.
Yeah, and it's both the supports that die. Both the AD carries are still in lane, so they're not going to miss anything. Kill credits didn't go over to either ADC though. It was both the junglers that picked up their respective team's first bloods. JJ could try and just slip into the blue buff here and get a little bit of information. We'll pop the ward. He has smite. Both junglers have smite, and with the health advantage, he could consider it, but you can see Southwind's here first. Doesn't want to flip it. We'll just get a look at how everything unfolded here on the bottom side. And just Southwind stepping up a little bit too far, gets clipped by the grenades. As soon as that stun comes through, it's a little bit too hard to really walk out this one alive, but Leon is there and is able to pick up Mako, who isn't able to flash. For Heimerdinger up as JJ picks up that kill. Actually, they do go for the delayed invade here.
Oh, beautiful
Leon.
stun from Mako, and JJ's just dead. Le Yen dead, and you know what, Jamada? As EDG's comp, I will take that. That's a 2-0 at least at 4 minutes in the game.
Exactly right. That first base is going to be massive. It's going to be like tier 2 boots or Dark Seal and a whole bunch of tomes, whatever it is. It's really up to him as it's that last Mordekaiser pick in August.
It was, yeah.
From Zoom.
He was on Ultra Prime, so 11th of August is quite a while ago. Yeah, it's back when we saw quite a bit up in the top lane. But, you know, Jamada, with all these early game transactions going on for EDG, you didn't get a chance to flex your Mordekaiser knowledge up against this big brute.
Well, will I be able to? Because Leon, he's considering a mid lane gank, but he's going to go ahead and take the Raptor. So, yeah, Mordekaiser, how do I put it? He's just got really high sort of base damages in the early stages. It's very, very hard to really walk up to him, especially as a tank like Sion. You might be able to win out on some awkward trades here and there, but it can get quite difficult in terms of winning the 1v1. You really do have to force a massive error out of the Mordekaiser, out of Ala, who, you know, we know as sort of a more mechanical player, right? So those kind of missteps are going to come very far and few between. And so far, up in the top side, he's just kind of doing his own thing. He's going to farm up for a while. I'm more interested in the build he decides to go, just because, again, those builds can be quite versatile. Though I will say you should expect him to always kind of find that Rylai's in the build, because that slow can be so oppressive with the passive on Champion. Propped up now, enough of that.
Against Heimerdinger, it's just so frustrating. Is it double stun to get the slow down? Assume just standing there, waiting, as he flashes away, almost dies to Jeje, who goes deep here, but turning back to human form, we're waiting for a cocoon, but the minions are in the way. TP comes through from Strive, who's level 6 with flash available. Here it comes into Mako, but a sidestep with a flash burn of his own as EDG survived the play.
Yeah, very fortunate that Mako didn't blow his flash when he died at first blood, because he has it here to survive again on the back of this play. Now Fofo just looking to play a little bit of annoyance on the way for Strive, or even maybe assassinate Leon, because he saw how low he was. That shot blast does connect, but Strive will make it back to the mid lane. And even though he does miss a wave, he does get the flash Mako, so perhaps that can be leveraged by the side of RA.
But man, this early game from EDG, they are bullying Leon. Great tracking so far as well as, look, I couldn't have said it more perfectly. Jeje and Mako making it their business to come into this enemy jungle. A smite is there for Jeje. That's my wolf. Takes it, runs him away, and Le Yen stays level 4 with a low health bar and is just trying to pick up what he can get. Oh, yeah, no way does he get this.
Quite contrary to the other day when Koi were playing, and I think it was Marong on the Elise, and his side wolves didn't die, I think, for about 20 minutes, something like that. He just refused to farm the wolf camp. In this game here, however, JJ is eating all of Leon entirely. He is not allowed to get those wolves, and all of this early pressure is going to finally cascade into an early dragon here for EDG, which is kind of what you expect for now. Before Leon hits level 6 and also has Strive by his side, the early skirmishing isn't going to be quite as powerful, right? And definitely first move, first hit to a lot of those plays is super impactful. and super important. And so far, it's been EDG first of the bunch just about every time.
And it's a 1K gold lead because of it as well. Like, that's already huge with the first dragon picked up moments ago. Now, 1K, an overstatement by myself, but still, you guys get the point. It's hovering between 700 to about 1,000. With a good CS lead through mid, with bots starting to build one as well. Of course, jungle, we see the double kill there that leads into the early Sork shoes. And right now, RA trying to stem the bleeding with Loyan moving back towards mid. Great scout of the week. Sonic Wave, though, doesn't connect. And that Warthog hoping to get an angle onto Fofo, but he just slides by.
That's that Merc Treads value on the scout of the week stun there. And unfortunately, Leon is just a little bit too slow on the reaction there, just because there's not really that long of a duration for the stun to even last the tenacity picked up by Fofo. So gank attempt failed, but you can definitely see the threat, right? As soon as you get scout of the week in your head, you're just thinking, Fofo is probably going to die here, isn't he? But if the Lee Sin can get on top of him the next time, you'll certainly see a whole bunch of damage come through, and Fofo will die. So he has to be careful that he doesn't get clipped by another combo like that.
Got some warding towards the bottom side that's going to give him information on Loyan. Again, it's been great tracking from EDG so far as Observer just wants to see Cube ulti, I'm sure, or run out to base. Fantastic POV there. It's like we get like a speech bubble to see what Sign's thinking at the time being. Be like me. Wait, no, that's Mundo. I don't know how Sign talks. Me like kill.
Me like kill. Yeah, he's quite brutish, Sion. And I'm sure Cube is having a great time laning into Mordekaiser. It's very interactive.
So much fun. Yeah, really fun top lane, being able to just get hit for all that passive damage that Mordekaiser does. Is JJ, again, this just never stops. Loyan's going to look for an angle towards mid. Might find Fofo. Scout of the week connects. There, Merc threat again, but Sonic Wave this time connects. Bopped away, unleashed power. Strive gets to the flash. Tempest does not net a cripple. And Loyan just can't catch a break.
Yeah, he just can't get on top of Fofo in time. I just feel like the Merc Treads as well, again, just kind of helps out in that situation, gets clipped. He's able to flash away, even though the Sonic Wave connects. Unfortunately, Leon just doesn't get the combo in time to find the kick backwards, and now as we pan towards the bottom side, Assume and Southwind are just getting pounded by Poke here, by Mako and Leave, and they're going to take their second play in the lane as well.
It's absolutely huge. Now I can firmly say that 1K exists as not only the plate Yamada, I mean, the back timing means that they're going to get yet another
one.
And deny this minion wave against Assume and Southwind.
Yeah. I'm not even going to take this plate, actually. I don't think that minion wave is going to kill it. Now, we're actually seeing a lane swap.
Okay.
This is quite rare in 2023, so it seems
not
like
if you watched IG the other day. I mean, they did a full lane swap for the first 5 minutes.
Well, there was that, and that was quite fun shenanigans, I will say.
Yeah.
So this says to me that RA want to really heavily prioritize the Herald. However, if Arla just solo kills Leon,
yeah, that could be a possibility. At least damage come through. The Death Grasp there as well. Send out the Moor again, but Arla loses Loyan. The Realm of Death is now down, but Arla popped the Ghost within, try and find the kill, but at least zones off towards this Herald.
Yeah, and heavily chunks out Leon, right? And I think that's all you really need. Southwind.
Got him hit in favor here is Super Mega Death Rocket with Ignite, but it's not enough. Leave just runs into the team, into a Scout of the Week, ambitious, but the traps are not there. The range a little bit shallow, and that's RA's attempt to try and find a pick while this Herald has been given up.
Yeah, all right, well, RA, they technically committed the numbers, right, via the lane swap to try and make this Herald play potentially work, but EDG pretty much all through Arla, forcing onto the RA jungler and getting him out of that pit. Effectively means that JJ is just able to come in and sweep it out whilst that mid lane play is going on. RA, I think, just tried to force the issue just because they know that the Herald is no longer a possibility. And unfortunately, again, they just don't manage to find lethal on anybody that they're trying to pick on.
So now my question to you is what happens around Dragon, right? The first one already went to EDG. EDG obviously still have map control now with a 2K lead that's just kind of come out of left field. Is this even contestable by RA, or is it just see you for another one? As Assume, hang on, might answer the question, hey, Rocket Barrage incoming. I didn't know Pharaoh was on Summoner's Rift, as Mako sends out the ulti, and that's more zoning tools that just says goodbye to RA.
Yeah, and EDG just going to drop the Herald in the mid lane. They're just going to try and collect more gold, more plates. You know what they're doing with this Caitlyn pick here with Leave. They're going to pick up all 3 from the first 5 available from this mid lane tower, and if they don't manage to take the tower in the next couple of minutes, the Herald will certainly do that. As
big cake
should be
Dude,
fine.
He's got ult. He has ult. Oh, dissipating smash, multi-melee range. Beefcake! Yeah, baby! Cube just solo killed a Mordekaiser.
Dude, I love watching Q play top lane because he just always does wild stuff 24/7. And in this game, ladies and gentlemen, he's just solo killing Mordekaiser. No big deal, on Sion. A very hard counter match, to be honest with you. Now we come back down towards the bottom side because EDG, they're on top of this dragon. RA can maybe look for the fight afterwards, but the dragon itself might go to EDG.
Oh, close call. There's the kick as well. Rooted down. Shock blast. Great focus. Jer has the flash available. All it takes is the cocoon. And Southwind's like, boys, let's go back in. He almost finds Jer. The repel just in time, but Loyen is one hit away as he goes in to die. Loyen, you crazy man, as Cube has just come off eating that piece of meat in the top lane. Now looking for the dessert, but unfortunately Southwind just dies before anything can happen. Cube has to flash away, and RA, after an attempted steal went wrong, they're like, let's just triple down.
Yeah, and the triple down unfortunately doesn't quite work out. They're asking for quadruple or nothing at this point, RA. Let's get a look at this. So is it just greed for the plate? It's just greed for the plate, which he doesn't even get, and he takes a tower shot off the back of it. So Arla just kind of eats half of his health bar off of not being able to respond in a tower, and Cube just says, alright, sure, I'll take this solo kill, don't mind me. Gets the full combo in, every bit of damage from Sion landing, nothing stopped. As down here, Leon just can't catch a break, can't roll a 20 at all this game so far. Yeah. Doesn't manage to get the steal away. And at this point, RA could definitely disengage, but Southwind goes back in. That charge goes onto Fofo, and even though they almost take down JJ, he's able to flash out before more damage can come through. Take the stun onto Strive as well, also kind of confirms that no more damage can come out onto the EDG jungler. And then again, more forces from RA mean that EDG can just play at range, like max range. It's very hard to get on top of Heimerdinger, on top of Caitlyn, on top of Jace, without the Nautilus actually landing the depth, not the depth charges, the dredge lines rather.
Yeah.
And RA just kind of get a bit outspaced.
Again, rough, considering that assumed big center rocket, but that was kind of it. Didn't get to see much of that as Arla wants revenge. Obviously, Mordekaiser mains will be sitting there being like, dude, you know, this is more like
Oh, they're upset.
Well, this is better, at least. They're going to forget about the last bit, because Rhythmic now picked up, and you're like, yeah, the Mordekaiser's level 11, we can do a bit more now.
Yeah, we'll see what Arla can do. Cocoon goes a bit wide.
Kick away, and he's just dead. He's dead, isn't he? Yep. Yeah. Leave, funnily enough, made Loyen do the same thing.
Yeah. Leave is doing pretty good for himself as well. He's been able to pick up a lot of kill credits because the greedy jungler of EDG has picked up all of them. Feels like a solo queue game, you know, when it's like you have an Elise or Elise in, and then they're getting all the early kills. And at least from my perspective, I'm normally that Elise or Lee Sin, so it's like, stop taking all of the kills, jungler. I'm the one that scales. I'm sure it's not a repeat, right?
No, he took 2 turret shots. He took 2 turret shots, but this one's a little bit closer.
The difference is he has Riftmaker, so he does actually vamp a lot of damage that he deals back in comparison to when he was just sat at the components. So I guess he can get away with it that time. Smile, but I'm sure Cube was definitely eyeing up the potential there, as EDG are just going to take that tier 1 off the back of that work from earlier. Don't even need that second Herald just yet, which will be spawning up in about a minute's time, which I expect they will put a lot of priority on.
But Jamala, 5k gold lead. You know, we had just boomed after that last play. And as funny it is with some of the plays from RA, we did say that EDG wanted to come out of lanes with a sizable lead. They've done that. They've got double dragon. They have insane amount of burst. And RA are like, well, we have to slow this train down somehow.
It's a Fnatic Death Rush. Something EDG would actually be quite familiar with, to be fair.
True.
I'm not going to fall for anyone on EDG this time around, and they're just going to rotate top, potentially. Or at the very least, let Strive go and catch what's left of this wave. And yeah, RA have just fallen into a hole. The last couple of skirmishes have just been so EDG favored. They picked up a whole bunch of plates before they dropped off as well. The item completions, those first items, so important for a lot of these champions too. Gale Force, Rocket Bell. Everything's just kind of falling in place right now for EDG, and this will be one of their big power spikes for now. And we kind of alluded that RA's team composition, you're kind of more looking at, you know, 2 items or more for Assume, item and a half for Strive. And hell, Strive's actually gone the Andres. He's not going towards something like the Ludens, which I don't know if I necessarily agree with that particular pickup, but I'm not really one to get into item optimization on on cast very often. I'll just let the pro players do what they want to do.
It's all right. I'll be honest with you. I can see exactly why you question it, though. Is
Yeah.
he did take a long while to get there, too. So the Leandra is against this team that doesn't have many health stackers. Oh, for the Heimerdinger. As Mako is going to dodge away. Look at this guy, Keanu Reeves. Be careful. As you get a rocket, and Arla comes in and just says, you get yourself a smash down. The decimating smash in the death realm, though, is going to be impactful as RA are waiting for him to come out. Cube takes half the HP, but the stun grenade from Mako is Cube. Just wants to run back in and end it. Okay, Sion, do what you want to do, brother.
Yeah, EDG, they're just spacing RA so well. They've got, you know, a pretty big range advantage through Fofo and his poke. And it feels like it's just so difficult to get on top of anyone because of Heimerdinger. And Leave is also just playing at absolute max range 24/7. And I also really have to highlight, I think that Arla just consistently ulting Cube out of, well, he's done it 2 times in a row now. But the fact that Cube is that big frontliner and then you just kind of remove him, turn into a 4v4 where realistically EDG right now are just so much more powerful than their counterparts. It gets even harder for RA to play because then you don't even have Cube to try and soak up some of this poke damage.
All right, Jamada, take me through this because it's just, as you said, I think spacing is the perfect way to put how this game's been going.
Yeah, it just feels like EDG playing really well at their max ranges. Arla removes Cube from the equation. You can see EDG are waiting behind the markers of that ultimate to ensure that as soon as Cube comes out, they can just blow him up, and they do. And it leaves RA in a super awkward situation because they can't really move forward either because they know if they advance too far forward, Arla's going to pop out of that Death Realm, he's going to have his passive up, and he's got right legs. Or rather, he's got the, what do you call it?
Rhythmaker.
The Rhythmaker stacked up. So he's just going to basically start one-shotting everyone a little bit over the course of a couple of seconds.
My question to you is, you know, you wanted to look at alternative builds. We do have Rhythmaker, so does that mean we're getting Nash's top side? Because he's already got the blasting one for it. But
we don't really see Nash's 2 on Maud anymore. There's too many powerful items to pick up. Things like Demonic Embrace. We mentioned the Rylai's already. Sometimes Zonya's is kind of a necessity. Again, the champion can kind of just build whatever it wants. At the end of the day, you have to remember Mordekaiser is technically a juggernaut, right? So if he needs to go towards more tanky items, even on occasion see things like Sunfire come out, just because, you know, you're constantly on top of targets anyway to deal your damage. Why not ramp that up to 11?
He has the Jack Show build in there still. Is that still a thing?
Yeah,
like,
Jack Show
that's
also
disgusting.
shows up every now and again. It's super variable to team comps, right? Like,
yeah,
if you're Mordekaiser and you see on the enemy team there's a whole bunch of bruises and not really a whole bunch of burst damage, then you know you can probably get away with a Jack Show game. Though at that point, again, you also have to consider, well, will I just get more out of the Riftmaker? There's probably some maths that I'm not super good at all of the time to work on there. But it's about that survivability, right? It depends on what kind of aspect you want to try and aim at. And if you feel like the Jack Show scaling is going to get you sort of into a much more unkillable state, then go towards that. And of course, if you feel like the damage is more important, then you go towards that, as GGM is pretty fine.
Okay, that's TP though. That's what I'm concerned about, because Arla's got a one in reverse. Into Southwind, he goes golden, but in the Death Realm, he's going to be taken down real quick. All it takes is one more mace to the face, and Southwind go back to base, brother. EDG find one in front of the Baron, and yet again, this game just looks impossible. Not even one, but two. Loyen died as well, all because they tried to kill this spider, this Spooger.
Yep, it's a hard watch. Hysterics, it is a bit of a hard watch, because EDG are they're just dissecting RA on every aspect of their play right now. And it's been very few missteps from EDG. Can't really recall one as a team. Seen a couple of individual oversteps, cough for Allah, but other than that, it's been a near perfect game from them. I feel like RA really have to go back to the drawing board on how they potentially at the very least approach this game, as Hex Flash into a dredge line, but unfortunately JJ is just too quick. Goes into the slider form, repels up. Even though he comes back down, he's able to jump to a ward, seems like, as Cube teleports deep, but again, you can always turn it into a 1v1. There's no real big issue there, as Leon's just overstepped. Simple as that. Southwind comes out the Death Realm and just dies. So RA, again, just don't really have much of an answer to the strength of EDG right now, and the composition being played out so well at range, and then also diving in when necessary. It's really clinical from EDG.
And there's level differences everywhere as well. That just shows you how this game has gone, as through jungle, through mid, through bot. Those level differences very apparent, even through support at this point. As Strive looks to scout the weak, it's flashed away from, but Mako's far enough away. Okay, Cube, decimating smash onto a turret. You do, again, what you want to do is EDG are getting aggressive here with the Baron buff in play, and Jamada, it's because the Dragon comes up in 50 seconds. Mako's going real deep here with the ulti out. He draws in Cube, he might die himself. Mako's frontlining, he gets obliterated, but I don't think they care. I think it was all a bait as the Decron on the back end has got himself a fancy little jinx. Ala takes them down, the wings are out, and Ala finally learns how to fly.
It's just so scary, isn't it? You get death realmed by this big Mordekaiser, level 15, you're just a little Jinx who doesn't even have 2 items, and you think, oh golly, I'm about to kill him, and then he just pops a massive 500 shield as leave. Well, he's done the exact same thing to Strive as he did to Leon earlier. He's made him leave back to the Death Chamber, and I think EDG are just going to very happily retreat back to this Mountain Salt and collect it and look to crack open the base once they return back to the map.
It's just great play from EDG. Everything bar that solo kill the top side, I guess, from Arla is Loyan is going to meet with Destiny again. Caitlyn almost taking him down. Leave, great ace in the hole, but Loyan lucky to survive at the end of the day. He gets forced out of his own jungle. A Mountain Soul gets denied from a sign, let alone a single Mountain Dragon. And Southwind, you shouldn't be here. And Bioshock Big Daddy left without, what are they called? The little sisters? That's the one. I always think you see Annie and Nautilus together, I think, man, is this Bioshock? Is this just too close? It feels like
really
every time.
You know, I'm still, to this day, I've not played the Bioshock series.
What?
And my partner's quite mad at me for it, 'cause apparently it's one of her favorite games of all time. So I need to earn some brownie points there. And eventually sit down and get through it. But I agree with you, yeah, Nautilus, Annie, maybe there's a skin like that, you know? Somehow. But Annie already has that gold skin, which is kind of close to how the little sisters look. Kind of.
And Nautilus, every skin looks like he's Big Daddy, so it works out. Works out perfectly. But again, look, Southwind is back up and alive at 0-5-1. He's had a pretty rough game despite hitting some, I'd say, some decently clutch hooks. The bottom lane, though, isn't the only difference. Like, Jamato, I could go on about, oh, this is what defined the game, but let's be real. I think it was just JJ's early game. It was their constant invading of Loyan and making him irrelevant.
Yeah.
It just made the early game so clutch.
Yeah, 'cause I feel like when you take into consideration how the mid lane and the 2v2 wants to be played out, a lot of that does kind of involve Leon being involved, right? And I feel like EDG, Mako, and JJ just shut that down so well, consistently invading the bottom side off the priority they had from the original 3-3 gank, right? And that sort of level 3 mark. And from there, it just felt like it was a bit of a insurmountable lead and pressure, which RA never really found an answer to.
Do you know why I was annoying you? Because it's a Nash's. It is a Nash's.
Oh, it is a Nash's.
From Arlo, yeah. Looks like the Melodic Embrace is coming third.
Yeah, sure. All right. It's not like it's a bad item. There's just all the other items are so strong on him. It feels like it's very rarely a Nash's game. And I'm not sure if I would call this a Nash's game, per se. But at the end of the day, more damage is more damage. And if he does manage to stick to a target, those auto attacks are going to hurt.
I guess for Cube, as soon as that Demonic Embrace is done, he couldn't really hold the candle to the lane anyway, but it just makes it even more impossible as turret goes down after they threaten, and it's 12k gold lead at 25 minutes in.
Yeah, not bad. Going for that classic 500 gold per minute added to the value of EDG. It's not as bad as some of the leads I've seen sometimes in pro play, especially here in the LPL, because the difference between some of the top teams and the bottom teams can be quite rough.
True.
In all fairness, but
dude, I used to cast when I did a bit of PCS last year. It would be teams like Sem9 or I think Impunity at times versing like, you know, world representatives like CFO or you know, even some of the top teams. Different is Mako might be caught out here. Death Rocket does take him down. That's a couple of good picks. However, it's just turned around. Look at the damage from Mako, even after being dead. He gets Strive. A great kick, but the Caitlyn is sent into a tomb. That ends his day as Loyan had good intentions, but with a bad face about it. A double kill over, a full-blown ace, and just as RA looked to Strive, RA get absolutely blown to sunder.
Leon finally finds his good kick 26.5 minutes into the game, and unfortunately, it's not really that good of a kick by the end of it. EDG, they're looking to just close this game on out. It's been quick, it's been clean, it's been pretty damn one-sided. Alright, they need to go back to the drawing board, otherwise it's going to be a very quick day for them. This series might end up being a 2-0 EDG. Clinical in their game one.
I'll say 18-4, 27-28 minute game. Arla's like, come on, man. He's got whatever he's gripping, his sponge in his hand from the kitchen. I don't know what that is.
It's a
but
hand warmer.
it's something like that, but it looks like the edge of a sponge that you'd wash dishes up with. So we're obviously getting very inventive in hand warmers these days, but hey, that game was beautiful. From start to finish, EDG really always had semblance of control. And Jamada, we saw it like an early tick over of 1K, then 2K. Jeje jungle diffing, I think, is what we're talking about at the end of that game. Like, it was very obvious to see that their early game was just sublime. There was no lane that was going poorly, even with the solid kill top.
Even with the solo kill top, it didn't really end up mattering, right? Arla still, it's just in too much of a one-sided matchup. There you go. Yeah, I feel like the fact that EDG were allowed so much free access into the bottom side jungle and there wasn't really much RA could do about it either, just meant that it bled into the rest of the lane states. And you could see some of the desperation start to come through sort of once the level 6s came in, and Leon and RA in general were just trying to force plays into the mid lane, but Fofo picked up the early Merc Tread, so anytime even a little bit of CC connected, it didn't last long, and it meant that the execution floor was just a little bit higher, and it was too high a bar, unfortunately, for RA to hop over, and they weren't able to get a snowball through Strive, and off the back of that, it just felt like EDG took over every single skirmish that they decided to take.
Yeah, and like, you know, like Strive, as you said, you know, wasn't able to do too much. I think Bot was a you know, gaping hole for quite a bit as well, thanks to Jeje constantly hovering. So many trades that could have gone better. So many team fights like that Dragon team fight that really decided the game, I felt. Could have gone a lot better there as well. And, you know, as EDG pick up this win, this is just showing us the difference. We came into today being quite realistic, saying, well, you know, RA are trying to show they deserve a playoff spot at the moment, like that they can get into that top 10. EDG are just showing us that they deserve to be in top 3, that they can hold on to a tie here between JDG. As we said, a 2-0 in this series would do it. They've started off absolutely beautifully. In this game, again, no core weakness with the most gradual slope I think I've seen in the LPL in quite a long while. It's just a clean and clinical game, as you said, Jamada.
Yeah, no, very, very impressed with the level of discipline EDG came into this one with. It was pretty much just Mako, and I feel like, you know, we see Heimerdinger players just kind of do their thing, so I'm never gonna get mad at Heimerdinger, you know, just overstepping and getting out a bunch of damage, because hey, I mean, a lot of those times where he did overstep, it kind of set up RA for failure in the rest of the team fights. So even in those brief moments of overreaching, it still ends up working out for EDG. A lot of that, of course, thanks to the lead, but also just the fact that the spacing, I think, and the team fighting was so strong from the EDG side, and RA couldn't really deal with a lot of the poke and how well the EDG lineup was sort of positioning in a lot of those skirmishes.
And I was just noticing there that, you know, Cube had 34% of his team's damage. I guess as well, he was going in to die, considering that poke was landing. He wasn't taking it up at the time, but he was still doing that early tank damage that you expect. However, with EDG getting a game 1 win, we have a lot of questions to ask the RA. Let's hope they change something up before we come back. Otherwise, a 2-0 to start us off in week number 7 is what EDG will deliver right after this.
outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったばかりね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよ
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out.
下场对战 RN 战队的话，我觉得我们首先要多研究一下对手的阵容什么的，然后再注重一下自己的状态吧。外界对我的期望，好的我不听，坏的我不看。我想对阿汤姆说，还记得上次打 NEST 的时候吗？这次我来帮你回忆一下。
Nice stuff from Lee. Bit of rivalry between him and Assume from, as he said, the last NEST. Good to see them going back at it as EDG did show them, not just Assume, but the whole of RA, what's up, as myself and Shimada welcome you through with JJ getting MVP from game number 1. Shimada, no big surprise here, considering how much of a stop this was.
Nope. No surprise at all. JJ earned this one. Through and through, was on the map from minute 3 and then also just continued to put a lot of pressure onto RA's own jungler. Leon just couldn't play the game, and it's not really his fault. It's just that JJ constantly had good information and consistent tracking to ensure that he never had the impact that he needed to have for RA to even have a semblance of a foothold in this game.
And again, like, all it took was these early ganks. Luyen, you look, JJ was just in his jungle non-stop.
Yeah, and it was, with the help of Mako, but at the end of the day, the ideas were still there, and time again, JJ was getting engaged onto, and he was disengaging really accidentally, was never able to be locked down by the remainder of RA, and unfortunately, that meant that RA, again, could never really find any pace here, and JJ was just very happy to swipe up and clean up any kill he could for the remainder of the game, pretty much. I think he ended the game with the most kills, right? I think he tied with Leave, or he had the most. I don't think Leave ended up with 6. I think it was JJ that ended up with 6.
We're about to find out, because Luyen finished the game with this great kick, right? Beautiful kick. But what just sucked was that, they were so far ahead. Mountain Soul influences as well. I think you're right. There was 6 kills there, picked up finally on Cube Scion, but it was just so sad watching RA in that game, like turtles on their backs, and they couldn't really get up and, recover. EDG slaughtered through that early game composition we talked about, the strength in lanes, combined with the range there, Jamada. And I love the word you used in game 1. You talked about the spacing. EDG was so precise with their space management that RA were never able to get that set up for the Lee Sin kick, the Scion ulti cleanly off. It was always being disrupted with EDG's great control of the space in front of them.
Yeah, just the great management of the distance between themselves and RA consistently, and ensuring that they would never let Lee Sin land, a Sonic Wave, so he could even have the potential to find a kick. And I also feel like Arla played a really big role in showing up to those team fights, and typically, right, you would kind of want to see your Mordekaiser try and eliminate the most important role in the enemy team via the Death Realm, and a lot of the time that ends up being a damage carry. But in this game, if you just remove the frontliner and then you have stronger carries than the enemy carries, chances are you're just going to win. And again, the spacing, not to repeat it too many times, comes into effect where EDG just knew, all right, let's let this on happen in the Death Realm. Arla's going to chunk out Cube inside of it, and as soon as Cube comes out of the Death Realm, chances are he won't die to it. He can just die to the rest of our damage, so it works out either way.
So let's see what changes in game 2 then, because RA are now on the blue side. They have the option here of that first pick in something like the Varus Shimada that we saw in game 1 banned away on red side. What do RA want to do here? What's their priority? Surely it's not something like the Rumble here as a first pick when we know 13.3 still comes with the strength in jungle meta, in AD carry meta as well.
No, I think Cube's just hovering his favorite champions at the moment. Rumble, we know he's played in the past. I think Shunt is the only other player at the moment in the LPL that actually pulls it out from time to time. But there's the Elise, and they're going to lock it in to ensure that JJ doesn't get his hands on it this time around.
Jay's going to be hit on the other side as well, though. We know how this goes. Jamada, for the cost of Elise, we know that EDG have their choice in AD carry, or they can get this strong jungle now, or maybe another solo lane, right? Like, as we saw in the last game, they played a very fast composition. They can build that once again.
Yeah, the choice is really theirs. The Varus is also up and available, and from the get-go now, EDG have the foundations of a really strong poke comp if they want it, or if RA start to build another kind of front-to-back potential kind of team composition, then they can always go towards the on-hit Varus and also find other champions to sort of look to play in and around it. RA, are they really going to toy with their Renekton Elise? They are. So they're going to at the very least have one strong 2v2 in the solo lanes. They had one obviously last game through the Lee Sin Syndra, but they weren't really able to flex their muscles. This time around, however, a lot easier to execute, right? It's kind of hard to mess up Ruthless Predator into Cocoon, so we'll see how RA are able to manage that one, as they're also going to lock in Annie.
Look at the CC already. We've got a lot of melee all in for RA, a pylon being built up here as EDG. They're not going to get that Annie Varus combination that we've seen being a bit of priority across the region. Let's see what they get in the bottom lane, or
I love this.
Rather somewhere else. Yeah, Jamada, this could also be a flex.
Yeah, I love this, because not only does it work as a flex, but if it ends up in the top side, then it does really well into the Renekton, and it can also kind of survive a lot of the Renekton Elise dives, just simply through hitting the W key. You get a lot of that damage reduction, and typically it's just kind of hard to dive Gragas, just because not only is he quite beefy, but he just has the correct kind of CC and kit to deal with a dive. So we'll see whether or not Ala ends up piloting and whether or not this is JJ's. Either way, you already have an ADG composition, which is very hard to get on top of because of the range, but also now has a whole bunch of non-committal disengage tools through the Gragas as well. So RA building a very, very neutral team composition to try and work around what RA's working with, which is a lot of forward movement and a lot of aggression from the Elise, Renekton, and Nanny.
It makes sense that EDG banned Illusion against them, right? Because that fits into that category. I'm kind of wondering what Assume will be left with, because Jamada, if we're talking about short range, do you complement with long in the bottom side? Do you go through something like Nila as an opportunity for Assume? Like, how do you look to complement this with what EDG are banning away?
I mean, I feel like you've got not too many crazy options. I think especially when you're going into a Varus in lane, you don't want to go something that's too much in the scaling department, because then you might end up getting slammed.
True.
However, you do have Elise, so you know she is pretty much the queen at the moment of controlling the pace and the tempo of the early game. It's very hard to out-skirmish that. I feel like with Zeri, Lucian gone, what could you really think of? Caitlyn's still up and available and kind of fits that niche of being able to stand up to Varus in the laning phase and has a really strong mid-game, and that mid-game power trough isn't really there anymore because of the IE changes. So second IE is always alright. You could... No, Aphelios kind of sucks here as well. I'm not really too sure what Assume could... Jhin, yeah, you could look for the range there, play a little more utility-based, let RA advance forward whilst you try and set up with the curtain call and the deadly flourishes. Jhin can be the option, but
Jason Gragas is probably just not the greatest idea.
Yeah, I think what we're alluding to here is that Assume is likely not gonna have a good time, because the amount of picks up and available for a situation like this are kind of limited. I wouldn't mind seeing the Caitlyn. I think it probably makes the most sense, given the situation that RA are in. And it seems like they're also just going to straight up send it with this luck. So it will be Strive on the Annie mid. Now EDG have the opportunity to get a counter pick in, and I feel like the options are aplenty. They are lacking a little bit of sort of follow-up or hard engage to what Gragas and Na can potentially provide. And I feel like even though you might suffer at the level 1 and the level 2, you could go towards something like that Leona, or we could just get Mako on the Jhin. Heimerdinger's also still up and available as well for a bunch of poke. I think it's kind of up to him, and he's gonna land on Leona.
Okay, it's 13.3. Like, the fact that we've walked away from AD bots a little bit, or double AD bots, I should say, is nice. But Mako, you never put it past him with things like the Lissandra support even showing in the LPL before. So you said that EDG have firmed this up with a bit of hard engage, reliable engage. I like that word as well. Walk me through EDG's composition, because this time around we do have a bit of lane priority mixed in with, I think you talked about disengage potential and the ability to kind of control their fights a bit.
Yeah, so I feel like that same spacing potential is there because you're running the Varus with the Jace this time.
Oh, yeah.
And you can just kind of play at max range with the arrows, with the shock blasts. And this time, if RA, who have very limited forms of engage, right? It's mostly flash engages through Annie and through Elise. All you have to do is kind of stay far back enough from that, and as long as you don't get one shot, you'll be fine. JJ is always going to be able to cask away any potential threats that manage to find their way onto Leave or on to Fofo. So I feel like EDG are kind of just working with champions that don't need to interact too much with the enemy team, can hit their spikes and then start to look to find plays around objectives. I feel like the onus kind of feels like it's on RA to get things going so that they can try and shut down some of the team fighting potential in the mid game of this EDG lineup. But I wouldn't be surprised with Agragas and Leona if you see a lot of early proactive plays anyway, just because EDG have shown us what they're very much capable of from that previous game.
That sync up with Mako and JJ last game was really what defined game number 1 in the early game. All round for EDG to net a positive, easy win in under 30 minutes. For game 2, for EDG to move up and tie with JDG here at the start of week number 7, right before Edward Gaming go up against LNG in our match of the week later on. It comes down to this game. A 2-0 would be that tie in game difference, in game score rather, and in series score. EDG would be tied second. And for a team that lost both Scout and Viper in the same split, and hell, even Flandre is worth considering when, you know, Spring he had a glorious performance. Those 3 members gone, and it just felt like EDG had no hope in hell of being within maybe the top 8, the top 6, I should say, as they're considered a playoff team, but just barely. But Yamada, it's just been such a surprising split for me, personally.
Yeah, absolutely. And they have, of course, the wins against JDG, RNG as well, don't forget. 2-0'd them all the way back. I think it was in week 3. BLG 2-0 as well, off the top of my head. So EDG are doing just fine against some of the sort of perceived stronger teams. It's only really top esports where they've kind of tripped up, and even then they could have arguably won that series as well.
Yeah. Again, it was also against IG that EDG took a very surprising loss. I think that's when IG were not really figured out.
IG1 hadn't been figured out too. I feel like that first patch in the LPL was kind of excellent for IG. I think now that we've moved on to 13-3, it seems like the building blocks have shifted over a little bit, and not only have teams kind of figured out how to play against IG, they've also gone through that really rough patch of basically playing against all of the other top teams, which they're not quite at the caliber yet to consistently contest, but they have shown us IG. They are capable of making some magic happen. I'm sure if that roster stays together, that we could, even for you, because I know you're at heart an IG fan, see a resurgence in the long run.
As center play connects, meanwhile on the bottom lane, there's a flash and ignite. Southland without any summoners now. Good poke here as Mako gets the all-in, only burns the ignite. That's just a net win for EDG's bot.
Yeah, and you know the alarm bells are ringing. Leon immediately comes down here off the 3 camps and just clears that ward. He's going to try, likely, to get a little bit of information out of this jungle, and yeah, you can see JJ knows it's going to happen. And I actually really love JJ's pathing this game. It's super defensive. Raptors into those 2 blue and Gromp camp, because he knows something like this could happen. And now all of a sudden, he's pretty safe in clearing the rest of his jungle. And he should, if he feels like the bottom side would get dived, be able to cover it as well. But he sees Leon going towards the top side of the map, and now this could potentially open up a bot side gank. However, really, really nice cheatery call from Asum and Southwind means that that's also covered as well.
Okay, so nice humming, as you say. Note that that ward was what also get a bit of information towards mid to play it safe, as Le Yen is taking the back route into top lane. But once again, EDG will have the ward here if he decides to hang around and try, but it could turn into a dive as Le Yen needs to hit the cocoon. Arla trying to play around as he flashes, hops out. He's out, but the summoner is what Le Yen came for.
Yeah, exactly. You get the summoner. Mininar, super easy to dive. So not really a lot of base resistances to work with. Meanwhile, JJ will get spotted out. But at the very least, RA, they actually have their chance at aggression in the early game, unlike game number 1. And Arla's just being forced away from so many creeps here. And if he steps past that ward, you could even see Leon just come back. The wave is quite thin, however, so you won't actually see it come to fruition on this wave at the very least, as he's going to go and take away that red buff because they spotted out JJ on the bottom side.
And I mean, not even that, but think about the cross trade here. JJ only has the Raptor camp to take himself. Topside camp for Le Yen, all 3 were available. He took Krugs, took red. Not going to take Raptors now, but it's just a net positive win here for RA in the early game. And Strive is just walking into big old bomber. He flashes over the wall, belly to the face, and Annie's like, ow, has to walk out of there with some pretty dangerous pathing for himself.
Yeah, what I will say to a counterpoint is not that jungle XP really matters in this meta, but that was technically the second respawn for JJ that he stole away, so, you know, pros and cons. However, Leon got 2 camps out of it, so, you know, it's still an uptrade for RA no matter how you look at it for now. And again, the fact that they're actually able to force Arla off of a couple of waves and set him into a position where he's a little bit uncomfortable into this Renekton, where you expect at least to consistently play around it, is still a positive sign for the side of RA.
Well, look, for RA again, Jamada, run me through a bit more. Like, is it pretty much the exact reverse? I know we don't have as hard scaling as obvious as game one, but you were saying in draft that there's a lot of all-in, there's a lot about how this jungle plays out. It does feel like if RA don't come out with leads in these lanes, we are going to be concerned, kind of like we would have been for EDG.
Yeah, because frankly, they just don't really have the team fighting, components that EDG do. They've got, decent side laning potential that technically should get outscaled by Gnar, so it's kind of whatever on the side lane. It's more about kind of this wombo combo potentially from Strive and trying to look for picks through a lot of their CC that they have. So RA need to try and build lane leads to then turn that into vision denial, so that EDG have to consistently check into Fog of War, and then they can use their skills like the Light Binding, the Cocoon, and just existing to create numbers advantages to then create larger map advantages.
It's going to be hard to do with the current state as Mako starts moving around with Jed here already. The support jungle sync up for EDG yet again showing its face in a very positive light as Asum and Southwind keep looking for emphasis in this bottom lane. But Leaf and Mako aren't really falling too far behind. In fact, CS is pretty neck and neck at the time being as Le Yen goes for invade part number 2, takes the blast cone, finds nothing. Leaf gets cleanse out thanks to, I believe, Southwind getting a light binding in the bottom side. So we are looking at RA being a bit more proactive as, hey, let's go. On the Fofo, Le Yen just shows again.
Yeah. This feels quite bad for Le Yen, not being able to find any impact on any of these lanes so far. He could even run into JJ very temporarily. Be a little bit of damage, but everyone's missing their skill shot. JJ, oh, hold on.
Okay. Simmer. Yeah, at least they get Dragon off of it, but yeah, that's something to burn for Southwind, but JJ was caught out.
Yeah, and wasn't paying attention. Neither was I, to be fair, to Asum in the first win. Southwind having first move, so it's the first wins to the river.
Northwind, yeah.
And they will secure the Dragon off the back of the fact that they're able to force out the flash from JJ. So at least a positive sign for now, but it's not quite the, large or looking to be impactful lane leads that you would hope to find. Even Arla has kind of recovered the CS deficit that he found himself in. He missed almost 2 waves right now.
True.
He's only down like 8 CS, so he's not really going to be feeling it too much.
Oh, zoning from the cannon.
That's so
-1. Nicely done. But look, you're right. Look, Arla should be so much further behind. And I think, our audience might be listening like, oh, but it's the same in reverse. Like, EDG didn't have a massive gold lead at this point in the game just yet, but as Lightbinding connects onto the flashless Gragas, it all just started unloading and developing like RA have done now with First Blood over to Southwind off a really good pick.
There you go. All right, no flash because you blew it earlier. Now there's the Herald up and available. You're seeing Liam beeline towards that. Cube up on the top side as well is likely going to just try and take some priority. Southwind does the same thing alongside Strive in the mid lane, and they still have Strive's ultimate available, and he can just sit in Fog of War with that passive up. And if anyone approaches, you can just unload onto them, chunk them out, force them back. So this should be RA's Herald to take. And now finally, we can start to potentially see some forward movement, some proactivity come out from the side of RA, as Strive is actually making a move towards the top side. Arla.
Molten shields out. He gets some movement speed. Here comes Tibbers. Join in the party as Arla going to get it disintegrated, and killed for Strive's first kill.
Yeah, really, really nice move from Strive. I assume that Arla's just thinking that Strive is simply helping Leon with the Herald at the moment as he dipped into Fog, but you can see he just makes the full roam up towards the top side. He sees that Arla's overextending. And RA, they get the pick, they get the Herald. There was also a pick that started off that sequence of plays. However, I want to say it seems like Fofo has answered out quite heavy-handedly in the mid lane through the plates, and he's actually up 400 gold with a CS lead despite Strive finding that kill.
Man, it's still, though, a much better start for RA. It's still a 1k gold lead, though, and despite EDG finding something across the map in terms of those plates towards mid, 3 of them, in fact, as well, RA's bottom lane getting plates themselves. That kill we just saw on the top side was big. And the fact that, they've got direction this time around, the fact that Le Yen is actually having an early game here on this Elise is great to see as he's walking around Jamada, trying to find plates for the Herald, or at least try to be a nuisance. Like, Jed going to spot him out. Give me my blue buff back.
This is mine. This isn't yours. I think the upgraded smite is actually available for Leon, but not for JJ, though. However, Blue buff isn't going to be pulled out of vision or anything. So it will just go over to Jie. Seems like Leon didn't really want to commit too much to that.
Got it now. At the very least, Jie was able to get 2 stacks. So half the way there with blue buff going down. But we come back to mid and Loyen has dropped the Herald. It's going to be shared with him and Strive, and there should be an extra plate going down as well. So quite a bit of gold here for the mid jungle duo of RA. It's going to be perfect timing, Jamada, because RA should have their first items coming soon. About 1 minute 45 before this second dragon that is just going to push them into such a good standing as Leave. Hang on, final spark's not up yet.
Yeah, Leave got quite heavily chunked out there. Not entirely sure how the start of that trade actually went down. I imagine it could have been something like a trap or a light binding. Arla's just going to push Cube back. He doesn't have flash or ult. Woo! Just looking potentially for Fofo to come in and clean that up. JJ's also here.
He is.
But Dominus is available, and JJ's just going to return to picking up the Gronk here from RA's jungle.
I guess EDG, as you're, putting it, like, this team is going to be able to play again with a lot of space and be able to use their range a bit as Zenplay doesn't connect in the bottom side. Not in any hurry where RA consistently trying to push up the tempo as Loyen now setting up for the dive, but even though Strive comes down, JJ's gone missing. They don't know where he is on the map, and Mako, Zenplay, a little bit late there. Not going to stop Loyen.
I think if that was like a frame earlier, I've seen it happen before. I don't know if it's been patched or if it still happens, but there are certain interactions where, for example, with Warwick Q, if you hold it, oh, hello, I hold the point. Good cleanse from Assume.
Whoa, Zenith
Pretty much a
Blade.
Captain Jack.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty quick, hey? I've seen jankier Zenith Blades land, though, from Mako. He's unlucky that one doesn't connect. So, bottom side, they're able to get a summoner there, Jamada, but it does mean that with the back timing, they should be able to get a little bit more like plates. You know what? Forget top side. No one's really dying yet.
Yeah, no one's really dying up here. But yeah, if Mako landed that a little bit earlier, could have just flown all the way to RA's base. I think I've seen it happen before. It's like when you hit the Thresh hook and Thresh goes back and the target goes back to base, and there's that brief moment you can just recast it and go to the moon. Fortunately, Mako didn't hit that.
I remember when in season 1 or whatever, you could cast Darius Apprehend and take everyone with the base. That famous clip of the pentakill from an E Darius start. It's spacing as no time for story time apparently, because this looks like a fight. JJ's in position. Explosive cuffs. Sends out Asumi at the flash, but this time the Zenplay does connect. JJ sacrifices life for this. First to die with Timbers on the run. Oh, bear versus bear, and it looks like this Grizzly won it for now. JJ surviving. He must have been on like 5 HP because he's only on 28 as he backs away.
Tibbers has been hitting the gym recently because that last slap unfortunately didn't quite take down JJ. Like you said, he had to have been on single-digit HP. As up here now, as RA secure that second dragon. Cube, as we continually pan up here, seems to be getting the better end of a fair amount of these trades, but it's not necessarily the massive lead that you would like to see when you have that at least paired up with the Renekton. Get a replay here as it's just a retreat from the dragon. JJ slips in to this side brush. Cask is excellent onto Leven, or onto Assume rather, and there's just no cleanse. It was blown earlier. And take a look at that slap. Oh, it's definitely single digit. As we come out of the replay, Aloe.
They're looking for the turn here, but Change Rush not going to connect because into the repel. Soul Flare though, so good from Mako. Loyen burned! Mako, that was glorious, and surviving for both of them after the pick. That's just the cherry on top.
Yeah, EDG, they swing back a couple of kills in their favor. They might have lost out on some of these neutrals, but starting to win out on a couple of these skirmishes now. See how much that comes to assist them. As again, I feel like it's EDG that kind of have the draft edge in terms of how the team fights can really be played out and some of the flexibility available to them, whereas RA 5v5ing isn't really the MO of this team composition. It's about finding picks off of the range CC they have available and then creating numbers advantages. That's how you really win out on RA's side. EDG, they can just play a lot more, front to back, find the poke, find these flanks, find engages. They can kind of do a bit of everything like this.
Mako's coming in. He just used the Hexgate to get here. His Solar Flare's not up, but he'll have everything he needs as Southwind gets launched into and dead. Zenith played over the wall. Mako, one of the best supports in the LPL. He stays on EDG and he leads. This man, we salute 07, his Leona like no other.
His play there was so clean. Mako does just about everything right, even down to prioritizing Southwind there in that situation, because he was about to dump his whole combo into Leave. If he doesn't kill Southwind in that moment, Leave loses so much more HP, and that 2v2 becomes a lot more precarious than it potentially looked to be. I think we're just going to get a replay of it, so never mind. It's actually how the original dive play comes out. Mako almost caught out with the Zenith Blade, dodges him away from the Light Binding. Really nice repel to dodge out from the Chains of Corruption, but the Chain TC is just so excellent, and Leave is able to get out all of the Blighted stacks, proc the passive, and also cleanse that Light Binding on the back of the play. Really, really nice stuff. And yeah, Mako, again, just a really strong sequence of plays there from the EDG support. Longest standing player here in the league,
you know,
right?
This guy, well, one of, right? 2014, like, or 2015, again, memory a little bit hazy, apologies fans, as this guy's been around through the death era of players. We've got another fight coming through. It's also not going to connect, but JJ is out with the body slam over the wall. Cube has come in red hot as also believe teleport is available for Arla to join in, but EDG are backing off this objective. RA a little bit too strong for their liking. They will get themselves yet another neutral in this early game, but Jamada, we're looking at a replay in the bottom right. Slice and dice, and Arla had to burn a flash and almost got solo kill.
Yeah, well, Arla has done a pretty good job, all things considered, from the pressure he should have dealt with. I will say, however, massive CS lead did grow for him. I'm wondering where he found himself in this 40 CS deficit. Cube must have just, I don't know, forced him. There must have been a huge wave. Like 2.5, 3 waves. This Herald is going to get dropped in the mid lane, take out this tier 1. So RA is actually a fairly high value mid tier 1, because again, they really want to work off things like Fog War and range picks. So being able to maybe get, you know, first move from the mid lane because they can shove these waves and catch them super high could pay off pretty heavy dividends. But EDG, again, I just feel like their team comp plays a lot better. But this is what I'm talking about.
Flash Tibbers over the wall. Strive has done everything he needs to, but Jeje's still not dead. Assume couldn't get in. Mako has to burn his flash to get on out safely as well. As Tibbers on a rampage, looks like something from Candy Crush. After spilling the juicy, Strive is unable to get exactly what he came for, but unfortunate from RA there, Jamada, right before Dragon as well.
Right before Dragon, they use quite a few strong tools, specifically the Tibbers. That Lux ult has a really short cooldown, so they're not too fussed about that. However, a lot was burned on the side of EDG. Their ult economy is not doing too great, and also Arla's about to time out of Mega Gnar, so this flank's not the best. He also teleported onto a control ward, so they know he's there.
So this is already janky enough for my liking, as this third Dragon for RA is crucial. Would lead to soul point as Hexgate usage for Cube. In a great spot, I would say not. He dominant splashes into Loyen as the final spark. It might not matter. He's tanking enough for the massive lead over Arla. Getting out with the Hyper though, and an option as Mako goes through. Will sacrifice his life. RA with a net advantage.
Okay.
Cube's ballsy play turns great, but Arla's into Mega Gnar again. He doesn't have flash, and he's getting spotted out by RA. Dragon sitting there watching Jamada as EDG with the numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, and look at this poke as well from Fofo, from Leave. It's just so obnoxious to get on top of it because RA don't have forward-moving tools. They don't have a Leona, they don't have a Gragas, they don't have a Ornn, they don't have a Lawless.
Oh, he gets disintegrated. Tibbers part 2. I swear we just saw this bear. As Loyen doesn't want to die to get the smite down, making sure he secures third Dragon here as that ulti almost kills Fofo. The final spark was close as well. EDG don't want to give it up, but I think they have no choice in the end, as well as JJ comes through and destroys Southwind. Flash, Assume, cleanse, run after him. Arla getting the boomerang, about to go Mega. It's run away for Assume. He will fly. Phoenix Fly is wrong team, but at the very least, I will say, running like a bird in game 2 is definitely RA's fight.
Oh yeah, take a breath, Hysterics. That was a massive sequence of plays. Holy moly, RA, they walk away with the Hextech Dragon just about. But it looked so janky from the side of EDG. It looked so scarfed, right? All those ultimates blown because the previous pick attempt from RA means that the 5v5 that actually ensues is kind of difficult, and they also can't lock down Cube here like they would potentially like to. And because of that, not only does it turn around and get a massive amount of damage unloaded onto JJ and give the setup for RA to pick him up, he almost makes it out as EDG on the bottom side of the fight have Leave and Fofo kind of forced away, but then eventually, as the clip unfolds, you can kind of just see so much poke that can't be answered out. As RA eventually do manage to get themselves back on top of the dragon.
I love Hex games because people die and then come back to the same fight like moments later.
Like Southwind's just not expecting him to be here yet.
He
It's so
literally
fun.
just died.
Hex gates.
So, Jamada, that last fight, RA net positive, right? We've got a dragon. It
Yep.
looks like RA
Yep.
as well. We're able to trade kills at the very least. It didn't see the final score, but we do have so much damage coming out of this team with a gold lead that it does feel like RA have played the early game to more or less the point we're expecting.
Yeah, I think they played it well enough, right? To the point where they can kind of contest these skirmishes, and around those kind of situations, that's where they can thrive again, right? If they find the first pick and they're able to chunk out the first member, the team fights can look quite positive for RA, but if they ever approach them on a 5v5, you know, equal footings and equal grounds kind of level, it should be EDG that take some of these bigger wins away. And again, I think the other key criteria for RA is to ensure that they don't really eat too much poke from Fofo and leave. That way they can definitely start to actually navigate a lot better.
Oh, Cube dodged a lot of that CC as Oldat's come out from Arla just to create some of the space in the bottom lane. I want to talk about some of these individual leads because it's a 50 CS lead mid, CS lead up at the top side as well with Cube, who just dominated that fight in a 1v4 or 2v4, however many in the end, made himself known. We also have a slight CS lead in the bottom lane for Leave over Assume, so we are seeing some quite big laners come through out of the first 20 minutes of the game. And Jamada, we are getting 2 items as well. So I think it is crucial when we have people like Jace, Varus, Annie as well, who will have full Rod of Age stack with a Void Staff for that massive amount of burst, that we kind of keep track for this next fight, because I think we are going to have, again, a lot of that burst that we've already seen on some of the Rift just hit some of its peak.
Yeah, some of that item spikes are going to be very, very crucial, and I think a little bit more so for EDG than RA, but even in that same breath, right, things like the IE can really turn Caitlyn into a mid-game headshot, one-shot machine, and I think that Void Staff, when it gets completed, is just going to amp up Annie's damage even more. So both these sides have to be quite cautious of the carry members of their respective teams. It's just more about how the setup actually ends up coming through in front of this dragon in 90-second time, because I think for the side of RA, if they can really get in there first and make it, you know, a void for EDG to walk into, then things can get kind of scary. If, you know, Fofo leave, hell, we've seen JJ get one shot once or twice already this game. Overstep, and all of a sudden it's a 4v5, all of a sudden RA have a massive advantage to play with, and EDG will find it quite difficult to play out the rest of the fight from there.
And I think, you know, some of those picks started off because of Strive. Like, Strive has been playing great on this Annie, and Strive has been someone who, for RA's wins this split, has been really consistent. I think I'm surprised because Loyet and Cube are always what I look at with RA, but Strive has been more or less probably their best player in most series, and seeing him on the Annie again, a bit of a role taker this time around, as stunts have been crucial to forcing JJ out of some of these dragon fights that we're approaching now again. It's funny that we're saying the same about Fofo. As they walk into Fog of War deep, they thought they reset, they thought, oh, EDG can't be here as Cube tanks up the damage yet again. A great one, Mako has to flush away. Tibbers now left in the middle. Oh, poor one out for Tibbers. There's 30 seconds to go for the dragon. Tibbers number 2 will be available, but RA almost lose everything from face checking too early.
Yeah, I was kind of concerned there for both sides, honestly. I think we could have seen members drop, but fortunately for everyone involved, everyone walks away with their lives, and no major summoner spells are really blown. So we kind of just get a bit of a reset where EDG, again, they have to go through the traps, the Lux poke. Always consider that Elise could be waiting in a brush, and Strive's got information, he's got flash.
Oh, it's beautiful. Onto Mako, he's going to get the disintegrate, down he goes, but Loyan is met with a horrible fate, and that's Fofo with a shock blast over. A light binding connect from Southwind as he continues his zone, but Arla is in Meganar and has now hit the peak of the back of the fight as RA are in this choke looking for themselves and engaged from Strive, who has flash Velvet, but no Tibbers. Arla's there, flushes into the wall, it's big, but JJ's dealing with the cube in the back end. Arla's just nuked down. As Assume now chasing after JJ. Mako getting poked out as well. RA have advantage here, and there's no jungler to steal it. JJ was busy grocery shopping while RA were at the checkout.
I mean, yeah, RA just so happy to take, you know, this is the meal deal. This is the good stuff here for RA. They get themselves a Hextech Soul, and EDG, you know, they definitely approach it in the right kind of way, I think, trying to threaten multiple fronts. They have all the poke coming from the bottom side of the river. They've got Arla on the potential flank, and JJ are looking for the steal, but it's just a little bit too disjointed, and RA just stay uniform enough. and on top of the dragon just pick it up, and now EDG have to contest this Hextech soul for the remainder of the game. And it's the most powerful soul. It's the kind of soul that can kind of alleviate a lot of any scaling issues that you may run into a lot of the time. However, they do finally speak onto Lian.
Oh, okay. And the return, Southwind. He's feeling himself this game. And maybe Lian's caught out here. Repel up with nowhere to go. His team's coming though as he flashes away. The Cocoon great stride. He's here, but Tibbers doesn't connect. Fofo gets the flash away as Cube's being dealt with for Arla, but this is going to go horrendously. You're going to suffer a fate worse than death as EDG if you continue here in this choke as Cube has to flash away, but now Tibbers is looking anxiously at EDG's further side. It could have been a lot worse, I'll tell you that much, Shimada, as Mako seems like he's the only one to die.
Yeah, RA, they've come alive a little bit in the last 5 minutes or so. Previous Dragon fight, this one, that skirmish there. EDG pick up Lian. They can definitely look.
What the hell? This goes through.
The teleporting croc. What is that?
Oh my gosh! Show us Cube again, man.
How did he do
Tibbers
that?
doesn't do it as well. Or Tibbers dies at cringe or something. I'm not sure. We'll look at the replay and see what happens here.
Yeah, so you can see EDG, like the initial call was definitely to go onto Lian here, but unfortunately, you know, kind of get cut off by Strive showing up to that choke, and then the teleport comes in on the backside. Cube makes this super awkward, and the ultimate comes out from Arla to try and dissuade him from moving forward any further, but they're able to get onto Mako as the rest of RA collapse. And unfortunately, EDG don't really find the pick they were looking for, and don't really get the best amount of summoners out of RA. I say it actually as I reassess, 4 summoners, 4 flashes did get blown.
Jamada,
So,
I know it's a big fight coming up. I don't know we're talking about summoners. I just need to see Cube again, brother. I just care
Is he
about
still
nothing
teleported
else.
across the map?
Is he?
No, he's back to walking.
It's fixed. All right, maybe just a spectator bug. We know Cube's not really moving like that. It'd be hard to play the game. And live binding coming out in Jamada. Look, you're building up to this fight coming up because Baron's there. RA have priorities. Mako not hitting the solar flare. You were the chosen one. I literally talked you up all of early game. Unfortunately, with that miss, that solar flare down for a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Cooldown deceptively short sometimes. But with that cooldown being unavailable, Aria are going to start up this Baron. And again, you know, walking into fog, it's so scary.
Whoa.
Big Annie, but they can try and poke and prod. And Arla also is actually very close to Mega Nuts. Very scary for RA.
Leave heading forward is dangerous. Look at the Caitlyn headshot. Assume just obliterates Leave, who's now at less than half HP. As EDG don't have the health bars to work with, but Arla, it's all down to you, buddy. He has no flash available. They know he's lurking somewhere, but as he gets the ulti in, they're all in. Explosion cast separates Arla. You may have just done it. As RA now going to be fearful of the poke. Cube taking a lot from Leave as Mako getting disjointed as well, but JJ can't save him. The president is down, and the Secret Service just weren't anywhere nearby.
It's a 1-for-1, and EDG might just be able to pick up this tower on the backside as well, so it's technically a tough trade for their side. They stopped the Baron, they managed to get themselves Lian as well. And I think we're going to approach a point where Elder's just going to be a factor. There's only 2 more minutes left until it spawns up. Get a replay, and Arla just consistently looking for the flank, and I have to commend RA for constantly trying to track him, but once he doesn't appear on that ward, you have to be so fearful that he's still here and waiting, and double ult comes in, stun as well to follow up. Great flash from Assume to get out of combo. Lian's always just going to die there. And the turnaround is able to come through at the very least. There's more poke comes over the wall from Lee, from Fofo, and that's going to just continually be a thing. Unfortunately, that wolf, it's just in the way. It just can't quite save Mako, shall we say, as JJ is slowly but surely stopped on that body slam.
It's like when, you know, in the Matrix, when Trinity falls down the building the first time, I guess it's Neo's dream. She gets saved, she lands into the car. Neo wants to do something about it. Very specific. You haven't seen the Matrix by now. Come on, guys. It came out in the 2000s. I will say, at 29 minutes into the game, we are fighting not only over this Baron, but Elder's coming up in about a minute. Times might coincide as EDG now on the opposite side of the rift. RA the ones hovering down towards the spawning Elder. And Jamada, that poke from Assume. If that connects right now, I'm more scared of it than I am of Leaf's poke here on this virus.
Yeah. If a binding connects, if a headshot follows through, it's just so much to deal with. However, you can see still EDG's isn't nothing to scoff at. As Fofo finds another shock blast onto Lian, and he's just going to have to be making a reset now. So this is potentially a window for EDG to try and sneak in to this river and push some vision their way. And if RA are the ones that actually have to approach the fight, things can get a little bit, you know, it's going to have to be a meticulous approach from RA because the front line is very limited. And if they're the ones that has to walk through, you know, chokes, through, you know, barrels, shot blasts, arrows, if someone has to tank up any form of CC, they get CC to death potentially. So this is really good for EDG. I would even consider just letting this mid wave go entirely, just for the position. And you can already see more poke being layered into Southwind. Mako.
Oh, this is dangerous.
Oh!
Two-man ulti. It's huge. Solvin layered on. Southwind is gone. Southwind is the one who's been blasting out the damage. One of the core carries, it feels like, for RA. That's huge.
Yeah, I mean, the Baron is up and available, and it seems like RA are just going to make this gambit, but I feel like the Elder's going to be able to be bursted down quick enough, and potentially EDG will make it over. There's teleports available from Ala and Fofo as well, so once this Elder drops, they've got somewhere to TP to. There you go, either side of the map. Even if this Baron goes down, the collapse is going to come through, surely.
Oh my god, I'm not hungry, but this sandwich looks delightful. It's going to be a smite down, but they're on the wrong side of the map, and they're about to fight a team with an Elder Dragon. EDG were looking close, but RA now into the bellies of the beast. Loyan trying to strive, gets knocked in. He finds it! Foka, you demon!
Oh my goodness me, the Eclipse Shield and the Execute coming clutch at the right time. And Fofo is able to make it out of that one. Now with Elder Dragon in pocket, you have to imagine EDG are going to try their damnedest to collect as much as they can from RA structures.
That was everything, with Fofo finding a beautiful kill, with RA getting distraught on the way out of the Baron. This Baron just being used to buy time and survive the Elder. Look at the replay. Jamada, these health bars were not in favor of RA.
No, they were not. I mean, look, Strive gets one shot. And then, obviously, we've got Cube in the GA, but we just need to see the Leon fight, don't we? How does Fofo get away with this? Because the Cocoon... Did the Cocoon even connect? I'm not entirely sure. God. Either way, it's just so much damage at this stage in the game. 3-item Jace. I'm not sure if he had that Dirk before the reset or not. Likely not, but either way, 3-item Jace. It's what you're going to expect in the means of damage. Now, fortunately, there's a lot of wave clear on the side of RA. So EDG, it's going to be kind of difficult to siege unless they can chunk health bars. Like that.
Yeah, that makes it difficult. I mean, Southwind at half HP, and the Elder still having 35 seconds. Top left, folks. That timer is everything for EDG. Try and close out the game. The final spark used to clear the wave out, but wait for these shock blast combos onto the back line. Fofo hits Assume, and he is threatened enough to just leave leave the base wide open as it is now.
Yeah, that'll be the first inhibitor. 15 seconds. They might just about be able to squeeze out. Second inhibitor's worth for it as well. And then at that point, it would feel quite difficult for RA, but they're just going to back away. RA just reposition, come back from all of the poke. So they don't lose 2 inhibitors, but that mid lane inhibitor's open. And now they're always going to have to be worrying about that bottom side pressure for the next 5 minutes from the side of RA. EDG kind of throwing a bit of a lifeline. It's been a very messy game for them. But picking up that Elder has definitely brought them back into contention.
Well, they've been able to claw back, you know, so much so that 4,000 gold on the top of the standings, but 2,000 almost as a negative Baron power play for RA. They were the ones that decided to play the flip once Southwind got destroyed. And then EDG, as you were saying, you know, we're kind of waiting for this moment where their poke is so meaningful here, Jamada, where they're able to play that spacing game yet again, which seems to be the kind of the theme of EDG series so far. And especially with Fofo here on this Jace, he's getting close towards his 4th item. He has been the cornerstone of EDG this split, where other members like Mako have been talked up. You know, Leave joining the squad, Arla hyped up in the past, of course, and JJ's still there. But Fofo, someone we know who has a huge ceiling, and in the past couple of series especially, I feel like Fofo has been a star.
Yeah, he's really been a massive step up for the side of EDG, and it has been very, very pleasant to see, right? Again, Scout, home brand name for so long for the side. And, you know, he's stepping into the shoes of, you know, world champion, effectively. It's very difficult to meet those expectations sometimes, but stepping up for the EDG side this game hasn't really been much an exception to that rule either.
No doubt.
Right now, they're just trying to move forward together. As another shot blast lands, there you go.
Flashes out. And just like that, again, Southwind has to go back to base. Luryen almost dies. Arla is ferrying a wave into mid lane. In EDG, it's not perfect sync here, but there will be pressure in 2 lanes at once. In fact, maybe it is third wave coming through in the bottom side as well. And Arla, as he continues to push in, RA have to make a choice here, Jamada.
Yes, they do. Do they defend mid lane inhibitor, or do they try and pick on this 4? That's a massive amount of poke onto Mako, which could just send EDG away. Even though this Mega Gnar is up and available, I think the safer option for EDG is just to take a reset. You've got both the Uber buffs spawning in roughly 70, 80 seconds time, respectively. So just be on the map for both of those. Be full HP. Let these supers do their work on the bottom side and slowly pressure in. Even if this wave gets cleared out, you know, 2-3 waves have to get cleared before RA can kind of be relieved of that pressure for at least, you know, sort of a minute.
God, it has been a while, but yeah, we're getting some shield reaving coming through from Fofo and Leave. Again, this is definitely the game to do so with the amount of shields that are available on RA. But that's the amount of damage. We're at 4 items here for these 2 poke ADs. On to Strive, who's got us on his Hourglass plus so much health. It's still doing so much. As JJ pokes his head over, and next to Elder, this is where they want to get down and dirty. They find the poke. Strive comes from left field. Tibbers just wants a bear hug. And luckily enough, Leave was able to give it to him.
Yeah, Leave just didn't have a cleanse available to get out of the chain CC, potentially flash away. Excellent play from Strive, and the follow-up is superb from the rest of RA. Now it's a 4v5 for the next couple of minutes. Yeah, I mean, this is the problem though. Arla stretching the map. He's going to take this mid lane inhibitor. He's got a wave to work with on the bottom side. Is he just going to hit the Nexus towers here? 2 members back.
Okay. We're going full 2023 vision here as players are showing us that they're going to be fighting over both. That's Dominus Use, that's Strive at base, that's Elder now that is going to be contested as heavily. But remember, those Rift Gates are there. As Arla's trying to build up Mega Gnar again, but he sees Cube without the ult. He has the flash available to zone him out as they go all in into the pit. Arla not there with the Mega Gnar as Mako's getting destroyed. Cube now finds the flank as Fofo has to flash away as RA are winning this fight, but Arla turns to Mega Gnar only getting 1. Elder now up for the taking as EDG have just lost all control, all semblance of balance. Royal are here, but I'm not talking about Royal never give up. I'm talking about no way! From the brink of talking up this team, EDG just steal it away as Fofo teleported in. I was saying this team was back in. I was calling them Royals, but they won't be. As Strive goes back to base and RA stop the game from ending. We are still here on Summoner's Rift.
It's an ace for RA, but oh my god, at what cost? They almost lose both their Nexus towers. The Elder Dragon stolen away from JJ.
You lose Baron.
They will lose the Baron. Okay, that's the downside for this sequence of plays. And I don't think anyone actually walked away with the Elder itself. Now, the most comical sequence would be Mako stealing this. But it's not April 1st. That's still about a month away.
Jamada. No replay. No replay.
Well, unfortunately, this fight starts off. Yeah, well, there's a picture. We know what's happening now, don't we?
Oh, Mako's dead.
Yeah, Mako's dead. And unfortunately, as that replay comes out, the nature of it is very simple. Arla doesn't manage to get on top of Assume, and as he's unable to flash and use that ultimate to try and knock down the carries of RA, the carries of RA go on a bit of a rampage in front of that dragon. Unfortunately for EDG, I guess they just have the stronger jungle this time.
Apparently they do. Again, at least today, just doing dividends. Arla is 4 items strong, and he took half his HP. That's a full build. Caitlyn Strive not getting Tibbers, but at least getting the clan's final spark going to be hit as Tibbers is on a mission. Hail of Arrows slows it down as Leave has to go back to base, but RA want to try and push the fight while they had this Elder buff. Jamada, they are looking with hunger in their eyes to take us to a game 3 off the brink of a TP, off of a game that should have been theirs, but bringing it back in. It's not against the wall, but Luryen is almost going to die. They can't finish the job, but Assume is poked down. Hit his yakety sack. It is the LPL. RA, go back with your tail between your legs. As the war gates are coming through. Mako, Arla, and Leave. The boys are back in town, but Thin Lizzie's on the other side of the map.
Oh, EDG were cooking. They were cooking something with that flank potentially for RA.
Yeah, they were.
You get vision. of where everyone's going, so they just opt to go towards the top side of the map. My goodness me, that very almost sent us to a game number 3. But fortunately, Fofo got so much damage out on the bottom side, and Leave was able to escape despite being bound up. I don't think Cube was able to find Leaf. I think it was Cube that was trying to get on top of him. And the rest of RA just kind of warded off by the potential threat of damage that was available to EDG.
All right, everyone, have a bit of a plink. Sit down. Have a breather, because we've had 2 Elders in this game go down. We've had 2 Barons in this game go down, or 3, I can't remember anymore. It's not that long of a game, but it has just exploded out of left field. And Jamada, it's now your turn to tell me and the rest of the audience out there watching this barn burner, what wins this game for either team.
All right. I think Strive has really been the key man here so far for RA, and if he can find another massive Tibbers flash, then I really feel like EDG might be found a little bit out of sorts. And for EDG, I mean, Fofo's just been on a bit of a tear so far. I think if he's given any kind of access to the back line, he's just going to delete them. But the problem is RA have done such a good job at bodyguarding Assume for a majority of this game that potentially it could actually come from this man on your screen. EDG, Arla on a side lane, or maybe just finds another massive Naro. He found one earlier, which kind of broke up the sequence. I think it was about 15 minutes ago at this point.
Yeah.
From RA. But if you can find another one, that can definitely win EDG this game.
Well, I want to take notice of the builds, because we are getting towards full for Strive. He's 1 more to go here on this Annie. EDG, maybe it's not the time to talk about that, because Cube has gone deep for this. He has GA available. Slowed down for the time being as EDG are looking for that rotation from RA. They have full jungle control, but JJ's going to be over a ward. While RA come back out of base, there's no objectives available, but it's just a simple fight for the pick, for the win, for the 2-0, all 1-all. RA need this win desperately. This is the difference between maybe this team going to playoffs or not in the near future, or the difference between EDG being a top 3 team going into lock-ins. Remember, our format, top 2, means you go straight to semifinals, straight to the double elim if we continue the same format as previous splits. This is an important match for EDG as well, here to open up week 7 as picks are trying to be found. Look at this angle. Look at this angle. Assume going in onto JJ. Strive is trying to play the Annie, Tibbers, multi-man stun, game-winning Bazinga, who let them cook angle, you know? And right now, he's trying to play around that vision well.
Yeah, he's got the death cap. Honestly, I've lost track of how long he's maybe had that in his inventory for.
Me too.
But the end point is, he's going to bloody one-shot someone if he unlocks a combo on them. So EDG needs to continuously track that. And again, the importance for this series for both these 2 teams, right? EDG, they can't really afford to be dropping games to teams that are barely looking at playoffs. And RA, this could be the difference maker. If they can somehow scrape a win against a team like EDG, their chances of making it into that top 10 increase significantly.
And this series is looking like RA have been the better in the past 10 minutes. The damage from Assume hurts Sleep, hurts JJ. They have to back away. Even with a Hex Tech Soul, the AoE damage is catching up as EDG have to come back out on the map. Luckily have the Hex Riff available, but 10 seconds go as Mako walks up. Solar Flare now utilized. Elder's there as Arla is bringing the attention of Fofo down with him. They want Cube, they want his GA, but can they get it? Shock Blast is out of range. Southland and Stripe are there to respond as the map is split wide open.
It really is. And Assume is a bit of a 1v9 machine right now. Just continually stepping up, getting massive chunks out of members of EDG. Now they're on top of the dragon. Here are the TPs.
Whoa! Stripe! Oh my god, he got leave! Out of nowhere! And he may be 8 years old, but the absolute power of a goddess comes through. The 300-year-old wisdom, it feels like, is now Mako's gonna die. Click, click, boom! 3 down. EDG are distraught, and Strive pilots this champion that would make LF proud.
He is smiling, I'm sure, if he's watching this game. And EDG, they might just end up losing this game here. I think with the Elder, are Arla and Fofo gonna look for the back door? It looks like they will, but Strive is gonna go back and defend, and so is Southwind. This game's going definitely to the side of RA, and this series is somehow gonna go the distance, surely. Here's the teleport.
They're trying, but with Elder, it's just too hard. Cube is going to take him down now. Fofo running back to base, but Assume just wants his credit, his dues, when at 45 minutes, RA were back and forth. EDG looked short for a 2-0, but RA looked him in the face and say, not today.
They stand up strong, especially after that game number 1 being so one-sided in the favor of EDG. RA come back with a little more vim, a little more energy in this one, and you know, we kind of debated about the potential teamfight potential from EDG's composition when you sort of move past the 25-minute mark, but time and time again, RA were just kind of proving that point wrong. They were denying EDG their win conditions, and Assume, Strive, being able to step up so many times and find as many key moments onto members like Leave were so critical to ensuring that EDG could never play out team fights how they wanted. And even when EDG came close to looking like they would find a good flank from Ala, or JJ would maybe find a good cask, Strive would be one-shotting Leave, or Fofo wouldn't be able to get on top of the targets he had to, and it would just break the game for EDG. And RA just excellently played this one out in the moments where they had to.
And let's be real, it came from the early game that gave RA a semblance of a chance to begin with, right? It came from that Elise again. Elise needs to be banned away, Javada. This is also why I want Fearless in the LPL one day, because then we wouldn't see Elise out of any team for game number 3. Just looks so strong in setting up these lanes, and the fact that Strive got through with a Flame Horizon against him, but was still that impactful. I also feel like the fact that he wasn't bullied, the fact that JJ couldn't really do much in the early game, was a big factor of that too. So, yeah, a crazy one at that, where RA is showing us why they are on the cusp of being a playoff team, while this team who, against LGD, I think earlier in the split, or I can't remember who it was, had one of the worst series I think I've seen, one of the craziest, like, is this really a team in the LPL kind of series? And then now they just warm up to something like this against one of our top 3 teams.
Yeah, it's really, really crazy to sort of see that juxtaposition of performance, right? And, you know, sometimes there can be things you can sort of pick at, but I think you can't really complain too much about how RA piloted much of this game. Yes, it got a little bit messy, but, you know, you're playing against the EDG side, which is pretty on fire for the most part recently. And I think now going into a game 3, things are going to get quite tense for both these sides, because again, you know, the sort of stakes, the meanings for both sides is really important. If you're RA, you win this series, you've got quite a few more winnable series up and coming. You've got teams like FPX, Ultra Prime, even IG kind of on a bit of a tailspin at the moment. You get yourself up to almost 8 wins, that should be guaranteed playoffs. And you know, for EDG, you can't be losing to teams like RA, who are at the bottom fighting for a position in playoffs, when you're supposed to be, you know, by your own expectations at the moment and your own trajectory, a top 4 team at the bare minimum trying to fight your way into top 2.
That's right. Again, bare minimum is a key word to take away from there. But RA still, whether this is a series win or not, it's an individual game win. And if you're not watching this game number 3, what are you doing with your life? There's only one place to be, and it's right here after our short break to run into EDG vs RA game number 3.
我们将对一位其他赛区的选手进行描述，然后你可以猜猜他是谁。
其他赛区所有赛区都有是吧？
是 LEC 或者 LCS 的选手。
所有特征都是一个选手。
然后我们会一条一条的固定描述。
OK。
他是一位来自瑞典的 AD 选手。
继续说吧。
LEC 的吗？
瑞典是哪个赛区啊？
不知道。瑞典不太知道。
在成为电竞选手前，他的梦想是成为一名足球运动员。
有这种人哦？
我猜错没问题。
足球运动员。
他的队伍曾在世界赛小组赛0-4的情况下最终出线。
继续。
0-4 Cloud Night 吗 ？TS 哦，那个 Double Left 是吧
？FBI 吗？
他的外号和国内一位 AD 选手有关。
Sneaky， 跟 AD 有关，不知道。
跟谁？跟 U 太有关吗？
不是 U 太，是另外一位比 U 太
还要老的一位选手，微笑，欧晨。
Reckless，
跟不是我说他外号跟我们有关的那个，是不是退役很久的 AD？ 那个什么欧晨？
哎 ，Reckless 吗？反正有0-4过吗？好像有。C9好像是只有0-3，然后出现了。 哦，我想起来了，
是那个 Reckless
欧城，
欧城
Reckless。
Fnatic 的 ADC 吗？他是欧城吗？哦，
他是一位来自北美的选手，他曾8次进入世界赛，打过1次 MSI 决赛。
Impact。BFN。
G2 的杨狗什么或者 Cavs
我，不是啦，不是，
TSN Hypes，
Yanko 是吗？
北美 BFN。
北美的 MSI 的决赛，不知道。
他曾7次止步世界赛小组赛。
C9 的 AD Sneaky 吗？
说实话，我是就是18年才关注世界赛那些的。
123，是 Impact 吗？
他的经典言论，在座的各位都是垃圾。
在座的贵是垃圾这么狂吗？是谁啊？
还有第三位。
我不知道。
8次进入世界赛，大师兄。
Double Lift。
我已经知道了 ，Double Lift 吧？
是 Double Lift 吗？
是那个喜欢说垃圾话的吗？我知道他长什么样，大师兄。
那个 Double Lift。
Double Lift。
哦，大师兄啊。
Double Lift。
哦，大师兄。
他是一位来自 LEC 赛区的辅助选手。
好，继续。Mickey 或者 JJ。
那个咋拼？阿莫什么 Mickey 什么的。
其实欧洲辅助我不是知道很多，我只知道 Mickey 嘛，那个叫 Mickey， 还有海里桑，我只知道这2个辅助选手。
辅助选手，不知道。
下一条，这个有点难。cos
他的绝活英雄是泰克，
还是不错，就这样。
他的生涯死亡数位居赛区第1。
辅助选手。
小帅。
不知道。
没了。
那这一定大家都知道。对啊，就那个嘛 ，Hit
还有吗？提示还有？
没有了，但他曾可以给到你，他之前在弗兰奇克待过。
我大概知道是谁，那是黑利桑吗？哦
，LEC 的辅助选手，我想一下，那个就是马派克那个，啊对，海里桑，
海里桑，
海德颂，哦不对，海德颂，
海德颂嘛。
哦，我知道了，海德颂。
那个海德颂。
我前段时间还看到，就是海里桑好像在欧洲的助攻榜是第1，所以我想应该死亡数也是他。
绝活派克，海里桑吗？
海里桑啊，
海里桑，海里桑，
黑里桑，我还跟他交换过队服呢。
他来自克罗地亚。
下一条。
还有吗？
克罗地亚。下一条。
形容他的关键词是亚索1v1。
Cavs。
不知道，我盲猜哦。那个 Wonder 1v1，我记得是他说的，我有记得跟德萨1v1什么什么的。
他曾在 LEC 和 LCS 都获得过联赛冠军。
LCS 是哪里
？G2 的那个有印象，但是忘了名字。
AD 吗？
他曾在 AD 和中单位置都打过世界赛。
有很多答案吗？有别的提示吗？
我知道那个人，但我忘记他叫什么了。我记得他跟UZI打过。
P 开头那个
AD 和中单的打世界赛，你继续。
他的招牌英雄是妖姬和霞。
他跟 Caps 一个队伍。
我知道，这个我知道 ，Perks 我应该比较了解，是克罗地亚的。
那就是 Perks 呗。
Perks。
亚索1v1 Perks。
Perks。
啊，他是克罗地亚的 Perks。
应该是 RP 了。
对，他的全称
是什么 Perks？
Perks 这个太简单了呀。
我想一下他的 ID 叫什么？我知道他的 Perks
吧？
哦，那个世界赛那个 Perks， 那个真的是最搞笑，而且感觉他演挺好的，也很强。对，克罗地亚应该只有1个选手吧？那跟我同一年来了，又回去了。那个 Perks，
答案是 Perks。
啊？不是 Wonder 吗？哦。
Different energies I bring, Only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless. It's awkward, cause they can't do it, but they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy.
说实话，阿乐的话就印象里面就以前是个很进攻的嘛，但现在去了 EDG， 然后再加上这个版本导致的吧，就感觉他也玩了挺多把塞恩什么的嘛，就感觉这版本其实上路就还好吧，就其实也没有那么多激烈的竞争吧，就感觉这版本就应该还是发育为主吧。相对阿乐选手说的话，就是感觉你被 EDG 改造了，你不该是这样的。
Okay, Cube, that's something to be said, considering that Arla is someone who, I don't know, I don't think it really changes much for his team, but apparently Cube thinks he will be for the new EDG. As we welcome you back, RA with an astonishing game number 2 win, a great return, and a game 3 on the horizon here in Shanghai between EDG and RA. I'm Hysterics, I'm joined by Jamada, and Jamada announced the MVP. I think it was Assume, right?
Yeah, Assume ended up with the MVP. I think Strive also had a really, really good run for that medal here in this game, but it's actually Assume's first MVP all split, so congratulations Assume, but definitely well earned. I think in the late stages as well, you really saw how many times he just confidently stepped up with that rapid fire auto, with the headshot, locked and loaded, and just chunked out members of EDG time and time again. And it just got so difficult for EDG to deal with because they were never really making snappy, engaged decisions, you know, sort of past the 25-minute mark. It felt like it was always RA that had control of the tempo. And even in moments like this where, you know, EDG, they're looking for a pick, all of a sudden it immediately gets routed, and it's Assume at the core of it who's able to just be on the front lines, charging forward with Tibbers playing bodyguard, and getting all of these kills and making life just miserable for EDG to really approach.
And just such a dichotomy from his game number 1. I mean, Assume played this so well, his positioning, his angles in these fights were great, and that's the Assume we got excited for once debuting on LGD. On RA, another reason why I felt like this team could have been playoff worthy was because of the caliber of this man. It was nice to see alongside Strive on the Annie here that these two, I guess, relatively newer players to the LPL could be so impactful. So props to them as they take RA to a game number 3 in Jamada. I don't know what comes into game 3. I don't know what changes in draft. All that I think needs to be said is no Elise. Elise needs to be taken away by whoever is on red side. They just need to ban it.
Yeah, you know, the most common ban pattern on this patch, if you're on red side, is usually Elise, Ashe, Maokai. That's like, if you don't really have to ban anything specific because of the team you're playing against, that's typically what you remove away, right? We've seen Elise up and available 2 times in the 2 games that we've had. It was taken and it won both times. So I'm not saying that there's a strong correlation. What I am saying is whoever has the Elise typically tends to control the early game. And so far, the early game in this series has been quite crucial and pivotal to mid-game success and then subsequently closing out games.
So, as we were saying, at the very least, RA, don't play it close to the chest. Just do the smart thing. Final ban Elise here. They've already gotten rid of the Maokai.
And the
And because are you that scared about the virus after your success in last game?
Hello, BLG is self-banning it. So I wonder what the port of call is then for RA. Do they remove away the virus? Do they remove away Fofo's Jace? Because that's been quite destructive in both game number 1 and number 2. Is there anything else that's really on your mind here? Do you maybe feel like banning away the Caitlyn as well? I guess that's the other pretty viable option here. Remove away one side from the equation. Even if it means the virus remains up, you might have a couple of different answers into it. It's just going to be Arla's Jax into Cube. So EDG kind of still have pick of the litter, right? If they won the Varus, they could even technically still first pick the Jace, to be honest with you. Sejuani's been largely ignored this series too. Still very, very powerful on this patch. Annie as well, still first pickable, but it seems like EDG don't want to give Assume this Caitlyn again, given the hover. And they're just going to likely lock this one in so they can secure themselves a strong bottom side. Take it back. Never talk about hovers. There's the Annie first pick.
Okay, so that means for RA then, Jamada, we're going to be like, maybe the Caitlyn does go over here as a priority for RA and they cement their bottom lane, or they get the pick of the litter for jungle as well. Like, you have a lot of options here on the red side.
Yeah, you really do. I feel like RA, it's kind of awkward to analyze sometimes because like the options are so limited, and given what we've seen both these teams play in game number 1 and 2, it's very clear they're comfortable playing quite a wide variety of not only the meta but things that are slightly outside of it at the moment. So RA, they snap up the Varus. They're going to take that one up, and like you said, pick a litter for the jungle. I mentioned the Sejuani because it's not really been touched this series, and finally RA are going to allow Lian onto it. So what will JJ do? Will he go towards, you know, the slightly more boring matchup in the vibe? Will he pick up something like the Lee Sin for a little bit of early pressure, which Lian didn't have much success in game number 1, but for JJ, it's his most played in his whole career, I'm pretty sure. I think it's like 51 games, 60-something plus % win rate. So the guy can play it. We know that.
A lot on the international stage as well, I might add, too. Like, there was a lot of great performances from JJ on said champion. I think the Lee Sin is something that we've seen so many times. Is Zeri getting picked up here? Now, is Mako going to pick an enchanter? Is that going to be Fofo mid Annie?
Yeah, I mean, you can hold the flex, but how much value does this flex really hold for you? How much do you care about mid lane counter pick when you have Annie, right? It seems like for now, they will potentially just lock in their jungler, because I feel like you don't really want to get whittled down on the jungle pool almost ever if you know that that can be locked away and sort of banned down. Now, RA, Strive is going to go towards this Yone, and obviously Yone plus Sejuani, very powerful and potent 2v2. My only concern is 1-to-1, you know, Annie can kind of handle the Yone quite easily, to be honest with you. So I kind of still worry about that 1-to-1 matchup, but at the very least in the team fights, if Strive ever finds a massive last no, not Last Breath, that's his brother, the Fate Sealed. If he ever finds a massive Fate Sealed, then yeah, EDG can definitely find themselves in a spot of bother. But EDG at the moment have quite a few strong wombo combo tools, right? Cyclone, Annie ult, Zeri also can very quickly start to DPS down a team that are being CC'd by those kind of tools. So Ari is still going to have to worry about some of these team fights.
And let me also say to you that this is the LPL, and I wouldn't be 100% surprised if it could be flexed to the top side of the map. It's been done before in the LPL. RA could have something up their sleeve, so I don't want to take away complete credit for now, but they are banning away the Akali, the LeBlanc getting taken through. I guess they assume that Mako's going to be piloting this into the bottom side of the map. You're right. It's just a bit of a strange one as RA, as they take away some of those mid lane matchups that often do quite well. EDG focusing on the top side of the map here. Renekton already taken from Cube. You don't care about the Sion. No one cares about Sion, right? No, we care about Engage, says EDG. They get rid of support Engage to go for Southwood.
Yeah, so they concerned about the Renekton Sejuani combination, which makes total sense. And generally, RA's Engage quite strong at the moment, but they don't want to have it be like a complete dog pile from the side of RA, so EDG just remove away the Naught. I think that's definitely the thought process here. However, Southwind is going to go ahead and pilot the Heimerdinger, and we'll see how he, you know, sort of steps up to how Mako played it in game number 1. Mako, you know, kind of mad scientist, I think. Makes a lot of sense, but they were in such a commanding lead that it didn't really matter what he did in that game if it set RA up for failure post Mako going down some of these team fights. Now, EDG, what's the answer, right? Where's this Andy going to go? What are you going to slot into the top side of the map as well? Potentially blind. Seems like Sejuani Syndra is going to be the option here. That'll go through. So strong 2v2 in the mid lane, locked down at that level 6. But you can kind of say the exact same thing about RA, and it's definitely going to be execution. Who gets hit by what, and how quickly is one member removed from that equation will be the key thing. So that locks Annie into the bottom side, and now it's up to Ala to potentially blind pick here into Cube.
So I guess RA's bans are definitely worthwhile in the end as well. They knew that Mako was going to be piloting this Annie, and RA must know something we don't. So kind of interesting to see here that EDG have been put in this corner as Arla wants to get on the Gnar. Game number 2, his Gnar was not that great, to be quite honest. So let's hope he has a better performance this time as we get our team fight from EDG. But on the side of RA, this was hovered in game number 2 against the NA. It would just be brilliant. It's great. It's so much fun in the matchup.
Yeah, not only is the matchup quite good, but I feel like it would make a fair amount of sense into picks like Syndra. Even Zeri can kind of struggle if she's not got her passive stacked up and she's skating around, but they go towards the Camille, which is quite a rarity if it's not paired up with Galio through the mid lane, right? So Cube, we'll see how he gets on. It's a very positive-sided matchup towards the Camille into the Gnar. You can very easily assassinate mini Gnar and you outscale on the side lane. The early levels can be a bit of a pain when you're dealing with the range, but again, you always have to be worried about the threat of the hook shot. But RA, I think it rounds out their comp quite nicely because it just adds to that dive threat that they're quite clearly looking for through the Sejuani and through the Yone. And it gives them that side lane edge as well, whereas EDG, again, much like game number 2, it's a lot about the team fights, it's a lot about Ala finding flanks, and this time JJ as well on that Wukong.
But surely as Leave, as the Zeri this game, you will be terrified with everything that RA have to throw at you in the wall. You don't have an enchanter down that bottom lane. You're running with a burst mage with, I think Annie's like 8 or 10 or something. I don't know how old this child is, but it's not going to be enough to save you from the all-in burst power that RA have. I want to ask you some more questions about that as we get into game, Jamana, but for now, we're all going to sit back and relax because game 3 came upon us in what I would say is quite a rarity of a second game at that. RA with a huge comeback with what was an explosive powerhouse of 45-minute gameplay. We're now in this position where EDG have been threatened enough against a middle-tier team in the LPL that they probably didn't expect to have so much trouble with. EDG, their position in tying up second here today with JDG has gone, but they can still hold strong to third, and they can still hold strong in that top 3. All they need is a series win. While for RA, this would put them in the top 10, and this would put their names on our lips, considering that Rare Atom have never before been in LPL playoffs. This would be a nice little run that's starting here at the start of week 7 of the LPL.
This lineup trying to make history for the organization. And it would be quite exciting to see them at least give it a go in playoffs, right? There's quite a few fun teams towards that sort of bottom side of playoffs mixer, shall we say. Teams we're potentially expecting to see, teams like OMG. I guess IG are now technically a part of that mix as
somehow
they've gone through their rough pack. TT as well. So RA joining that list would be quite exciting for them as well, the experience you can get from that.
What is this fight? We're just fighting without minions. The 2v2 is literally just playing like, I don't know, the magma chamber or something here.
Welcome to Heimerdinger Lane.
Oh, man.
Yeah, they just don't want to give up too much early priority, Mako and Leave, so just trying to get down whatever damage and poke they can from the get-go. We know what this lane is about, realistically, the Heimerdinger and the Varus on their side. For Leave and Mako, it's just more about trying to secure a little bit of early priority when and where they can, and if they can deny it at the level 1, it can very often snowball. And again, with all the junglers typically passing towards the bottom side, priority can be king and trying to snowball some larger map plays rather, towards the enemy jungle.
Well, EDG are winning that priority war, that's for sure, as junglers are going to be swapping sides of the map. Lo Yan with a top side start here, doing a full clear, while same can be said of JJ. Moving up towards his top side as well, as Leaf just goes over the wall. Sets up for the aggressive trade right in RA's face as they hit level 2 first and decide to flaunt about it. There will be a ward down there for both sides of the bottom lane as Lo Yan starts making his way down. And it'll be interesting to see where he can make his move, because for now, Lo Yan has a couple of camps to go, but no lanes really set up perfectly for him.
Yeah, I really want to highlight, just in the corner of our screen for a second there, you saw Strive has really been hitting quite a few trades from Fofo, and Fofo actually has a fair amount of his mana bar still left and available too.
Oh, come on.
Oh, man.
That's like the 4th time this series on camera.
I don't know if you caught the series yesterday, the very opening between FPX and LGD. But there's clearly a meme. There's clearly a bit of a meme going on the Chinese side of the cast, because every single time a cannon got missed, it was on screen and zoomed in. Now, speaking of being zoomed in,
Yeah, we're looking at this play heavily, aren't we? Southwind already flashes away, but Loyen in here. But I won't say it's in the nick of time. As Lever's played this out so well. Hides behind Mako. The 2v2 of EDG. That feels like a little flashback to Viper Mako from last year.
Yeah, it really does. Quite reminiscent there, that play. Leon just has to back away, force the flash out. EDG able to ward off the jungler. Leon just didn't really have the health bar to work with, right? Wasn't full HP. Came off the clear chunks and pays for it. His own flash, and he's not really able to alleviate much pressure from the RA side of things. This could interrupt the base of Mako, and he will, and it's actually going to stop Leave too.
There's another wave coming in. At least they'll be able to get the shove out as Assume his health bar. Shimada, that's nothing to play with. He's got about 100, 150 HP, if even that, so we'll just wait for the wave to crash in. Leave and Mako will still get their back here with the cannon shoving in. But they are up a little bit of CS depending on how this connection goes with Assume picking up the rest of the minions.
You know, I'll say that's arguably a better base for them. It's crashing with a cannon minion, so
true.
Mako could even open out onto the map through mid, look for a play here with JJ onto Strive and just kind of blow a summon spell, something like that, if Fofo doesn't hard shove the wave. Or they can just go as a 3 and try and collect some more information on the bottom side. Options quite varied for EDG, but either way, Assume takes his reset, will go back to base, find himself a tier, and then he'll start to stack that one up. Even though it was a rough early couple of waves, he should be able to recover quite nicely.
But speaking of rough waves, mid is set the same. Strive continues to take bad trades. Oh, Arla, beautiful hop away. Cube just about to get pummeled into a wall. That Mega Knight's coming up. He won't need to burn the flash right now. Cube's going to have to burn the TP to get back into this lane as Loyen waits for that timing. Mega Gnar in, stopping the back, no. Teleport's going to be coming through. Loyen hasn't been spotted. Arla, the wave is in an equal state, but he's playing this so safe.
Yeah, I think he just game sense, right? He knows he's about to time out. He knows Cube's coming back to base. Or coming back from base, rather. Just take the reset. No need to overextend. Really, really good stuff from Arla, because he knows he can just teleport back and still collect the wave either way. Now, we said earlier, Fofo, quite consistent lane priority here. And that potentially a play could happen on the bottom side of the map. And it seems like that will be in the name of this dragon, which EDG should be able to collect pretty much uncontested. We'll see if Leon can maybe try and force a play on the top side to try and answer this out.
I mean, Fofo just crashing that mid wave. Strive, it looks like it was most likely cannon wave I'm going to get, because the Strive hits this away. 10 CS down in mid. Already Fofo showing his stuff as this is going to be a Mega Gnar dive. It really is. I don't trust this.
I mean, they're going to be able to step up Permafrost really quickly, but Flash, Mega Gnar,
well, it's 3 though.
The wave is cleared out really quickly.
And Cube's just taking a million turret shots. Cube has just taken the whole family of turret shots as Arla's running for his life. Strive's coming up. They can't follow this, and that was smooth as anything from Arla.
Yeah, really good. Interrupts the hook shot as well. I think he still gets stunned, but the point is he actually gets the CC back into Cube, so he can't reset the tower aggro with the ultimate, and that means that it's still Cube tanking up all those tower shots, and there's no real follow-up available for the rest of RA because he's not locked down in that ultimate. So really well played from Arla. I think we're just going to get a replay of it as well, just for confirmation. So he interrupts the hook shot, but I think he still gets stunned. Yeah, unfortunate interaction. Either way, he clears the wave, gets the additional stun, and Cube has to flash away, and with no ultimate locking him down, even, you know, kind of half in place, he can still flash out of the way, but it's a very limited movement. None of RA, none of the rest of them can actually catch up and get any more damage or CC in, so really well played from Arla. Just dissuading that dive, 3v1.
And what did it cost? All those resources from RA. It cost more mid lane pressure as Fofo was able to push out the wave and stay mid while Strive committed that ulti. And again, as we look at Fofo just unleash hell, Strive is not having fun.
Now, I don't want to say that this early game is looking kind of rough for RA, but the earliest the plays aren't going their way. All right, okay, yeah, Fofo's just gonna, next, you know, just basically, he's waiting for Southwind to show up now, and he's actually coming to mid as well. He's just maybe trying to open up through the top side, but JJ's already on this Herald, and I think this one should be going in favor of EDG too. So early pickups there as Arla just finds another nice hop.
So, Jamada, I gotta ask at this point, EDG are controlling the early game. There has been a bit of brain diff so far, I feel like, coming through as JJ might not give time to answer my question. He is on a ward though, so Cube has the ability to play careful, Loyan the ability to play the counter gank. Ooh, we just got to see what happens here. The enhanced recall with Rift Herald picked up momentarily ago. JJ's going to use it to get back. So, Jamada, back to my question. Walk me through comps a little bit again, because side lane does feel important for RA. It does feel like snowballing is... Oh my god!
He had Q! He could have auto-attack reset it.
He literally could have used it early. That's right. I don't know, man. Cannon's just unlucky today. I got to bring it back. I need to know, like, if RA don't find themselves something in these lanes, how hard is it to play side lanes? Let me ask questions. Mako's not dead, though. He's going to flash away, luckily. Or should I say, the damage is just not enough at this point. Jamada, EDG's bottom lane, getting threatened a little bit now.
Yeah, they are getting threatened. I mean, going back to your question, though, comps.
Please.
I think it's, you know, even if the lanes don't necessarily go super positively, it's more about just kind of taking into consideration the scaling and the 1v1s on those side lanes and how they really interact with one another. And I just feel like, realistically, it's quite RA favored. Strive is going to eventually become a little bit unleashed once he hits sort of 2.5 items. Once he's got the shield bow plus a couple of the components, he'll be ready to fight. But of course, that second item spike, very, very potent for one half of the Wind Brothers as Mako.
Ooh. Speaking of which, that potency shown on Southwind, he flashes, heals. He's out of there with... Oh, it's definitely not Annie. I forgot this skin. The tip is looking like a schoolgirl. Just the best Annie skin, I think.
It's so goofy. I love it so much. But, yeah. Just to round off the point, RA should win out on the side lanes. For EDG, it's kind of a little bit more about team fighting still. And just kind of blowing up whoever you can with the Syndra, as much wombo as you can. However, if Syndra gets put behind like this, it can be rough.
Fofo, Scale of the Week's good, but he's just been hit up with everything. Strive getting first blood at 10 minutes, and Loyan was sick of all those snakes on the plane.
Why? What?
Not sure.
Why was he sick of the snakes on the plane?
Because he wasn't getting anything done. It's like Samuel L. Jackson at the end of the movie. He's had enough of all those snakes on the... It's hard without the swearing. But nothing was happening. Nothing was going right. Loyan finally gets something.
Yeah, and one really neat interaction I want to highlight in this replay is Strive actually ults through the Scat of the Week. So when you start the ultimate channel, no matter what, it finishes. It can't be interrupted. Whether intentional or not, very nice interaction used by Strive. And Fofo, unfortunately, cannot find his way away from Lian and Strive as we pan back to the top side. Arla is getting the better hand of the early stages here. Not necessarily unprecedented in this lane, but you would expect usually that RA would give a lane like this a little more attention to try and make it more cube favored. It just hasn't been able to work out for them so far.
But look, what lane are you going to try and give priority to, right? Because all of them are burning. Even bottom side, despite Assume and Southwind getting themselves a bit more shoving, and maybe that plate before, Leave has more. Fofo is shredding 30 CS in the mid lane. And right now, Jed just has to be Monkey. That's it. He just gets to chill out in his jungle, pick up another dragon. Yeah, probably, you know, get a bunning snag while you're at it, chill out with a VB, and just wait for these team fights you mentioned. There's Flash here onto Mako. He burns his summoner, or rather, just gets obliterated with Assume's great timing.
Yeah. Heimdallr and Varus, ladies and gentlemen. That's the best combo. It's very, very difficult to walk away from if you get clipped by even the first bit of the CC. If you're not Leave with the cleanse, you will likely die. And RA are now just going to reap the benefits of that plate, pick up another plate, and walk happily away from the tower. But EDG did pick up that second dragon of the game, so they're the ones with the early dragon stack, and we saw how important Hextech was to RA's eventual victory, and it really did close the gap for that scaling. This time around, it's an ocean.
Okay, it is Camille and hookshot, walkshot. To give Cube credit, that timing was pretty slick.
Yeah, it was. definitely was. This time, Ocean Dragon really already did the same thing for EDG. Not really, they're not against, you know, a mountain of poke like how RA were, for example, last game.
True.
But we'll see. Souls are still very powerful. Just not sure about the application of this one, as the Young could be found out here, but I mean, Strive's right behind him.
JJ has been hit with Permafrost. That's an easy ulti. Just taken down. Strive then turns his attention, but they haven't killed JJ yet. He re-engages with double Cyclone. Strive, finish your meal before you start the second one.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. And the way they could have actually just kind of finished this off, Strive just had to recast his E. JJ would have died if Strive actually just goes back to the soul. It's like a mini death mark. He doesn't cast it. JJ gets a little bit more regeneration back. I think from a Divine Thunder approach. Now 1v1 in the bottom side of Zoom.
Oh, he's going to cleanse away. Leave unable to reach range at maximum as Southwind puts the turrets down. Oh, he flashes! Leave in the turret. He knows he's dead, but he flashes the chains of corruption, just like Arnold Schwarzenegger would do.
Oh, Leave. You may have overstepped, but you definitely make the overstep worth. You clean up a little bit of what happened up in the top side for your mid jungle as well. I really want to see a replay of that 2v2. I'm not sure we're going to get it if we haven't gotten it by now. Strive, he's roaming up now to the top side. Cube has ultimate, has flash, and this is Mininar.
Yeah, it is. The flash away, and this time, look, Cube is not letting Arla get away scot-free. He's not letting anyone from EDG get away scot-free. Strive gets a kill, and at least RA finally gets some of those picks again.
Yeah, finally. EDG will trade out with this mid lane tier 1. RA are on top of this dragon, but the ultimate economy just isn't quite in their favor. And those ults in terms of skirmishing are so much more impactful at this stage in the game for RA, in my opinion, than it is for EDG. They need the last, not the last breath, it's the other brother. They need the Fate Seal. They need the Glacial Prison really to skirmish. The cooldowns are coming back up now, and sure, EDG's ultimates are available, but you could see how oppressive it gets just because of how quickly those permafrost stacks can be layered in. Assume almost collapsed on, not going to happen. But whilst this Herald's going on, Leave gets tower to himself on the bottom side, and EDG even get picked the lid to pick up a couple of jungle camps down here as well, so they're collecting resources. They'll trade out for this 2v2. We do get a replay of this, so what I really want to draw your attention to is more about how long Strive stays in the soul form, gets the ultimate off the back of this chain to see, and then goes on to Foco, which makes total sense, right? Absolutely. But because he's focused on taking him down, JJ just comes back overall because he's not dead yet to get out as much damage as he can. And once he snaps back to the form, unfortunately the Divine Thunder healing means that it's not enough damage anymore to kill JJ on the snapback. And Leave, as we are here in this 2v1, flash over the Chains of Corruption.
Nice.
All I'm going to say is if that was my solo queue ADC, he would have flashed into the Chains of Corruption. So, well played, Leave.
Very true. Some class moments throughout. And we don't see it on the replay, but Strive was able to come up to the top side and get the kill onto Arla after that play went quite horrendously. So RA were able to get something back. And I like that you pointed out that for RA, you know, getting these picks, even trading evenly here, it does feel like when you talk about scaling and we mentioned side laning, it's a big deal. But Cube, speaking of a big deal, is going to get taken down by one. Bofa gets second kill as that TP. That's in a dangerous spot. Strive ultis has to flash out though. He teleported in to die. Overly ambitious and just ridiculously silly as the rest of RA are now here. But Leave in a spot now to slow them down. Southwind and Loyan both hit. Bofa with the Scout of the Week. All he needs, the flash out, the heal out. Southwind is out, but Loyan throws his ulti as well. That's just Dragon, and RA kind of handed it to them.
Yeah, RA still a flat start, to be honest with you. EDG happy to just accept this third Dragon of the game. Like you said, Strive, you know, Sunday was yesterday. He's missed church. That was the time for donating. And Strive doesn't even have the chance to even cast his E. He just dies in the mists of EDG's damage. And yeah, kind of just handed over a couple of quick kills, more resources, and EDG at the moment, they've just taken real firm control of this game.
All it took was one play. Third Dragon comes through as well. As we look at the replay again, this was set up by Fofo in Brush, attaching to this side lane.
Yeah, not really much Cube can do, but the teleport comes, it's just such a... Surely you know Cube's gonna die. I guess RA just expects a little bit more time to be bought from Cube in terms of not getting one shot, but which doesn't end up working that way. And unfortunately, both solo lanes going down means that they can't even turn it into a skirmish where they can maybe trade some kills, maybe delay that dragon, and it goes over to EDG.
And on the return, as we come back to live, RA able to get something mid, but gold lead is still 3k in EDG's favor as Cube is starting to attach himself again to the side lane. Strive was sitting towards top, but Loyan has to hover for him as JJ comes over, ready for another Cyclone. It's coming up in about 5 seconds as turret goes down, opening up Arla's top lane just a little bit more. And we have 4 minutes to wait for now, Jamada, because Dragon's coming up very early on. This is going to be an early Ocean Soul for a team that you told me wants to team fight. I think you just hit the jackpot here.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, I feel like the Ocean Soul, it's, you know, it's all right. And I feel like, all right, it's all right. Yeah, it's all
Better
right.
to deny it from RA, I feel like, is fair.
Yeah. That's the important part. At the end of the day, like, any buff that you can get, any advantage you can get, it's still an advantage, right? And dealing with the poke that's going to be available from Southwind and Nasum, going to be pretty huge. And hey, I mean, you never know. If the tick timing is just right and you're being dove on by Strive, Lian, Cube, and those crucial last ticks of regeneration give you the opportunity to get out another spell, get out another piece of CC, just one more right click. It can make the difference in a team fight at the end of the day. So still, nothing to scoff at, as Strive might be scoffing at this Wukong damage.
Yeah, he's going to get out with the Faith Seal, but hang on a minute with the Cyclone through. Back in, cheeky devilish Strive, but flash over the wall. JJ wants it as a solo, but Fofo won't let him. It's a flash. It's another pick, and it's EDG getting themselves Strive down a second time as Chance Corruption was thrown out. Baron is now live here, but looks like EDG aren't going to play the risky basket with a little bit of help taken from JJ.
Yeah, a little bit too flippy, I would say. JJ's going to go back to base and just regenerate. And EDG will happily walk away with the pick that they found for themselves and put a little bit more pressure onto RA, shoving the waves, side lanes, looking pretty good. And generally, as we crest over the 20-minute mark, I beg your pardon, you can see EDG...
You beg for it.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. EDG have hit the 2 item mark for their carries. JJ is actually really, really close to a Black Cleaver. He might be able to get it before the dragon spawns up even. I'm not too sure, but with those components, he's maybe like 1,000 gold away.
Do you ever wonder, beg your pardon, it doesn't sound strange when you break down, you know, someone sneezes or makes a mistake, I beg your pardon. Why would you need pardon from the person that did the wrong thing? Why would you beg pardon from the person that did the wrong thing? Because you're obviously saying it like to someone...
So it's like you're asking for a pardon from the other person.
Right, but if I was rude, like my pop would say, beg your pardon to me, like, you know, I've done something wrong.
Yeah, so
I
it
never
works.
understood
English
that.
is a weird language, right? Because it can mean both sides. Like, if you said something rude to me and I was like, beg your pardon, it's like me asking you to apologize for it. But if I do something kind of rude and I say, I beg your pardon, it's more like, forgive me for, you know, doing something rude. So yeah, it's just English being goofy. And more specifically, I guess, it's quite, I beg your pardon, it's quite exclusive to like England's, the English and Aussies, really, isn't it? It's not really an American thing.
We are your convicts, you know. You literally just, you put us here on this island because you were just, these people stealing loaves of bread. Let's not cut their arms off.
Look, I sound English, but, you know, I'm part of that crew almost, actually, to be fair. Part of the,
okay, all right.
Don't forget, only English by accent and the fact I live here. As
okay.
Speaking. Well, come back to the game.
Yeah, please.
They're in the river first, which is good because they can try and get some poke down. The issue is EDG are kind of able to potentially pincer this with Arla, who's halfway through his Mega Bar, and they're looking for the fight.
Southwind has to get out though. Arla's about to go Mega Knight and they're in a choke. Arla gonna get the perfect ult. Okay, he does flash Cube. Gets locked up so he doesn't get over the wall. Arla, that passage of play was just strange as Leave now follows up. RA already zoned out and this Dragon Soul might just go over to them. I was expecting Arla to do big things, but I just watched in hilarity as this Nah jumped around the place.
You know, some days you're just there as a top laner.
Yeah.
You know, You're just
he did.
present.
That was still a sick block from Cube getting over the wall.
Yeah.
Absolutely magnificent. But the ulti at first is obviously not what we're looking at.
It doesn't make it any less silly looking, kind of, you know? Fortunately, we have a slow-mo replay to break down exactly how it happened. And yeah, get the ult. Unfortunately dodged away from by Cube. We get the flash and the extra flash to stop it from going over the wall. It's good stuff from Arla, and it secures that kill. Because maybe, just maybe, Cube can, you know, sort of mess around, look for a reposition, and potentially cause some issues on the back line again. But fortunately, with that blockage, it means that RA lose their top laner. It's a 4v5, and they can't really get through the choke. So EDG secure the Ocean Salt. And I guess the other sort of underutilized or underspoken about, I guess, point of an Ocean Soul is you can Baron dance forever with it. You can just start up, get poked down, and if you need to disengage, you just regen. So Aria also going to have to contest with that. As we toggle the vision, you can see it's only really the scuttle for now, but once that's gone, information is going to be very limited for the side of Aria.
They need to get rid of this ward here that Mako keeps going over. As Loyan tries to find a pick onto JJ, that's Heimerdinger ult, Chain to Corruption. They used everything on a Wukong, who also had everything up and available. RA panicking a little bit here. As EDG now starts slimmering out that hope, that vision control, that chance to get a bit of a peekaboo into the Baron. EDG say no, and now that they've cleared out all that vision, they're just, as you said, Jamada, waiting for the scuttle to be leaned out as they start the Baron and want RA to run into them.
They really do.
Okay,
Southwind lose half himself, but this is being started up by Fofo, by JJ, and now Leave is going to join the crew, and Mako is just going to play bodyguard. That's all he's got to do. And if Leon tries to step up, you can just get stunned. And the turn can actually come through from EDG if they want it as well.
Well, Cube needs to get in here. I mean, they want the TP, obviously, but RA aren't pulling the trigger as Strive and Southwind getting poked out. Cube is just sitting on a side lane. Loyan is about to die to a Mini-Nar autoing. Cube, are you ever coming in? I guess not, as everything's going to be used on the Mega-Nar now. See you later. Massive bait as Leave forces them in. Cube still not TPing. I can't stop focusing on it as Assume is lucky to be alive, but for how much longer? Leave will pick up the kill. EDG pick up the Baron, and this game is looking done.
It just feels like a bit of a half-hearted call from RA if they're not bringing Cube up, right? I'm not sure what the comms were there, but RA, a little bit all over the place. Leon forced out. And surely once you lose the jungler there in that kind of situation, you just back away. But RA just willing to throw more bodies to the plate. EDG, they get their kills, they get the Baron. They've had the soul for a little while now, and now they're looking to open up the base and try and close out this series.
It's just been a bit of a roller coaster of emotions for RA, showing signs they can be a playoff team, and then this game getting absolutely slaughtered, caught out, and EDG once again showing us that team fighting kings is great. Scout of the week to zone off. Mako survives because of it, and now Loyan has to flash with the Disintegrate, follows him down. The Ignite will help tick over as JJ gets another as Chain's Corruption hit onto the Monkey, the real one this time, but EDG have broken the base and they've taken away the jungler of the enemy team while Arla continues assaulting bottom side. This Baron play also at 6,000 gold with 1:40 of it left to go. We haven't even gotten over this replay here, Jamada, as Mako might have missed, but he did enough zoning for Loyan.
Yeah, you know, you're just right, but as I look at this replay, Cube would have to teleport to, I guess, a minion wave? No, there's a ward in that top side mid lane brush, so again, it just feels kind of weird and a bit half-hearted from the side of RA.
Yep.
They're just looking to, you know, kind of, I don't know, greedily see if they can get the Baron without losing as much resources as possible, but at this point in the game, the trajectory is you're going to lose, right? Just send everything. You have to imagine that's got to be the more realistic call, but doesn't end up coming through. Cube gets chunked out there on the bottom side as we come out that replay.
Whoa, beautiful stun.
Yeah.
Southwind, is he just dead?
Yes,
he is. There's a lightning crash. Stripe has to yeet on out of there, and as Leave runs into the base, now RA have to decide how do we spend our last moments before EDG put us in the coffin with the Ocean Salt with the Baron. RA, it's time to fight. Cube, get in there. Hello. RA, hello, hello, hello. RA, anybody? Hey, anybody? Pick up the phone, guys. Yeah, hi, it's Asterix here. Hi, are you guys gonna fight? No? Oh, okay, well, EDG 2-1 then.
think that's the best end game call I've ever heard. But it rings a bit true, doesn't it? I think that last maybe 10 minutes or so for RA, it felt like they just had no way to fight, right? And I think it just bled into the mentality of that game for them. They couldn't look for proactive plays anymore. Felt like their window had already closed because of how far EDG were ahead. And, you know, an excellent game to top off what was a very fun series to watch in EDG. I think just trying to make a little bit of amends after their Game 2 performance, because realistically, I feel like they should have probably found ways to stave off RA in that game number 2. So it's not the cleanest series in the world, and it's not 2-0 to try and bring them into that top 2 on game difference, but they still maintain a 7-2 record, and they keep up pace with JDG and LNG.
It's a shame like RA weren't able to give us a competition in game number 3, because I think I was surprised by how they came into that game 2. I was surprised by the fact that RA showed us so much within the realms of just the series alone, even within the game 1. But EDG, when they're switched on, they are on. Like game 2, I think as well, JJ didn't have a position of control, and we saw Jamada in game 2 on his Bragas. JJ was just all over the place. EDG didn't have that stability, and it kind of fell apart. And I think there's important notes of like these core players like JJ, like Mako. If they're falling off, or if they're not holding positions of power, giving direction to the rest of the team, then EDG just don't look as solid as they did.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you know, it's not even really a harsh assessment, because even in the context of the team, the changes that have been made, it makes sense that if your most veteran player or one of your more veteran players doesn't necessarily have the agency to make calls or make plays because of the champion that they're handed or the situation they're in, that the rest of the team starts to look a little bit lackluster. So I think that's definitely something that EDG are going to have to monitor moving forward. But very clearly, like as we just saw from game number 1, game number 3, if we do have JJ on a champion which can command a lot more pressure and actually sort of drag numbers from lanes to early plays, then EDG are a force to be reckoned with, and it's very hard to keep up with some of their early game plays if they start to take full control.
And look, for EDG, again, like despite game 2, they still look like a top 3 team. They have locked themselves in for top 3, not for the whole, you know, for a large portion, because they will be versing LNG later on, but they're a solid contender. They're up in the top 4, indubitably. Like this team is, again, such a big surprise. And even in that game number 3, like Ala had some brilliant moments. I think JJ, again, you know, saying that he had a much better game 3. Fofo throughout the series felt pretty consistent there, Jamada. Like, I think Fofo, again, showing us why EDG made this investment and filled the shoes of Scout with a player that has been a bit questionable in the LPL. Fofo and EDG, again, has been one of their most solid players in this series. The same is to be said.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just go ahead and say it. I feel like he's been one of the strongest mid laners so far this year, right?
Nice,
And I think, honestly, especially when you consider expectations, that's a massive statement to, you know, kind of be levied against your name. So I'm very happy to see that Fofo has been able to step into this lineup, given the history, and, you know, perform really, really well for EDG. And again, you know, because of the potential concerns that, as I suppose a community we had for EDG, seeing them play this well is definitely something that I can continue to look forward to as we move towards the end stages of the split.
We can talk about their schedule coming up, though, but before we do that, I believe we do have an interview. I believe it's JJ, unless my ears don't work anymore. So we're going to throw over to the interview and see what we got.
Hello there, welcome to Postgame Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Jie, the jungler for EDG. Congratulations on your 2-1 victory. First question, I really want to touch on that Elise pick in game number 1, because it's been a long time since we saw you pick this champion last time. And what's your take on this meta, especially in jungle positions? 欢迎姐姐来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜 EDG 今天2-1拿下了比赛的胜利。首先可以看到第一局的时候，姐姐这边是已经选出了蜘蛛这个英雄哈，我们已经有很长时间没有看到你拿出你这个招牌英雄了，所以你觉得在今天的第一局选出他的契机是什么呢？
蜘蛛在这个版本是一个很强势的大英雄，如果我们能选到一些比较进攻性比较强的阵容的时候，我们就会选择蜘蛛作为我们的打野。
Actually, I think that Elise is really a very strong jungle champion in this meta, and if we can get some aggressive picks in our draft so that we can just pick this champion in game number 1. And I also want to touch on how did you guys reveal after losing game number 2, which is really back and forth, and I know that EDG performed pretty good in late game and you also stole the Elder, but things didn't go well for EDG. How did you guys adjust your form after this game? 那么今天第2局的时候，我们可以看到后期其实是非常跌宕起伏的嘛。其实我们看到 EDG 这边在后期也展现了韧性，包括你有精彩的抢掉了第2条远古龙之后，可能这局比赛还是稍稍小吃一成。在这一局之后，队伍是怎么样进行复盘呢？
这把打完之后就觉得前面节奏不对吧，然后我们没有控到很多的游戏资源，所以下一把之后把对面擅长的英雄ban掉之后，我们选用了我们比较擅长的一套打法。
Actually, maybe in game number 2, we didn't find the right game pace in early game, and we lost so many mutual objectives, like so many drakes. And in game number 3, we just changed our BP strategies to make sure that we pick a very comfortable BP draft for our team. And next question, I know that game number 3 is really solid game for EDG. So from your perspective, which part did you think and you did a really great job than Rare Enemy in order to take a very solid victory in game number 3? 那么确实在经过了调整之后，第3局 EDG 这边是一局非常稳扎稳打的运营局。那么从杰的角度来看，你们觉得在哪个部分就可以说是比对面做得更好？然后比如说是像对线呐、阵容还是一些什么资源控制之类的？
从对线上我们就已经打出了比较高的压制力了，然后我们通过对线获得的优势去控到了所有的地图资源，就很好赢下比赛。
Actually, we did a better job in laning phase in early game, and so that we can control so many very important mutual objectives for this victory. Final question for you: you are going to play against LNG, who ranks the first place of the standings. What's your take on next matchup against them? 最后一个问题，这边 EDG 将在下一局面对到目前稳居积分榜榜首的 LNG 嘛？他们在这个赛季的状态也很好。那么姐对下一局比赛有什么看法呢
？LNG 这个赛季打得很好，然后就 Scout 等我来杀他吧。
LNG performs pretty good in this meta, and I really want to say something to Scout that I'm going to kill you. Please wait for me, Scout. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢姐来到我们的赛后访问。Back to you guys.
Thank you to Jeje. I mean. Yeah, I'm hoping he's talking in League of Legends, but of course...
Yeah, he means on the Rift, guys. He means...
On the Rift. He's on the Rift, you know. He's going to kill Scout. But, hey, that's some fire. Again, that's our match of the week later in the week, Jamada. So I'm glad he's getting warmed up to that.
Yeah, you know, as you know, I don't speak Mandarin. I don't understand it very well. But I heard Mandarin, Scout, Mandarin. So I was like, JJ is ready for this match of the week for sure. I heard in our ears that we have Fofo as the MVP for that final game. And yeah, I think Fofo honestly had a very, very consistent series. And I'm hoping for him in that matchup against LNG later this week, that he will continue this level of consistency, because I think he's been a real game changer for EDG time and time again, and he was definitely a game changer, not only in this game, but I think, again, throughout in game number 2 as well. He could have very easily clawed it back for the side of EDG.
Yep, a great series all round. Fofo well-deserved here on the Syndra, and I believe it was Jeje who got game 1 MVP, wasn't it? Was Jeje or was it Fofo again?
It was Jeje, because of the Elise performance. Like, you can't... Yeah, you know? You
yeah, true. That's true. But again, as you said, you know, like, game 2 could have very well clawed it back, picked up MVP if this was a 2-0, but Fofo in game 3 here on the Syndra. Beautiful stuff, especially alongside Mako. Great CC combination with Jeje alongside them too. This is a roster that people should really be scared about, and they're doing so much better than expected. Even though we expected them to be a playoff team, we never thought they'd be looking down the barrel of a 7-2 start. And Jamada, as we round this out, I just quickly want to talk about schedule. LNG, our match of the week coming up later in this week. Weibo Gaming at the start of week 8. But then from there, there's a lot of easy matchups. EDG can realistically end at like 10, 11, maybe even 12. We could be looking at an EDG that lock in top 4 and actually lock in playoffs pretty soon too.
Yeah, to really put it into perspective, EDG are now 7-2, and they've played the majority of the top of the table teams. It's just LNG and Weibo to go. Other than that, pretty much half their matchups are teams that are outside the top 10, and the other matchups are OMG and TT. So this is a team that could very realistically, like you say, brush over 11, 12 wins here if they're able to take down the other top side Titans.
It's a big day for EDG. Picking up a win at the very least is a great way to round it out for them. But we have one more series to go, folks. Ultra Prime versus BLG, also at Shanghai. Might be a bit long of a break, depending on how long it takes them to get set up on stage. But Jamada and myself will be back right after this to bring you that series.
Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt train, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. never stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around?
A nice little break for you guys to, catch back up on your sleep, your rest, whatever, maybe. You had some popcorn. Maybe you just chilled out and chat the whole time, but at least your 20 minutes are up and over as we get into Ultra Prime versus BLG. Breaks are a little bit longer when we're back-to-back at Shanghai, but that's just the way it is. I'm Asterix. I'm joined by Jamada. And our first series was a bit of a banger. It was a bit of a sleazy back and forth with RA showing us some stuff, but I'm thinking the second series is going to be a bit messy, Jamada, because both Ultra Prime and BLG have showed us that they can be, what's the word, imprecise at times.
Imprecise. That's a very political way of putting it. Yeah, Ultra Prime, they're a team, and I like them. And they get down and dirty. I think for BLG, right, I think for the quality of player that they have, sometimes they definitely lack that level of coordination, that sort of like finishing touch on a lot of their plays. And I feel like that's what's led them right now to being sat at 4-4 in the standings, which I don't necessarily think is super representative of their ceiling. So hopefully, into a team like Ultra Prime, who have been a little bit up and down, they should be, much like themselves, but a lot more down. They should be able to actually clean up this series a lot more cleanly than they've shown in the past against some of the lower sort of standing teams here in the LPL.
Yeah, should do. I mean, again, like BLG's best moments have been, I guess, against some of these top tier teams, I would say, when they took a game off JDG, took a game off Weibo, actually, in fact, beat Weibo Gaming. Like, that's the kind of BLG, we want to see. But then you get BLG that goes to a game 3 every time. Like, they are our game 3 team this split with Jamada because, except for EDG, every single series that BLG has had so far has gone to a game 3.
Yeah. BLG don't do 2-game series. It's just the thing, which kind of makes me concerned, more in the sense of, will they be able to clean this kind of thing up? Because I think that's definitely the difference maker between, your sort of 8th, 9th place team against your 5th, 4th place team, or of course, naturally higher, is these teams will clean up and very quickly push aside these teams that are sort of fighting to get into playoffs. And BLG hasn't quite shown us that same level of venom just yet. So I'm really hoping, for the sake of BLG, given, some of the name power, specifically on the top side of the map, of course, that they'll be able to actually show us as we move towards playoffs, because that's probably going to be the big thing for them, right? It's more likely about sort of that strong-looking playoffs run, that they are a team to be reckoned with. Speaking of more on this matchup specifically, Ultra Prime have also shown us that they've got quite a wide variety of champions that they're willing to pull out at kind of a moment's notice sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, Ning's Jarvan's one of them, right? We see a bit of Talia from Ching, who also has that Zoe pocket pick. I think the biggest one for me is that bottom lane, like, Doggo has been willing to flex around with different 80 carries. We are in a very different meta, though. I'm not going to say very different. We're in a different meta, right? We're 13.3, so I'm curious how Ultra Prime kind of adapt around. We've already seen the Annie come through. But again, UP are an interesting team to watch because Hail Mary with some of these drafts has been interesting. I'm sure we're going to get one of these for BLG as well. And I'm kind of curious about the comparison because you have Shun in here who is like a Nidalee Kindred stan. And then in the midst of it, it's like, okay, Bin also is a Fiora player and a Relia player, like carry top laner who can flex around with things like Gwen as well. It's not like BLG aren't bringing some pocket picks to the table either.
No, right? And I feel like, to me, BLG, it's more about some of that skill expression, right? To sort of summarize it. Specifically, it's quite rare, especially in this meta, that you get that out of junglers. So having a player like Shun, and I think generally being able to play through a jungler can be a pretty rare asset to a team. And in the case of BLG, on occasion, they've shown that they're willing to give him that platform and that freedom to do that. And, as far as the utility picks are concerned, it's only really the Vi that he's being sort of, lent on a lot here for the side of BLG. Other than that, it's mostly, damage carries pretty much and some of the sure meta stuff that you get out of it. So I think for BLG, a lot of it still remains in the top side to me. And yes, you do have a pretty, on paper, what should be consistent bottom side. again, I feel like the big thing for BLG has just been about that inconsistency with all of their series going to 3 games and not necessarily pinpointing a strong way for themselves to consistently play the game, right? Like a strong philosophy, a consistent one.
I was just looking on that graphic, and On surprised me with how many champions he has. 11 unique champions, and we're at week 7. He has the most unique champions in his team, in this game as well, by the way. Elk is next, and then you have the solo laners. The fact that this bottom lane is piloting things like we've had Draven, we've had a bit of Caitlyn from Elk, which isn't really his style. You know, Lucian Zeri has been mostly him. Sivir, Ashe, Jhin, Ezreal, Kai'Sa. And then there's things like Pyke have come through. Caitlyn came through from On in the 13.1 meta. Heimerdinger, Lulu, bit of Karma, a Lux, a Rakan. Like, this bottom lane has like 20 unique champions between them.
Yeah, they're just a little bit of spice, just sprinkle it in there. And it's definitely very nice to see, just because of how stale specifically the the bot side meta was specifically.
True.
Zeri, Nami, Lulu, Lucian, very, very exciting. Very, very, very interactive for sure. Still very happy we've moved away from it for the most part. Still rears its head in 13.3, but it's a lot more about, you know, the Caitlyns, the Varuses. But yeah, I feel like that, you know, that level of flexibility is definitely something that, again, BLG should be able to rely on. I just feel like they need to kind of maybe just pick a side, right? I feel like from the perspective of someone that's had to grow a team before and sort of get a team to a point where they're actually comfortable with each other, playing one style can actually be pretty important to a team so that they can actually gel together, and then you can start to build that foundation. I'm not saying that the amount of champions they've shown and the flexibility that they've given us on stage is a bad thing, but more along the lines of representative to a 4-4 score from this BLG lineup, which should be pushing higher towards the top end of playoffs. Maybe that could be something they can start to look towards as we close out the season, approach the final couple of weeks, and then in playoffs bring out more of that flexibility and that flexing of the muscles.
This is the team that won Demacia Cup, right? Like, this is the team at the start of the season we're hyped up because I think you said at the start of show tonight, like, this is a super team. Maybe not by pure namesake. It's not like putting the Shy and I was going to say rookie back together, but it's just by individual skill and how it works.
I would describe it kind of akin to what the XL roster should have been in the LEC this winter split, where in theory, every player that was on that XL roster, as an example, was more or less top 3 in their role moving from summer. So I'm not entirely sure I'll sell everybody on the BLG lineup as top 3 in their role from summer, by the way. Just a bit of a clarification there. But very much towards the top end of their role in the LPL from summer, right? In terms of individual performance. And it just feels like we haven't necessarily gone that same level from every single player all the time. What was he
Rush his teeth, but hang on. It's Ching versus it's Yagao. So toothpaste. Yeah.
Okay.
Yagao is toothpaste. So I was just like, hang on a minute, because again, it's strange talking about Yagao in a team that's, I guess, not JDG for once. Like, it has been a really big change, but Ching obviously throwing out the toothbrush as now we get to welcome BLG on stage on the other side. And again, a lot of concerns for this team considering we have these high expectations, but still, it is a pretty big lineup when you look at the names.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, they're still also a very fun lineup to watch. I don't think we should take that away from them. Or with the level of skill expression that just about every single player is willing to bring to the stage. You know, when we get those kind of, you know, fun gaming moments where, you know, players like Bin and Shun are willing to pull out their more handsy champions, shall we say. You know, it's exciting to watch, and normally they pull it off with pretty solid execution.
So against Ultra Prime is going to be a big test. Says, hang on, Yagao.
Anything?
Bit of a limp. Is Yagao okay? There's a bit of a limp. He's hurt himself.
He's trying his best to carry BLG. You know, it's starting to hurt on the hammies a bit. Yeah, bad back.
But I've been saying that about Bin. I mean, Bin feels like, again, you said at the start of the show that, you know, Bin does feel like the players played around the most, but Bin also, I think, has had exceptional games so far.
Yeah, no, Bin has been a standout for sure. Even if you rack your mind all the way back to week 1, when they faced off against JDG, BLG very well could have won that series almost entirely through Bin. So, you know, when it comes to those big stage moments for BLG when they're against the other top of the table teams, Bin seems to be the guy that BLG would like to, you know, sort of keep their eyes on and continually give resources to. I'm wondering whether or not that was another football celebration there from Candace. I'm not too sure.
No, we're going off the deep end. Candace is just posing. Absolute legend.
She gave us the Diablo one earlier. I wonder what Diablo's doing in football. I'm not going to turn this into a football game.
That's okay, because I'll tell you. Last time I watched like football was World Cup when Mark Viduka was on the Australian team. That's how long ago it was. It's like for any Aussies out there, 2004. 2008, I don't know.
I was questioning whether or not I was even alive. I have never heard of that before. But that
when
shows my
Timmy Cahill was on the team.
Now, Cahill I know. Cahill I'm very familiar with.
Isn't he? Because is he in the? I was going to say the ERLs. Is he in the? Is he the ERLs? He played for Ultraliga.
No, he was a Chelsea player, if I recall correctly. At the time.
Where is he now?
It has to be retired. Unless he's playing out in like America or something.
Okay.
Anyway, enough football talk.
Yeah, true.
As much as I used to love it, this series should give us a good indication of how, I think for me, BLG are maybe looking towards the end of the split. I feel like Ultra Prime are a wacky enough team to give them a test as to being able to potentially deal with some of the top teams in more of a sense of some of the top teams do have curveball picks that they are willing to throw out from time to time. And Ultra Prime are definitely, in my head, kind of like the borderline mad scientist team. Not because of necessarily the variety of their picks, but more because they're kind of just crazy. Like, they will happily just commit to a play, even maybe full well knowing that it's not necessarily the best one. They'll do it anyway.
True. I mean, throw in the Hail Mary, and I think that's Ning. I think that is the direction of Ning. If I didn't know better, him and Baolan, like the strongest voices in that team by far, you'd have to assume they've got the experience. And again, you're supporting two ex-world champions who in 2018, one of them got finals MVP. Ning was the best player on that squad by far in a lot of senses in finals, not even just finals, but during parts of the year as well. Hard when Rookie and the Shy were also having a giga-based years. As, Ning is just kind of incredible in that sense of direction. So I think in Ultra Prime's wins, that's where it's looked concrete. That's where it's looked very meaningful. I would say that this team, is doing better than I expected as well. I have to be real with you that I think Ultra Prime, the fact that they're on 3 wins is more than I thought they would get. I think they would be, bottom 4 at the highest of this split here.
You don't have faith in Ning Baolan? Hysterics, how?
No, I don't. Baolan, I think Baolan was one of the worst parts of old IG. I'll be real with everyone. Like, if you look at IG, compare the players, right? Jaculov was playing to his absolute peak, maybe a little bit less inting, I guess. We have the Shy and Rookie in some of their best years.
Their peak years,
Ning, finals MVP for a reason, plus there's just some great games. Then there's Baolan. Now tell me, how is Baolan the best player on that roster?
Hey, man. He's vibrant.
That's right.
Sometimes you just get to kick your legs up and get a world championship.
I can do that.
For doing the basics.
Oh, apart from the world championship bit.
All right, we're into draft, and I think the immediate focus has to be that we almost got 6 jungle bans. Ultra Prime really focusing on Shun's, comfort champion pool, as well as the Elise banned away. And on the opposite side, BLG banning very common red side bans plus that Sejuani, and it leaves up the Caitlyn. The Varus is also available. It really depends on what Ultra Prime are looking to do, but also if so many jungle bans, you have to imagine that the jungle picks are going to be quite quick to be snapped up. But Ultra Prime will go ahead and get their hands on the Rise, which is something we didn't see anything from in the previous series. So curious to see how Ching and Ultra Prime will utilize this pick.
Not his most played. Syndra actually is most played, but opts in for this instead. As last series, we did see the Jax ban quite heavily. Ben's going to be taking that away for his 3rd time as we are just slicing through these pick bans with Caitlyn showing us in 13.3. It is just going to give one of the strongest lanes as for BLG, it does mean they give away something like the support, as Ultra Prime have the chance to pick it now, but this is just strange. There's Kennen. I mean, there's no jungle or AD priority here. They're like, okay, let's give Ning Lee Sin, which during that World Championship was insane too. But bottom lane is just forfeit from Ultra Prime.
Yeah, so they're willing to give up a couple more ADC picks. I think because there's honestly not any AD bans, right? Zeri, Lucian, both up. Those will likely be banned away. Varus as well. So with 3 strong ADCs up and available, I think the gambit here from Ultra Prime is just to say, we feel like we're always going to get a strong ADC and potentially even a decent support matchup, with BLG now blinding that support and leaving their jungle to the next pick. BLG will have a very strong duo. Ultra Prime will be able to get 2 direct counters, and Ultra Prime will be able to snap away some of these more meta picks available from Shun. Expect to see something like the Vi removed away, and probably the Wukong, and we'll see where Shun goes from there. On the opposite side, BLG take away the Varus, and then it's really going to be a toss-up, I imagine, between Zeri and Lucian. Azir actually banned away from Ultra Prime. I'm kind of surprised at that mid lane focus.
Oh, it's interesting. I mean, Yagao, though, maybe be looking at something a bit more promising, right? Like, as Syndra has said before, things like the Jace here, Jamada, we've seen today heavily and through 13.3 so far. Talia, Yagao is known for over the years as well. Like his Galio, like there are things that Into the Rise we can see match quite nicely. So they've now only got limited options as Ultra Prime. Do they continue to commit to the mid lane bans?
Yeah, that's my biggest question is, will we just get another mid lane ban? Something like Galio is a nice call out just because you could set yourselves up for a very strong 2v2 in the mid jungle, right? Galio for setup and then Shun on a damage carry, not very uncommon to see a situation like that. Yagao very happy to take the back seat in the carry department and pick up utility picks quite frequently when the time calls for it. And Ultra Prime, they get the read as well. They say, you know what? We're not going to deal with it. And with Jax already being there for a side lane threat as well, having something like the Galio to pack that up and support it globally is just something it seems like Ultra Prime not willing to deal with here in this setup. It does allow BLG to still pick up a very strong jungler, something like, again, the Wukong, Vi. These are some of Shun's most played champions this split. Unsurprisingly, they are meta. And BLG will take up the former or out of that and lock themselves in the Vi, so they have that consistent form of hard engage.
And give Yagao a closer look as to what he's going to run in for the rest of the comp as well, because I feel like that's going to really define what he gets in this final red side 5th pick. Ultra Prime so far this comp, not speaking to what we know so far. It's just a very different angle. But now we have to cement that bottom lane. Doggo and Baolan. We're talking about these bottom lanes of both teams having very big champion pools. They just go back to Lucian Nami.
Yeah, I mean, pretty sure it's their most played off the top of my head. Though I actually could be thinking about, it's actually the other way around. It's Elk and On's most played duo, Nami and Lucian. So interesting to see that Doggo and Baolan will go into this matchup. I'm pretty sure this is considered technically a counter matchup, not like the Caitlyn and Lux. It's kind of hard to just lane 2v2 and do what you would like, because you can always get very consistent disengages from the side of the Caitlyn Lux lane. We'll see how it ends up playing out, because at the end of the day, you know, theoretical counters only mean so much. It's about how execution lies in a lot of these early game lane bully and bursty 2v2s. Speaking of burst, Yagao locked in the Syndra, so that's going to be a very, very hard to deal with 2v2 in the mid lane and jungle from BLG. 2 point-and-click ultimates, which are just going to lock you down and blow you up.
So straight away, BLG lanes here. Jamada, like, that's, I think it's a cause for concern, considering that BLG, this just looks favorable for them to run over the early game and make sure that Ultra Prime can't really team fight.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for me, right? I think when you look at those BLG mid and bottom side matchups, it's pretty them favored. So I consider for Ultra Prime to look more towards the one item, and I think that's kind of been the case. The ever-evolving mystery that is Nami Lucian, and very often not winning games. It feels like often they'll lose in the laning phase, and then, you know, maybe have a little bit of pressure if they're, you know, in a really good matchup, but then it's about that Gale Force, Dirk, and then the Mandate Spike, right? That's when you really blow someone up in the mid game. That's when you start to take over in pressure. And then, of course, even though we don't see the pick very often, Kennen can break games with one strong ultimate, so always keep your eyes on Harry for the flanks.
But against the Syndra, I'm always worried, because Syndra's range has stymied so many LPL, I was going to say Kennens before. Well, so much. Imagine his name. Right, just one day changes it to Kevin, doesn't tell anyone.
If Kennon's doing bad, it's Kevin. It's not Kennon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like how, do you remember Lee Song back in the day? Like, if Lee Sin was doing bad, it used to be Lee Song. Because, I don't know.
I don't remember that at all. No,
know that well, I think it was more to do with, at one point, Lee's W had like really ridiculous AP scalings or something really silly like that. So they tied it to that. And then eventually it just got tied to being bad at Lee Sin, or having a bad Lee Sin games. Instead of Lee Sin, it'll be Lee Song.
Surely we have more.
I think that's the amount. I'm pretty sure there's more, but I'm drawing a blank at the moment.
Yeah, so am I. I mean, I don't know. Every time I just keep thinking that one is Lulu, but it's just in her name. And every time Lulu does bad, it's just, I feel like it's Lulu. But it's already in the name. It doesn't work. Anyway, if I remember one, I'll let you all know. But we talked about lanes for BLG being a priority here. Mid and bot, Jamada said. If they come out with a lead, it just does feel like we're going to give BLG the edges. What did we see, bot? What happened? Nice. Oh my god, On landed an ability.
Yeah, On. Does he have mana flow? That's the important thing, right? Mana flow stat. Of course. Very early on, that was an E, but the Q hits, so they're winning the level 1 trade for now. And of course, the range advantage definitely lends over to BLG. And for Doggo and Baolan, it's more about, you know, getting really strong level 3 trades onwards, doing your best to kind of get as bursty a trade in without having much recourse found from BLG. That's how you really get positive trades here when you're dealing with the range deficit. But it does look like level 2 will be hit by BLG here first, so Ultra Prime, they're going to have to respect that.
As expected, Bin doing the same up on the top side. Harry just getting a reverse trade and doing a good job onto Bin. We've seen this Jax again in similar matchup here. So we'll keep bated breath, or rather an eye up there as Ning's going to get spotted on the ward. As he rotates through, Tribush on the bottom side, has to walk all the way up. Or maybe he's setting up for the invade. I'm curious because in comes for the mid game. Scatherweek doesn't connect though. And Shun can't find an entrance. Unfortunately, Yagao just doesn't hit the spell.
Yeah, not for now. So nothing's going to get blown. But you can already start to see the pressure and the threat from that 2v2 even in the early stages. Scatherweek into Vaiku. You'd be surprised sometimes how much burst can come out from a Vi. As we pan towards the top side. Unfortunately, Bin isn't able to crash this wave, and with the health deficit he's in, feels a little bit pressured. He does have a health pot. He likely has things like second win in Druid Page to soak up some of the poke damage, but doesn't want to overstep because he knows Ning is on the top side.
Yeah, he did. He saw that Warden Tri-Brush, knows Ning's popping up, as you stated. Shun's going to be coming down bot on a ward yet again as well. And as Shun pushes in, I mean, he's just continuing to stand in front of this turret. Demolish helps out, and obviously that was, I believe that was that On picking that up? Because that definitely wasn't Shun.
Elk has Demolish because he has Boneplate.
Does he?
Elk, yeah, Elk has Boneplate.
Oh, okay,
so
yeah, very good point.
That's a really nice optimization because the thing with Caitlyn lanes is usually you want to try and break the tower as soon as you can a lot of the time. I think the most efficient way usually is just to get as many plates off the tower as you can and move the Caitlyn around and use that as a source of pressure to then start picking up neutral objectives. So the fact that you're into Nami Lucian gives you the opportunity to go resolve secondary because you want bone play. Might as well take Demolish as well. So if they can continue to poke in Baolan and Doggo, expect that they will actually strip away those plays quite quickly with that little rune addition from Elk. Really nice.
Already a 10 CS lead, and you can see downriver, they've given full vision priority here to both Elk and On. Wards line through as Ching starts moving down, and especially that level 6 rise, they're going to have full information about when he starts moving down and trying to influence that lane as Light Binding does connect, exhaust down the bottom lane, but Ning's coming in for a gank. However, there's a counter response here as Elk runs on in, Ning's there, and he's just found out. Sonic Wave to get him out, but the flash there. Elk going forward, headshot, and they get him. On expense, the flash too, and first blood is gained.
And Shun can move even further forward because he's still got flash and he's got a full health bar to work with. Gonna force Doggo all the way out. Won't actually go for the dive further play itself. Knows he can get CC'd up with the under tower, but the damage is already done. I mean, the CS lead is already double that for Elk and On, and look at this massive minion wave being missed by Doggo and Baolan. This is a huge lead, and yeah, it's just a really solid read from Shun. To be honest with you, the 2v2 ensues, and Ning is trying to capitalize. definitely expect that from Ultra Prime. It just feels like it's a little bit too telegraphed, unfortunately. Shin interrupts the safeguard. Q comes through in the flash, and even though the headshot damage doesn't quite finish off the kill, it's a nice heal from Baolan. What does is that Light Lightning on picks up first blood.
Really nice from the duo of BLG, and you know, we were saying before the break, bit of a lead. It's a BF sword. It's like the olden days, like season 4. God. You know, the amount of damage coming out of Elk already is what's with the -1.
-1 in chat. You know what to do.
Again.
You know what to do.
It's like
tough.
10th time today as Cannons are not getting the respect they deserve, but Ning trying to give respect to the bottom lane, get something back here. Baolan and Doggo trying to lure them in, but their wave is pushing against Elkanon.
Yeah, see, you know, the alarm bells are ringing for Ultra Prime. They know they have to try and shut down this lane. That wave was actually technically broken, so I think it's going to slow push back into Ultra Prime. Ning steals that. Not bad. But the problem is, the bot lane is at such a deficit that now Shun knows where Ning is. He can just sit here until he knows that Ning leaves. So there can be no more interjection, realistically, from the side of Ultra Prime.
Elkanon still giving respect, however, though. At the very least, Ching's moving down bot. Realm Warp there.
They know they have to stop it.
It's literally like Elk and Otter just like, well, it's fine for the time being. There's the Realm Warp. Elk is going to net out. Remember, the summoners were burned. They're all in onto On. He's just about to die. They need an auto, but Ching can't get it. He steps on a trap as he gets out. The turret ramp up was brutal, and Elk just gets a freebie.
Oh no, hysterics. It's a complete disaster. I don't know what else to say. I mean, you can see for so long Ultra Prime wanted that play, and they wanted to just try and put Elk in an uncomfortable position. But now Shun's here, and very least Baolan's going to die.
He flashed as well. Elk is not going to get the kill, but Shun's going to have the Vault Break. It doesn't wait for it, flashes instead. Another kill. Another one bites the dust. 3-0 start. BLG almost up 3,000 gold at 8 minutes in the game.
Yeah, and if I had to wager a guess, a majority of that 3,000 gold lead or 2,500 gold lead is just coming from Elk directly onto Doggo.
Yeah.
Elk? I mean, Ning has level 6.
Okay,
So-
well, Elk should be dead, right? Kick back, and the only problem is whether he can take Doggo out with him, but the answer is no. So Ning at least getting a response as the overpush for Demolish is a plate for a kill.
Yeah, plate for a kill. What I think would actually be quite smart right now, though, is if Elk could maybe open out onto the top side alongside On. You can see us roaming up. I guess he might have to just go back to bot to catch the wave. And either way, it seems like the priority lies in wait for BLG. They'll get that Herald, I think, with all the overextension on the bomb side, so Elk can go back down here. Looking at the replay, though, On just about gets away. And like you said, the turret ramp... Oh, my mic decided to go up towards my face. Yeah, the turret ramp was just brutal, and whilst this is all going on, this massive minion wave was also being missed, so it's just a huge amount of resources across the board being missed out and overutilized by Ultra Prime in terms of their own, but the minion wave also going against them. It just feels bad.
Yeah, so even though we see Ning come down to the bottom lane and get the response kill, still that CS lead exists. There's still a Bloodthirster coming first here from Elk. It's not the only lane doing well, as mid has a bit of a CS advantage. We'll say on the other side, though, Ultra Prime have at least a top lane. Harry, 20 CS in the range versus melee matchup. At least they have one lane who is a little bit more reliable.
Yeah, and hey, you know, at the end of the day, Kevin can always, you know, just one ultimate, all it takes, and you will win a huge amount of it on occasion. I remember, I think it was around a year and a half ago, it kind of just reared its head in the LEC. And it just became meta for some reason. Like, Kennen was just strong. There was no reason for it. I don't even think it got nerfed. I think it just left.
Everything else got weaker.
Yeah. It just came and went. And Kennen still does the exact same thing. And there isn't really, you know, there's not much to stop it. It's a light binding, scatter the weak, Viol technically, I guess, but, you know, it's only going to stop it from moving very briefly. The ultimate's still going to go off. So BLG, they're always going to have to track Harry on this Kennen. And like you say, getting a pretty sizable lead 1-to-1 in the top side, for now Bin being put a little bit behind, means that Harry will be able to hit those iron spikes faster. And as long as Ultra Prime stop hemorrhaging gold, Hysterics, for the time being, I think they could be in for an okay shot once a couple of these first items do come in.
Well, look, First Dragon is not going to make things okay, though, because BLG will be able to team when they want Ultra Prime to take the fight. But at the very least, it's a late First Dragon here with Herald being taken by Shun as well. So we're going to see where he puts that, where he can open up the map. Bot is already kind of dead with only one plate left standing. So many other options in lanes as Shun will be kept a close eye on. Gold on our screen, and that's what we're waiting for. 1,000, just about the lead here in the bottom lane. And surprisingly, about 800 gold, 800 gold for Yagao over Ching.
Yeah, Yagao getting a pretty sizable CS lead. I'm not entirely sure why it's that big. Has he got 2 plates in the mid lane? I think that reads 3, right? Yeah, there it is. Plus you have to factor in Ching also missed that huge wave on that roam bot where he died. Yep. So the maths adds up. And now you see Shun on Yagao. They're all here in the mid lane because this tower's at 3 plates. Herald looks very likely they'll try and strip away a couple more so they can get some more gold into the battlefield. Yagao.
They put a little bit hard though with Ching being able to clear out the rest. That Herald charge takes it down to 1 as you're talking about, as BLG just used the map movement to set up for another potential dive to the bottom lane. Love this as Ning and Harry are going to try and topside as ulti going to be burned but kicked against the wall. Bin flashes but to no avail. Harry tanks up the last shot and a nice, well-executed dive from Ultra Prime.
Yeah, nice counter punch. They definitely needed it. But speaking of counter punches, Baolan's
just
goodbye.
Dead. Rip the ulti out, and Shun with a great combo in that mid-jungle combination that we wanted to see. And meanwhile, Elkin on are just going to get first turret blood at 12 minutes.
Yep, exactly. And what Yagao and Shun just did to Baolan, they can do it to anyone on the side of Ultra Prime. For a very, very long time, it should result in a death. And at the absolute minimum, a couple of summoner spells being blown as topside. Looks like Ning and Harry actually got a fair amount of plates off the back of that play as well. Additional one, as well as Bin also missing the wave. So Rocket Belt comes in. So Harry has that first item. And again, that's going to be the, you know, the turning factor potentially for Ultra Prime. Even though they are down several thousand gold and Elk is significantly further ahead up on Doggo, who actually, Elk's on Bloodthirst the first. I actually really like that adaptation.
Yeah.
Just to speak on it for a sec. You know, the whole point of Nami Lucian is to kind of dash in, get your full combo out, and at the very least, if you're not killing the target, right, overkilling the target, you're chunking them out so severely that they just can't participate in the fight. With the Bloodthirster adaptation, you get the overheal shield, but not only that, if you don't die to the combo, as long as you're able to gain access to another minion wave or a jungle camp, you can heal right back up. So I really love that from Elk. It's not necessarily the, you know, packing punch power as a Gale Force or a Kraken Slayer, but it's going to keep him alive against these combos.
It's going to require a lot more. Good bring up though, because the BT shield you can already see stacking up. It's taking a little bit of a punch, but Doggo unable to penetrate it just yet. So we've seen a pretty solid start, and a 30 CS start for Elk means he's probably going to be heading towards the second item mighty soon. As we approach the 14-minute mark, 3K still is where BLG stands in this first game. Dragon up in a minute 30, and BLG trying to get yet another turret. It won't be pre-14, but it still will be going to Elk. That's good gold in his back pocket. And that's just showing that BLG have more than early control of this game one.
Yeah, definitely so. It really feels like the only thing Ultra Prime can take a swing at BLG with is potentially this cannon and maybe a good kick from Ning on a high value target. If he can find Yagao or Elk, then maybe in the next couple of team fights, when these two inevitably butt heads, Ultra Prime can find some success. But for now, the first items are in for just about everybody on BLG, with the exception of Bin. Still searching for that Divine Thunder up, but Cleaver, Ludens, Bloodthirster, as always spoke about that really interesting adaptation, all available for BLG. So they should be ready to fight, whether it's for this Herald, which is just spawned up, or that Dragon in 30 seconds time.
Dude, no wonder Bin doesn't have his first item. He's 50 CS behind. Harry has destroyed him in this lane as great scout of the week as Ching is able to get out. Mercury Treads, I think, saved his life. And that On doesn't hit the light binding.
Absolutely. He is very happy he purchased those Merc Treads right now. Otherwise, he'd be staring at a great screen. And Shun will secure this Herald as BLG return back to the mid lane. get a little bit of poke on Ultra Prime, but they'll still be able to clear the way of BLG. They won't have first move to this dragon, and they could even consider giving it out for the topside tower if they want to trade that across the map, which I feel like would be the stronger call right now. We'll see what they do in the extended sequence of play. But Ultra Prime, they should get this dragon, and Finn looks like he's actually going to yield that bottom side tower. So it's dragon, tower on the bottom side, tower on the top side looks like it's going to be traded, and Herald here in the mid lane could mean it's a 2-tower trade across the map.
Especially with this Caitlyn that has Demolish. Elk, here it
get
comes,
range for
might
it.
not even need it, yeah.
Wait, that's so
the other
funny.
thing.
Her base range is so high that she can't actually get in range to block Demolish. She has to skim her range up a little bit.
God,
But still,
even
that's
eventually.
Eventually.
Doesn't need it in the end either. Like, the turrets are just going down so quick as we're about to get that Gale Force coming through for Elk very, very soon. He was able to get in a turret through mid lane. That was the 4th turret for BLG in these first 15 minutes as well. And gold just moves up. We're close to about 4,000 now as we're getting a fight down here on the bottom side. Ning's just dead. Not sure how that happened. I think he tried to invade after the dragon, but a minute afterwards, BLG were here.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why he's there, Hysterix. I'll be honest with you. There's not really anything on that side of the map to fight for, so feels like a bit of a nothing there. At the end of the day, there's nothing on the map, but what it does do is give BLG the opportunity to move forward on the bottom side, secure a lot of vision, give Yagao a little more confidence to step up on those bottom waves, as well as, of course, help to do the exact same thing in the mid lane.
Been chasing down Qing, but he needs to get in range of that ulti. He's going to bop him a little bit more, realm warp out. Qing just survives. Shun is looking for his re-entrance point, but he's not going to find it. Shun is fast, man.
Yeah, quite speedy. He's not even the one with the downgrade. Okay, so what does he take the Hex Gate? He takes the Hex Gate, doesn't he? Okay, brother Ning.
They weren't there. They weren't there last time he played League, man. You can't blame him.
You saw it on the wall. It's like everyone in preseason when they introduced it. Yo, what does this do? Oh no, I'm dying! Like it's just, it's immediate.
The amount of Hex Gates usage we've seen, like in late game team fights that have ruined games. I think Bin has been one of those players as well that's been kind of crazy with the usage. As you know, Ning, unfortunate Hex Gate, but look, it didn't lead to losing at the Dragon. They still found that, but Ning not caught out again. He just run in, able to shadow Ultra Prime, get this top lane turret, and get some more gold back in their pocket here in this mid game.
Yeah, he loses half his health for Ultra Prime to get that tower in the top side. Elk, however, is here with On, and he's got the support of Shun in the wings if he needs it. Still more off screen at the Raptors right now, giving a little bit of coverage to Yagao at the same time, but this siege is going on. Might even get the Demolish proc. He doesn't want to step too far up.
It will now, though. You can see, as you mentioned, just too far away. But there's another wave coming in momentarily. BLG still control this space, and all the vision of Ultra Primes is getting shorter and shorter. It's just so oppressive right now, Jamato. They can't step up because Elk is near one-shot territory if you step on a trap.
Yeah, exactly. Elk, I mean, even if he gets chunked out here again, you know, the Bloodthirst, the first pickup, means that off the back of this wave, he's going to be full HP very quickly.
Too.
And the red buff, yeah, exactly. Great spot. So Ultra Prime, they find themselves outranged with technically the worst engage tools, not strong disengage tools, and a 5k gold deficit. So you may be wondering, Hysterix, how do you come back from this?
Yeah, please.
And I will offer you a 5-man Kenanol, maybe.
Okay.
That's the trade offer.
I like that.
I'm not guaranteeing that it's going to happen, but right now, I feel like one of the few ways that Ultra Prime can try and dig their way out of this hole is for Harry to finally show up, maybe get a flank, and effectively just blow up Elk and Yagao. Neither of them have cleanse, so if he does get on top of them and the ultimate's running, they should get stunned up, and that's when you hope that other members of Ultra Prime should be able to pounce and potentially capitalize on a strong ultimate there from Harry. But finally, the siege will pay dividends to Elk. He gets the solo tier 2 towers, 600 extra gold in his back pocket.
I think as well, there needs to be other tools that set up the slicing Maelstrom. I mean, Realm Warp for the cannon to get in position. Ning getting a pick with kick. Even Tidal Wave, right? Like, Ultra Prime just seems like getting separated by the massive distances. Ning, hello? Ning, what are you doing, brother?
See, I'm not sure if you noticed that when Shun got that kill, he actually got 301 gold instead of 300, which is a bit weird. But I figured it out. It's just that Ning's just also just giving him a little bit of a tip on the side as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I'm not sure what Ning was doing there. I'm not sure Ning knows what he was doing. But it's going to give BLG the dragon. I'm kind of surprised BLG didn't just pull the trigger and go for the Baron. But I think when you take into consideration that, like you just mentioned, there is a cannon with 2 items and a Realm Warp potentially to, you know, first-class delivery him into the pit. It's something that BLG don't quite want to deal with just yet, and they'd rather just take the safer option and get that dragon.
Well, they are hovering for this magical pick that we want to talk about, but there's nothing they can find as Dragon goes down. BLG with number 2. It's a Hex Soul, or Hex Soul, excuse me. And in this mid-game, BLG up 6,000 gold. Ning just been caught out, I think, 3 times in a row now. Just don't know what's going on. And it's funny because this was like the Ultra Prime, I think it was versus LGD, which I stand by is the worst series we've seen in the LPL in 2-3 years. Like the most egregious as well.
That was
Ning's job. Right? He died like 15 times, yeah. It was the double Penta series that I was like, dude, what a shame it happened in this game. Absolutely meaningless part of history. People look back at that.
I just remember, I can't remember, I think I may have been asleep for the series. Oh no, hello, engage, onto Harry.
Well, we're waking up now, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yagao though in trouble, Ning, kick back, but no one's there. Yagao flashes over to safety as Harry Dalty works wonders, but Shun recorrects. Doggo now collapsing in as Shun gets the Vault Breaker in, but saved by Elf. He's still alive. Survive on, brother, on blocks as Shun just keeps going. Elk to the rescue, and BLG find their fight that defines game 1.
Yep, they do indeed. BLG should be able to get this Baron. Shun is quite low, but he's got the passive shield every now and again, and looks like Bin is very happy to tank this one up. And just a really solid engage onto Harry, who's kind of caught out. He's not really looking for a flank or anything like that. He's just the one that's the furthest forward, and Shun pulls the trigger. The follow-up comes through. Ning tries to dissuade Yagao from being able to actually properly get all of his damage into Harry. He does eventually, but unfortunately in doing that, he puts himself in a position to be flashed on. He eventually does die. Play just to cost Yagao his life as Shun steps forward, gets saved by Elk. Much of the extra shielding. It's really good from On and Elk as a duo to keep their jungler alive. And in doing so, they get themselves the Baron.
As Ning thinks he's found another pick again, Dragon's Rage is available, but Flash is not. That last fight, an attempted pick was good, but Yagao repositions. As you said, Harry was just not in the right angle, and 8,000 gold is suddenly our prospect here for this game. Balang gets good out of prison. Culling's out. We're just going to do some Lucianing as Ning comes in again, but he's interrupted.
Oh my
God. Timing on that ulti was brilliant.
Yeah, exactly. He buffered the ult, so he just eats the damage, doesn't get displaced. That was sick from Shun. Really on his toes thinking that. Saw a similar interaction the other day as well. But away from that, Elk on the top side whilst this is all going on, just chunking away this top side tower. He's going to get the demolished proc on the tower. Doesn't deal as much, just for those wondering. Demolish does actually deal less damage if you're a ranged champion. And it also scales, actually it's either that or I know it scales off of how much health as well. That's the other big factor.
Yeah.
So it doesn't deal much for a lot of ranged champions.
I just don't think I've ever seen that because that was short range.
Yeah.
That was a short range vial. Like the buffer in that was so precise.
I think it's just because he knows, right? Once he sees Ning go in on that Sonic Wave, that he's just trying to eye up the insect, right? So as long as he uses the ultimate, he is always going to buffer that one out as Ching is going to have to go back to base. He doesn't get the lifeline shield procced, but still, he is their main source of wave flip.
Yeah. That rise. If he can't step up to the wave, Elk will keep doing this. Ultra Prime, they're looking confident here. But Harry, again, doesn't have that flash available to use the ulti as Vault Breaker gets wound up, and Elk then can step up. Down goes yet another inhib turret here tonight. And for BLG, it's going to be their first one of the series as 10,000 gold here. For this red-sided team, Baolan gets chipped as Shun goes in again. He's going to be lit up, but the tidal wave goes into the back line. Ning jumps in yet again, but doesn't press the trigger. And guess what? Doggo's dead. I mean, this is so one-sided. Ning almost dies. As even under turret, Ching is threat for his life. Like, Ultra Prime, this game is just ending on you.
Yeah, they are just getting collapsed on. The walls are closing in. The first inhibitor's already gone. The second one, well on its way. Ultra Prime needs to find an answer, and they need to find it quick.
Are we going to get a cannon ult this game in the team fight? We saw one.
And that was barely...
That was on one person or two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. I don't know. Should we ask chat? At this point, do you think Twitch chat will know? How's their faith wavering in the ability for Ken and Harry to find one? What I actually want to pull our attention to is how much damage Yagao does to Doggo. That was just with ult!
That was just
art. He didn't hit another ability. There was just 2 orbs or 3 orbs on the floor. And he died from 1 point.
Oh my god. Well, I think Yagao, he's got the execute on the ulti, obviously, but still. It's just insane. He just pressed R. Oh god. He's pretty fed. He's got 3 items, so it makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, that's... What do you do at that point as an AD carry, you know? You just have to suck it up and accept that that's your fate for the game if Yagao ever does that again.
I mean, it's just funny that Ultra Prime opted in for this bottom lane after seeing Caitlyn Lux. You know, Varus was banned away. Normally, we see things like Ezreal come through, right? Jins as well. It was a limited board, but Doggo and Baolan went back to this, I guess, 13.1 priority bottom lane that we're just seeing teams ignore completely now, Jamada.
Yeah, and, you know, I think you can, to a degree, understand, you know, potentially the idea around it. You want to just try and fist fight.
I think. I mean, okay, he's going to get out, but meanwhile, Doggo's dead. Did I say Ning was going to get out? Yeah, only just barely, as Shun's now in. Oh, wow. He went all in. It's a dangerous play, is what I would say if Ultra Prime weren't 11,000 gold behind, but he'll just work his way out of there as the last inhib turret is going to fall.
Yeah, they should be able to get both the final inhibs up and available. And to be honest with you, if they find enough damage, they could very well end the game as their super's knocking on the top side of your base. Ultra Prime, Ning's going to answer it, but all 3 inhibitors are gone, and BLG don't have anything. Oh, what else did you?
Outplayed again.
I think Baolan has... No, he doesn't actually. How is he alive? I guess maybe in the first clip, Yagao might have had first strike. Oh, hello!
There we go, but he's exhausted. He is exhausted. Cannon being exhausted is the outplay button. Meanwhile, over the wall. Howdy, partner. Triple stun from Ben. That's all you need, isn't it? This one's over. Red Rover as the triple goes over to the top lane. Give him the quadra, give him the penta. Ning trying to run for his life. Realm Warp will get him out of there as Ben is hungry for gratification. I'm not sure that's the word. Satisfaction is the word I'm looking for. Not the player from CSGO in Australia is. Destroyed is Yagao's counterpart, or rather the enemy jungle. Yagao's counterpart sits there standing. Ultra Prime just got hammered in game 1.
Yeah, that was a smash. I feel the same way you do, crowd. That was so one-sided. Yeah, BLG, they just played better, didn't they? There's not really much analysis here. It felt like Ultra Prime didn't have many strong windows to play the game. After the 3v3 went the way it did in the bottom side, and Shun had a super good read on that early gank, it felt kind of done, right? Because you're waiting for Ryze to scale up, your Nami Lucian's not winning, and you couldn't really involve Harry in the team fights where you really wanted him to hit hard and hit true. So BLG just got a bit of a freebie throughout it, and it was just really solid movement across the map. That's the only thing we can really do is kind of praise BLG's level of precision in actually closing this game out in a timely manner.
Yeah, it's clean. Again, this is what we want to see from BLG, a team that always goes to a 3-game series. You know, a team that can be widely inconsistent, not even with drafts, but like what their direction with individual games can be. I think the biggest thing about this game was that, you know, there was a bit of a jungle diff early on. Shun on this Vi had a great time. And it wasn't about Bin here. It was definitely about that bottom lane. It was about Elkin on through the laning phase being set up for success, but also just, you know, getting a lane against a Lucian Derby. I don't know. It felt pretty easy once it started rolling.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they had options, right? It's not like they had to go into the Nami Lucian. Not too many AD carries were banned. Off the top of my head, it was basically just Varus. Yeah, like it was just Varus, guys. You didn't have to go towards Nami Lucian. You had Zeri Lulu available if you wanted it. Sure, it would have definitely indexed you quite hard into late game scaling and hell, even a fair amount of magic damage, but do you really care? You've got Zeri Lulu and Arise. How do you ever move forward as BLG into, you know, that much kite back damage? But I felt like they wanted to find agency somewhere, and they decided to go into the Nami Lucian, and it just didn't work out. I mean, you can see from the PGB, look how much damage Elk did.
Oh my god, he did 38% of his team's damage. Not a big surprise, is it? But what was more of a surprise was the fact that Elk and Yagal together did more than all 5 members of Ultra Prime. And then some. I could probably put Bin in instead of Yagal and probably still get the same result, but a beautiful performance from BLG. A 29-minute win against Ultra Prime is what you want to see. Ultra Prime scratching your heads a little bit. I think there were times in that game that looked promising, but Ning just deciding to go in by himself or solo invade like 3 out of the 4 times that he died that game.
Ning was having a happy game. That's what Ning was doing. Ning was having a happy game. You know, he had the lo-fi beats on in his ears, and he was just playing League of Legends. That's all I can really say about that one.
It's pretty simple to lay out though, because look, Ning maybe has been the happiest jungle out of a lot of our junglers here in the LPL. But we're gonna have a break, folks. When we return, we're gonna see if Ultra Prime can bring it together for a game number 2.
我们将对一位其他赛区的选手进行描述，然后你可以猜猜他是谁。
其他赛区所有赛区都有是吧？
是 LEC 或者 LCS 的选手。
所有特征都是一个选手。
然后我们会一条一条的说这个描述。
OK。
他是一位来自瑞典的 AD 选手。
继续说吧。
LEC 的吗？
瑞典是哪个赛区啊？
不知道。瑞典，不太知道。
在成为电竞选手前，他的梦想是成为一名足球运动员。
有这种人哦？
我猜错没问题。
足球运动员。
他的队伍曾在世界赛小组赛0-4的情况下最终出现。
继续。
0-4 Cloud9 吗 ？TS 那个 Double Left 是吧
？FBI 吗？
他的外号和国内一位 AD 选手有关。
是 Niki， 跟 AD 有关，不知道。
跟谁？跟 U 太有关吗？
不是 U 太，是另外一位比 U 太
还要老的一位选手，微笑，欧晨
，Reckless，
跟不是我说他外号跟我们有关的那个，是不是退役很久的 AD？ 那个什么欧晨
，Reckless 吗？反正有0-4过吗？好像有。C9 好像是只有0-3，然后出现了。我想起来了，
是那个 Reckless，
欧晨。
Reckless
Fnatic 的 AD 吗？他是欧晨吗？
对。他是一位来自北美的选手，他曾8次进入世界赛，打过1次 MSI 决赛。
Impact
BFN
G2 的杨口什么或者 Caps
我
不是没事。
TSN Caps
杨口什么？
BFN
北美的 MSI 的决赛，不知道。
他曾7次止步世界赛小组赛。
C9的 AD 是 Niki 吗？
说实话，我是就是18年才关注世界赛那些的。
123，是英派克吗？
他的经典言论，在座的各位都是垃圾。
在座的贵是垃圾这么狂吗？是谁啊？
还有第三位，
我不知道。
8次进入世界赛，大师兄
double lift。
Double lift，
我已经知道了，double lift 吧？
是 double lift 吗？
是那个喜欢说垃圾话的吗？我知道他长什么样，大师兄。
那个 double lift。
double left。
哦，大师兄啊。
double lift。
哦，大师兄。
他是一位来自 LEC 赛区的辅助选手。
好，继续。
Mickey 或者 JJ。
那个咋拼？阿莫什么 Mickey 什么的。
所以欧洲辅助我不是知道很多，我只知道 Mickey 嘛，那个叫 Mickey， 还有 Helifan， 我只知道这2个辅助选手。
辅助选手，不知道。
下一条，这个有点难。扣 JJ。
他的绝活英雄是泰克，
还是不错。
就这样。
他的生涯死亡数位居赛区第1。
辅助选手。
还有一些。小帅。
不知道。
没了。
那这一定大家都知道，对，就那个嘛 ，Healer Set，
还有吗？提示还有？
没有了，但他可以给到你，他之前在荷兰几个待过。
我大概知道是谁，那是Healy桑吗？哦
，LEC 的辅助选手，我想一下，那个叫什么马派克那个，啊对，海里桑，
海里桑，
海勒颂，哦不对，海勒颂，
海勒颂嘛。
哦，我知道了，海勒颂。
那个海勒颂。
我前段时间还看到，就是海里桑好像在欧洲的助攻榜是第1，所以我想应该死亡数也是他。
绝活派克，海里桑吗？
海里桑啊，
海里桑，
海里桑
，Healy桑，我还跟他交换过队服呢。
他来自克罗地亚。
下一条。
还有吗？
克罗地亚。下一条。
形容他的关键词是亚索1v1。
Caps。
不知道，我盲猜哦。那个 Wonder 1v1，我记得是他说的，我有记得跟德萨1v1什么什么的。
他曾在 LEC 和 LCS 都获得过联赛冠军。
LCS 是哪里
？G2 的那个有印象，但是忘了名字。
AD 吗？
他曾在 AD 和中单位置都打过世界赛。
有很多答案吗？有别的提示吗？
我知道那个人，但我忘记他叫什么了。我记得他跟悠哉打过。
P 开头那个。
AD 和中单的打世界赛，你记得？
他的招牌英雄是妖姬和霞。
他跟 Caps 一个队伍。
我知道，这个我知道 ，Perks 我应该比较了解，是克罗地亚的。
那就是 Perks 呗。
Perks。
亚索1v1，Perks。
Perks。
啊，他是克罗地亚的 Perks。
应该是 RP 了。
对，他的全称是
什么 Perks？
Perks 这个太简单了。
我想一下他的 ID 叫什么？我知道他的 Perks 吧。
哦，那个世界赛那个 Perks， 那个真的是最搞笑的，而且感觉他演挺好的，也很强。对，
克罗地亚应该只有1个选手吧？他跟我同一年来，然后又回去了。那个 Perks，
答案是 Perks。
啊？不是 Wonder 吗？哦。
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back here in the LPL after BLG dismantled Ultra Prime in 29 minutes. Our game ones tonight have been pretty straightforward and pretty easy for both EDG and BLG. My name is Hysterics, and I'm joined by Jamada here for what could potentially be our last game, but again, we don't know. BLG always somehow go to a game number 3, Jamada, and I think, this one is still up in the air a bit. But hey, game 1, Shun got a well-deserved MVP.
Yeah, not much to say. I mean, I think it would be very easy to focus on Elk, the damage dealt, all of that good stuff. But where did it start? It started from this man on your screen and his Vi performance and his very, very solid reads and very consistent shutdowns of Ultra Prime's attempts at aggression to stop Elk from doing what he did in that game anyway. So I think it's a very well-earned MVP. It's 4th so far of the season. And quite frankly, I think more deserved than Elk, to be honest with you. I think it's very easy to be set up and then do what you did in Elk's case, but to also read the play of Ultra Prime that they're going to try and shut this down from the bottom side and then go on to also stop members like Harry from trying to also get these massive ultimates. Awesome from his perspective.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, again, like, you'd look at this and be like, oh, it's just got to be Elk, but Shun was the one who set this up and got this game in motion. So, excuse me, it just feels like BLG's jungler, again, like he kind of was in IG at some point, Shun is once again showing up as the core carry on BLG. We talk about people like Bin, I think Elk in that game, even Yagao, but Shun is just someone who consistently has these carry threats and such a wide champion pool. Now, Jamada, in that play, do you know why we got 301 gold for a Shun kill instead of 300? Like, 301 there as well. Why is he getting 301?
He got there. Look, Shun also got 301 on
301. What are we missing? Is it Samira's passive?
Are we bad at maths? Have we just been lied to the entire time? Are champions just magically getting one goal?
One goal
every kill. Kind of odd. Not entirely sure why. But hey, we're into the next pick ban. We are same sides here, and Ultra Prime are opening out with the exact same bans. So let's see if we end up with 6 jungle bans. There's the elites. Now, if BLG do it the exact same way they did, they'll also ban Ashe. And then we'll be exactly where we were.
Hang on, I'm just looking up. Because Caitlyn and Vi, when they play together, don't they have like a hidden passive on the Rift?
Oh!
Where they chase criminals?
Oh,
and it's not always when it's against Jinx.
Oh my god, yes.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's probably it, actually. I forgot about that. My goodness, that is retro. That is very old school.
I'll be honest, I have a computer, guys, and I was just Googling it.
Oh, you Google? That's cheating.
No, but I didn't Google. Hang on. Let me justify myself.
Right.
I didn't Google Vi and Caitlyn passive. I went to LoL fandom and I started looking at Caitlyn. And before I even saw anything with Vi, and I was like, I looked at the comp and I'm like, oh, hang on a minute, because I saw Piltover Peacemaker, the name. And then I'm like, wait. Yeah, now you just sounded like I sound sus. I can swear. I didn't cheat. I got a reminder. All right. I get credit for this. I did work this out, some of it myself.
Okay. All right. I'll let it slide. All right. Whilst we've derailed ourselves, draft quite well and underway, and Doggo has apparently learned that Caitlyn's a pretty good champion, and we'll lock that one in. Also, Elk did take up the Varus first this time around. There's been also got himself his Jax. So Ultra Prime looking a lot more team fight focused with picks like the Annie and the Gragas. There's a lot of engage, disengage there as well. Very curious to see where some of these picks go. Over in Europe, we've seen Gragas go in all 3 roles, right? Mid, top, and jungle. I feel like here it's usually a little bit more exclusive to the top side of the map, though we did actually have JJ pilot that one in our previous series in the jungle. But as we move towards the bans for the second phase, we already see Rise being taken away. They didn't really get to see much of Ching's Rise, to be honest with you. It was almost dead more than it was alive, to be fair, much like the rest of Ultra Prime. But I feel like they just don't want to deal with the constant potential roams down towards the bottom side.
Yeah, so maybe we get things like, the Galio taken off as well from Ultra Prime side, because last time around, Azir was the first ban. But since we are looking at some of those semi-global members, Galio could be the final one for Ultra Prime. For BLG, Ching is a big proponent of things like Syndra. As, oh my god, they've got the Gigapin! Someone's got Gigapin on their... What banger.
Oh, that's good. I like that. And you know what? Speaking of Bin, we didn't really get to see too much of him. He got that really big 3-man stun towards the end of the game. But much is the life of a top laner. He lived quite silently in the top side. But to be fair, when you have to deal with what was going on the bottom side, I'm not really too surprised you're so isolated. You called out things like the Syndra. They do remove it away this time, and it does make me curious as to whether or not BLG are going to eye up something like the Galio, considering it's up and available this time around. But Vi should definitely be on the tip of BLG's tongue after the previous game. They're still down a jungler, and that hasn't been locked in yet. Ooh, they could switch things up and go towards the Lee Sin as well. Wouldn't mind that. They already have point and click lockdown via the Nautilus, but there you go, last second swap over, and it will get locked in and go through.
So everyone's bringing CC to the party is what I'm seeing so far. As BLG have left their last pick here for Yagao in mid yet again. Now Ning is just playing Jarvan. I need to go and look. Is there anyone in our league, anyone else really playing this champ? Like how many Jarvans have we had? One. And it was Ning.
And it was Ning.
And he somehow won on it. Yeah,
brilliant.
Number 2.
That's pretty funny. You know, we did actually have Mickey X play Jarvan. He played Jarvan support yesterday, which is pretty funny.
Oh, wow.
You mentioned for Yagao, picks like Talia as one of his, his signature picks, and paired up with the Vi, it's just so powerful. You get to roam to sides really easily. Priority can typically come to you in most matchups in the early stages, but of course the lockdown into the Unraveled Earth and the pushback is just a ridiculous amount of burst, which most champions can't find their ways out of. So BLG, really strong mid-jungle 2v2, opportunities to roam to very strong side lanes in their respective matchups. And for Ultra Prime, it screams a lot more team fighting to me. The question is whether or not they'll actually get past the first 14 minutes with, not a 5k deficit, but I guess we'll have to see as we slowly get towards game number 2 of the series.
Well, we're looking at some pretty big stats here, at least for mid laners coming into game number 2, though. 2-0 here on the Talia mid for Yagao this split, and 3-0 for Ching on Silas. One of them has taken a loss here today, and just speaking about it, because Ching is fairly new to the league, I'm not going to identify him in this league as like, oh, this is like his champion. Dude, it's Silas. Yagao, though, on the other side, Yagao has a couple of pockets that I really know him for. I'd say things like Yagao's Zoe have been really big over the years. He and Angel with their Twisted Fate for sure. But Yagao, I start really identifying with Talia. He's been a massive Talia mid, and I think he's been one of the best in the league. So seeing him alongside Shun, that massive kill threat, as you said, to see if they can move this game in ultimate mode to make it 2-0 for BLG, which never really happens. Would just be huge. But in game 1, Ning was going in when he shouldn't have. On this Jarvan, when he versed LGD, Ning was going in when he shouldn't have. So let's just see what changes coming into this as we get a bot side start for debate. Ning is going to put a ward down. Going on a bear hunt.
Oh,
we're going to catch a big one. Oh, Sean's not scared. What a beautiful day.
Huh. Shun did see Ning walk in that brush, which surely should have, raised some alarm bells. But hey, Doggo gets himself first blood. He's going to be able to reset, get a longsword. And given how the last laning phase went, I think any advantage that Doggo and Baolan can get from the get-go is going to feel quite nice. We'll see how much that impacts the 2v2 in the bottom side. No summoner spells are blown. So it is just going to be Doggo starting off with that longsword advantage pretty much. Yeah, that not ideal for the side of BLG, but Elkanon got such a massive advantage in 2v2 in the previous game, and I still have faith that they'll be able to pilot this one out all right. And Shun, starting on the top side, it looks like he will be getting an early path down towards the bottom side of the map, most likely, but say that Ning is also on his Raptors and will likely do a 3-camp, maybe even a 2-camp into a bottom side. It is Jarvan after all.
Oh, both them on. Tried to get the Dredge Line onto Doggo, but Minion Wave was hit, and Caitlyn Annie things are going to start occurring as Elkanon straight away just look like they're ready to lose the level 2 rush. As this might give Doggo a bit of an edge here. He got first blood too, so longsword start. Jamada is just worth mentioning here as Dredge Line does connect. Baolan walked up with his Baolan. Baolan! Well, he does get ignited. This is a good turn from Doggo. Sets the trap down and On just kites away. Rather, not even the trap. Tilt over Peacemaker. Flashes in the end. That is a summoner gone, but Doggo did have to burn the heal to keep Baolan alive.
Yeah, lethal tempo stacking up the range was a little bit too scary for On, so he just backs away. Here's Ning now. Just kind of hovering around, seeing if he can sniff out anything. And Shun is still on the top side. His clear is a little bit slower than the Jarvans. And of course, he also has to navigate all the way down to the bottom side of the map. Ning is just covering. I think he's just being a human water right now. He doesn't want Shun to enter the river at all. And now he's going to actually go and cover this gank, which could be detrimental to Ultra Prime.
Wait for it. Absconded Duck already used as Yagao's dealing with Ching, and Shun just stops Ning, but Ning never flagged and dragged. He held off from it, so good little temperament here from the jungler of Ultra Prime.
Yeah, really, really nice level of discipline. It's not something you've been able to say about Ning a lot so far, but decided to show some restraint there. And yeah, now BLG stave off that a little bit of pressure, and they'll actually chase Ning all the way down to the bottom side potentially. I wonder if this is going to turn into a greater skirmish, because Yagao is alongside Shun right now.
You're getting collapsed on. Yagao does have the movement speed thanks to his rock surfing, but over the scuttle here, over the bot side river. This is the LPL I know and love. Here we go again. Dreadline max range flashed away from Baolan, not going to get poked. Ning instead as the scuttle duck hits onto Shun. He's about to start the game 0-2 as Ching picks up his kill. Now this 2v2 is going to evolve into 4 versus 2 if On steps on a trap, but Baolan is unable to follow up. His stun not up either. And Ultra Prime are playing it real dirty-like, but it's working.
But this is the thing, right? The Ultra Prime mid-jungle, hell, even the top side as well, if we see Harry on the Gragas get involved in some skirmishes later on down the line. Super potent in these early stages with all of the CC or burst damage that they can have available to them at times. This shove back into the queue, into the next queue on its way, flashed away from by Ning. If that dredge line connects, maybe they can kill Ning, maybe they can start to snowball the team fight, but at that point, Baolan gets stun onto Shun. Shun has no flash from the earlier exchanges. And unfortunately, or the flash away from the stun rather, and has no flash to get over the wall again.
Why
run down by
every time we see BLG, does it go to a game 3? Why is it always like, not a great start, but like BLG, it literally always goes to a game 3. I think it's once, we were saying at the start of broadcast, one time they played 8 series, folks, and against EDG, that was the only time it didn't go to a game 3. I think even then, one of those games looked like it could have.
I don't know, man. It's just, do they just like playing more on stage? Like, what is it? Because there's not much need for it. Ultra Prime will happily take whatever potential win they can get. This is looking like a loss, unfortunately.
Blastcone is there. Baolan trying to buy time. Blastcone only gets one of them over. But hey, look, this might be brilliant because Shun now in a bit of trouble. Doggo's here. He'll try to help out, but the Vault Breaker over the wall. Ching flashes into 3. That's dangerous, but Shun is 1 hit away. They just need to kill this jungler. However, Doggo now in river. On is left to his demise, and this game is just chaos.
Hysterics, what's happening? This is the most weird early game I've seen in so long. I mean, it starts with an attempted pick from On and Shun. Unfortunately, the Blast Cone kind of sends them their own way, and from there, chaos just unfolds. I mean, so Hex Flash, Dredge Line, not bad, but auto attack to try and stop the reposition from Baolan separates On and Shun. Shun's Q is still on cooldown. He can't go through the bottom lane because of the traps. Great body block here from On. No final tick. And at that point, it's just the skirmish. On could have just left. He could have just dredge lined out. He just sends it. Just says, you know what, brothers, go on without me. And with all of whatever the last 6 minutes of League of Legends has been, Ultra Prime will pick up the first dragon because of it.
Yep, and now up 2,000 gold. And you know what? Caitlyn is in the lead yet again. Not even that. I mean, Ning is just running the jungle right now as this Jarvan with lethal tempo. So, hell, at this point, you telling me that Ultra Prime, you know, happy coming out of this with a bit of a lane lead, but so far, all the roaming, all the use of this Talia, even without the Weaver's Wall, has just amounted to nothing.
Yeah. Well, you know, level 6s are coming in for, especially Gao. Need Shun to get that one online as well. Then, you know, that's when the combo really comes online. That's when it gets really oppressive, playing on the side lanes. That's what I'm really looking towards. And hey, at the end of the day, Bin up on the top side is getting a bit of a free lane. And will be a very, very consistent way for BLG to put pressure on the map. There's not really anyone that can match this Jax on the side lane. It will get to a point where if Bin decides to opt into a real split pushing build with Divine Thunder plus Blade of the Ruin King, then at that point he's going to require, you know, 2 or more members just because of the nature of the Ultra Prime composition. They have a lot of CC, but they don't necessarily have a whole bunch of immediate burst on a member like Bin. Different story for some of the other carries like Yigao and Elk, so that's definitely always going to be something BLG can rely on if this bottom side of the map continues to be a little bit topsy-turvy.
Well, over this Herald, I mean, that's kind of a key word, has been going to be taking the blast cone, getting back up. He's sandwiching himself in for a little bit as Ning's just moving in. Harry thinking about it as flag drag is all it would take, but Bin is over the edge right now of that range of the Jarvan as that Herald faces them. But Ultra Prime haven't committed their bottom lane fully. You can see Doggo now taking the long way around. Shun is, I believe, going to spot him somewhat. I'm not sure if Vision got him there, Jamada, but doesn't matter anyway, because Ning is just on it.
Yeah, Ning is on it. He's going to be forced away by the remaining. That's not the way I thought he was going to go. I'm not going to lie.
No.
But the Herald soft reset hasn't hard reset. That change doesn't come in. Here's the fight.
Jin going golden. Okay, there's Harry with engage as well. Shun is now in no man's land. Flashes, explosive cast gets him out of there, but Doggo should be able to chase this up. There's the ulti, but what? No! Oh, God! Well, that's just unfortunate, I guess.
This has been the funniest series I think I've cast in the LPL so
really
far.
Bit off.
How does one remain professional? Tell me, mentor. How do you do it? How do you keep straight face?
Don't ask me. Oh, nice flash from Bowland as your gal is just dead. You wanna know? You wanna know how? Go back, watch Ultra Prime LGD.
Okay.
What do you think my answer is? I can't. Literally, I can't. It's so hard. And to be fair, this is different. This is different because Ultra Prime and LGD, one of those games ended with, like, the game could have just been ended, run through mid with 4 people, and just instead they all decided as bruisers to just attack each other. Just go for a mosh pit. So, I don't know. We'll look again because I don't know if it was a Cataclysm Jamada that misplaced on. I don't know if it was actually a really sick play, but I guess we'll just wait and see.
So, Shun goes in a little bit too hard. Flash is in a very awkward position. Now, I think he wants to queue for distance to get away, but he just gets out there.
Actually, I don't know why I was rude to On. That's not On's fault at all. It's Shun. That's not On's fault at all, guys. Put him back. Don't off him. Put him back on. That was Shun. Shun decided to queue away.
He just didn't have to queue. If he just queues in a straight line, like the way he's running, so that On could still body block, it's all right. It's fine. But he just queues up.
On was a bro.
What to say.
We're absolutely wrong.
He just, I don't know. This is a strange game, Jake. This is a strange game.
But hey, look, it started in the bottom lane, like Shun seeing Ning, deciding to go investigate that. Like he's a formal investigator. His Jinx damage is just insane, yeah. The Silas, only Rod of Ages, but still enough to really hurt your gal as Dragon is coming up shortly. Ultra Prime have themselves a bit of a window here with control the bottom side river. Teleport going to top side though. You just TP before Dragon, but I guess Bin doesn't have his TP. So you're probably okay with that, with Doggo getting shoved, and now that Dragon being up.
Yeah, and this is a pretty big deal, being able to get an early Dragon stack here against BLG, when BLG likely want to try and play side lanes, right? One of my big criticisms on actually the state of the game as a whole is side laning is kind of difficult to do because you have to be dragged to, you know, a dragon fight every 5 minutes. And the dragons are so important with the soul being available. And it's a Hextech. It's the strongest available soul in the game on really nice buffer to get out of that one. So even if Bin can get to a point where he's super comfortable in the side lane, right? Super oppressive in the 1v1, 2v2 even. If Ultra Prime continue to stack these dragons, it's going to be something that BLG inevitably have to answer.
True. They're already 2 up in this ridiculous game. Like, I don't know why BLG, they look like such a clean team in game 1, and then they just look like headless chickens in game 2. I don't know how a team can change that much. It's not even draft. It was just decision. It's pure decision making in this game. Like, I don't think Ultra Prime have played that much better. I think that they've just been throwing caution to the wind as well. But it's kind of crazy that BLG, like these names, in game 1, they can look like they're a playoff team for sure. And then game 2, they can look like that dude I versed in Gold solo queue this morning, who literally just had no idea how to jungle. You know, it's crazy. It's the strangest dichotomy.
Yeah, and that's in OCE as well, so that's like a
that's
bronze
literally
player
like
to the
bronze.
rest of us.
Yeah, absolutely. OCE, oh my god, dude, we're literally the worst. I tell you what, I miss Chinese solo queue, because when I was playing good old pre-reworked Fiddle and like Karma bot, when I was playing bot, we'd have Zed mids who felt like Faker's cousin, you know, literally high challenger in gold, and you're like, dude, the mechanics are insane. The individual mechanics in Chinese solo queue is insane. OCE, you know, I feel like it's my cousin playing, you know?
And you know, you say that, it bleeds very easily into like LPL play as a whole, right? Like, I think no matter what, whether you argue, you know, the Chinese teams are stronger or the Korean teams are stronger in any given year at Worlds, one thing you always never really find much argument in is that the LPL teams normally have the better mechanical players. It's just about whether or not the team players up to scratch. Now, you know, I've taken a moment to recollect myself. All right?
Please.
And, you know, this is maybe a big deal for Ultra Prime. You know, if they can sneak away this win from BLG, they actually equal them in wins. They've, you know, BLG are 2 games in hand right now. Technically, this is a 2-game worth match because obviously they're playing against each other right now. But being 4 wins right next to BLG, you never know, Ultra Prime, they might be able to sneak their way into playoffs, Jake. How about that? I can't remember what their schedule looks like. We'll talk about that in a second because Harry is being picked on by 3 members.
Yeah, cease and desist is there. I don't think he's going to get help whatsoever. And a good pick-off using Yagao on the side lane. We finally get to see it 15 minutes in. But the response for the kill is that Ching will just get this turret by himself. That's first turret blood, second turret blood, over to Doggo through mid. So I still think that Ultra Prime are happy with that trade.
Yeah, honestly. They won't care too much. Plus they're going to get the Herald, so if they find a really good opportunistic fight in the next 4 minutes, once they secure it, they'll be able to use it to pick up an extra tower as well, or they can even use it for mid lane priority once this dragon spawns up in about 90 seconds time. So pretty solid trade for them.
I was going to say to you that your point about playoffs is valid, considering not only because we're in week 7, but because game difference in LPL matters a lot. If you guys don't understand the format, the way playoffs, our top 10 out of 17 are decided is, it shouldn't goes in deep, is series. So series score, like for example, BLGs, you can see a 4 and 4, Ultra Prime 3 and 6. Then game difference, then head to head. That's how it's all decided. So there are never tiebreakers because even if it gets all the way to head to head, with game difference being the same. Yeah. But game difference matters. Further to your point, right? BLG have a horrible game difference because they go to game 3s all the time. As now with the TP coming topside, BLG trying to prove me wrong that they will go to a game 3 with yet another pick on the side lane, but Ching is pretty big. Got the Jack ulti, but he flashes over and not given a chance for Bin. Or rather, maybe giving too much of one. Bin gets a kill, and Ching making a bit of a mistake. Harry before as well, all for these outer turrets. BLG are actually getting some gold back in this game, but Jamada, that cost the TP and Dragon's up.
Yeah, and Yagao's coming back down here now. They're looking for a pick in the mid lane. They're going to get it as well. Doggo's just dead. There's another TP coming in as well.
Ning's going full on as Elk is getting help, and at least they're able to kill him with Harry coming through, but Ning getting close. Baolan to the rescue though. With Tibbers getting dropped down. It's getting messy, but Ultra Prime is swinging it back as On tries to delay. They just need to wait till Bin gets there, but Shun is running the other way. Jungler's now down as Baolan saved this play, but in comes Ching with the depth charge used on the original caster. Bin is too late to the show. That TP to the top side felt like it cost them, and Ultra Prime are going to be getting a third dragon.
Are they, though? That's the question. I mean, they should in the extended play, no matter what. With these Hexates coming in, maybe BLG get back out on the map in time, right? I think there's maybe a world for it, to be honest with you, because Ultra Prime are being a little bit slow. I was looking for a synonym, but I'm just going to use the easy word here. They're only really going to start up now, but Shun's still dead. Will BLG still throw their bodies at the play? I think the Dragon, because Doggo can all the way over the wall. I mean, yeah, Ultra Prime aren't going to hard commit, so it's going to give BLG enough time to be here.
Yagao has wall. Where's he going to throw it? Ning was great in the last fight with Baolan, and Baolan almost has Tibbers up again as Ching. His angle's big at 4K. Now Hex Flash just being thrown around on. About to go for the engage. That slip over the wall, though, is big from Bin. Let's see if we can get his transcorruption going to be used, and Ching steals it away. Baolan backline, but Elk's damage is massive. Now for Bin as he comes through, the health bars are in BLG's favor. Bin gets scuttle grab and Dragon goes down. And this pick comes through where Ning is obliterated. Body slam interrupted. BLG show up individually as Baolan buys time with the Weaver's wall. He's dead too. That play was clutch from every member of BLG.
Yagao gets himself a triple kill for his efforts amongst the rest of his team too. Everyone plays their part superbly. And BLG, despite the stigma, and very warranted one of going to Game 3 a little bit too much, say, you know what, maybe not today. Maybe today is not the day we're going to 3 games. We get the replay going. Bin on a really nice flank. On definitely kind of overextends a little bit, and the cast punishes him appropriately here. Flag and Drag as well, just secure. Look at this backline damage onto Baolan. And Doggo, so much coming out from Elk, and a turnaround from the rest of the BLG members onto Dragon because everyone's focused on peeling, feeling like somebody else is going to actually get on top of this damage and actually capitalize on it. Yagao gets 1 kill there, the next one on Doggo, and the collapse is just solid. The wall cuts off any true chance of escape, and Ching can't get away from the Unraveled Earth. And that seismic shove, real nice play.
How does it, like, again, a complete contrast to what we were talking about with BLG before. That was coordinated. As, okay, Dredge line from On brings it right back to square one against the minion wave. BLG right now playing defensive. The explosive card straight. Ning's engaged great, but Shun is here behind enemy lines. And the front to back begins as Baolan zoned off. Bin will take him. Ultra Prime, why are you turret diving against a Talia fight against this comp that has so much CC? What goes up must come down.
Ultra Prime, you were so close to greatness and amazing memes, but you do this. Oh man, it's a bit of a rough watch if you're here for game quality, but if you're here for entertainment, then I think this one is definitely delivering, and you're winning out now. I actually think the Jarvanol might have stopped the cast from knocking back as many members as it possibly could have. Just get a look at this for a second. I can't, man. I can't. On gets the kill credit on Doggo because of Elk's burst damage. And yeah, the fight is just a bit too scattered for the side of Ultra Prime.
It's just like press the buttons, man. Let's see what happens. I can't. Yeah. No, we can't. We can't farming, man. I can't believe that Ultra Prime are the most consistent team in the LPL. And what I mean by that is every series, there's just moments where you can see the ambition, you can see the setup for the play, but it never goes the way, I guess, their brains think about it. Ning is on his own page and sometimes has brilliant engages, but other times just jumps into oblivion. And boy, does this game get harder for Ultra Prime? I mean, 4,000 gold, Dragon stacking has stopped, and we are talking about the range that BLG can utilize, the pick potential, the CC chain, Shun jumping in, that's dangerous. He has to flash away as Battleland gets chunked on the side, but Finn's just chilling out with the Baron, and he's gonna hit it out.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. And on the bomb side, Yagao is also getting this tower, this tier 2. A lot of individual gold going into him. Could be quite close to a Void Staff, actually, as well, given he had the component already in his back pocket. BLG just turned the game around with a couple of good plays. And yeah, I frame it like that. But the reality of the situation is Ultra Prime just griefed a little bit, didn't they? They just went a bit too far 2 times in a row. Yeah. And BLG are just happy to take the free catch. You know, it's a floater. And they've very happily just caught out of the air, got on the out, and Ultra Prime, I don't know. Where do you even go from this point as Ultra Prime in this game? Realistically, you just keep on sending it. I feel like you just have to.
You kind of have to all in, yeah. You need to keep going for the all in consistently. And around Dragon, what a place to do it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree. We've got a lot of Hex Tech shenanigans going on right now.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's going to amount to too much. Just get everyone into position where they want to be. Oh, Harry.
Is he in trouble?
That's a lot of damage.
Maybe. Yeah, a lot from Yagao. Here's the follow-up. They're using everything, though. Ning's now in. He missed the flag and drag. And now, look, Ching is here by himself. He teleported in for this as Bin just spins. There's the Weaver's Wall. Balan wanted to stick by to say g'day, but there's no way he is anymore, as Ching is now dead as well. You're right, Ultra Prime just keeps sending it.
Yeah, well, sending it is one way to, phrase that particular sequence of play, but I think if Ultra Prime actually get to a point where they're all standing next to each other and they press their R buttons at the same time, then they might kill Elkin. Maybe. Yeah. Just small chance. I'm not saying it's a big one, but I'm saying there's a possibility. BLG, they're just going to retreat and go pick up this dragon. I still stand by this. This has to be the funniest game of LPL. I think I've been a
wow. It's the fact that there's been more than one of this. It's just, and Ultra Prime's been involved in the other one that I can think off the top of my head.
It's pretty insane. It's pretty insane what we're seeing right here. But hey, I mean, that is just the craziness of Ultra Prime. This lineup delivers, frankly. Okay.
And it's on a ward. They know they're both here. There is a ward in that rush that On is sitting on. He's thinking about it. Where is everybody? Hey, guys. Guys. Oh, the pick.
They got Yagao.
Tippers. Oh my god,
they don't have
Ning's in and out though, but they don't have enough damage. Kill Yagao. Ning's flash for that, but he can't finish it until Doggo cleans up the job. There's the mid laner down to BLG as Ning is going to get jumped on. He's gone too deep. Battleland's not doing enough damage as they are all in for this follow-up. Shun has now got the ulti and Battleland's going to get hit to the skies. He'll die too. And this could just be the final moment for Ultra Prime as On hasn't stopped. Shun's chasing up. Hex Flash. On is just a module of hilarity. I mean, the observer zoomed in and was like, wait, but we've got to actually observe this fight. What happens if something comes back? Well, nothing comes back. BLG just going to win it here. And game 2 was almost going to take us to the full series. Like, hold on. I can't believe BLG are going to 2-0 as...
Let Ultra Prime cook. Hold on, the health bars are low.
Hang on, boys. On's dead. Now Battleland's getting auto-attacked. Elk just doesn't care. There's Ching. Don't you want to kill this virus? I guess not. He's going to run away. And now, here goes BLG. Last Nexus turret. Can they do it? Can they get another 2-0? Ching, he's dead. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't say this often, but BLG are going to 2-0. It was not clean in this second game. It was a 33-kill game. But I think we as the fans were the real winners.
Yeah, we were the real winners here. BLG, that was a game. That was certainly a game. And yeah, I mean, if we're kind of to zoom out from this series and talk big picture, right? BLG can't really be affording to lose series against teams like this. And at the very least, walking away with a win and also a 2-0 just for the sake of kind of helping their game difference is definitely a very positive thing. Though this series and the way it actually played out doesn't necessarily inspire confidence in me right now.
Yeah.
But that game 1 was particularly good, for sure. It's just that game 2, being pressed by Ultra Prime, it feels a little bit strange, doesn't it? Obviously, we can talk about the hilarity of the game, slightly separate, as we kind of gave a lot of that airtime in the middle of it. BLG still walking away with 2-0 is huge for the standings for themselves. I think it pushes them up almost to 5th place, I believe.
Yeah, doesn't feel like a 5th place team.
No.
But it is only temporary, folks. Yeah, they're 6th place. If that was our top 6, I'd be worried. I would be very worried. I mean, BLG, look, there's a lot to shore up. If it was game 1 BLG, I'd say absolutely this is a top 6, top 8 team, right? But we don't get that consistently. We look at BLG's second game, and I feel like we have seen so many back and forth games from BLG so far. There's a reason this team goes to 3. It's sad for Ultra Prime, though, because now they've played 10 series. That was their 7th loss. And for Ultra Prime, they only have, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 series left. And Shimada, that means they can only hit 9 as a maximum. 9 is always the safe lock-in spot 100%. So Ultra Prime, if they want to make playoffs, guaranteed, they have to win every single series that they have left. And you know what? It's IG next, WE. Yeah. RNG's in there. They have LNG and JDG. So that is a hard task.
Okay. Do you want... Because I'm willing. We've had a long night, especially after. Do you want want the professional response, or do you want the realistic response, Jake? I'm gonna let you guide me here.
Realistic. Professional. We're at home.
Ultra Prime aren't making playoffs.
There you go.
Like they're rounding off the split, unfortunately, playing too many strong top of the table teams, and frankly not being able to pick up the series here. I'm not saying that they were necessarily the favorites or had too much of a chance, though. With BLG playing like how they did at the start of this game, anything could have probably happened, to be honest with you. Like you say, 9 wins is typically the safe lock-in. I think with the fact that we've got FPX and Anyone's Legend giving so many wins over to other teams, the bar might be lower. The bar might actually be a little bit lower today. Not today, for the playoffs in general. So there is still that sliver of hope, but for Ultra Prime, likely, we're not necessarily going to see them. Hopefully, however, for the BLG side, we can get more consistent 2-0s, just not the journey that we got today.
Again, game 1s. If we get game 1s of BLG, I think we can all be happier. Like, I mean, happy is a perspective thing, but definitely the best quality of BLG is what we saw in that 29-minute win in game number 1. But we're standing by, apparently, with Elk over in the arena, who's going to be talking to Christina.
Hello there, welcome to Postgame Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Elk, the ball laner for BLG, to talk about this game. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. First question, I really want to touch something about game number 1. I know that you got Kathleen and Lux is kind of so strong about your opponent. But your opponent maybe get Lucian, Nami. So from your perspective, how do you guys handle those pressure from your opponent, because they really target on top them bottling and try to get some leads from bottling. 那么欢迎 Elk 选手来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜 BLG 今天2-0拿下了比赛的胜利。首先我们可以看到第一局我们这边是拿出了一个女警拉克斯体系来打他们的卢娜组合嘛，可能是因为卢娜可能会在线上是不那么强吗？所以他们的中路也好，打野也好，在前期都会有这样针对下路的举动。你们当时下路是怎么样应对这些压力，并且成功滚起雪球的呢？
第一把我们阵容选出来，因为我们女警拉克斯组合就我们小心他们第一波打野的 gank 吧，然后只要我们第一波别死的话。然后后面等我们打野刷下来，我们就可以很好的反推。然后我们对线也是，就我们1级和3级，我们下路对线需要打好一点吧。
Actually, we got Kathleen and Lux is kind of a very strong comp in body, so we need to manage level 1 and level 3 really well and watch out for the gank from our opponent's jungler. And we just need to manage laning well and wait for our jungler to farm pretty good to help us so that we can counter-strike. And second question, a really big comeback in game number 2. When Ultra Prime gets so many big leads around the turret and the Drift Herald, maybe the Drakes, how do you guys manage to come back through that the third dragon, and what was your team's communication been like in that team fight? 那么第二局的时候 ，UP 这边在前期也是频繁游走、积极做事，在防御塔啊、中立资源都拿到了一些优势。BLG 这边是怎么样在第3条龙团的时候，你们可以说是彻底扭转了局势，然后拿下比赛的呢？
因为在第3条小龙刷之前，我们好像看见他们推上路1塔吧，然后我们当时有绕后 TP 然后我们当时抓完塞拉斯之后，觉得就我们感觉可以接这条小龙吧，然后我们打野，然后也在中路找到了对面 AD 的机会吧，然后我们杀了 AD 之后，就觉得那波团可以打吧。
Actually, we saw that our opponent was trying to push in the top tower on top lane, and we also find a ward that we can teleport to backdoor, find some good opportunities. After our jungler killed their AD carry and we killed the Sylas, we can see that we can find a good angle and opportunity to take this team fight in order to turn the tide. And we know that in last meta, bot lane really played a very important role. So from your perspective as an AD carry player, what's your take on this body situation in new meta? 那么我们知道，在上一个版本呢，大家都说下路非常重要，几乎可以说是下路赢了的话，这局比赛就可能就赢了。来到13.3之后 ，Elk 选手觉得这个版本的情况，下路的生态环境是怎么样的？还是这样的一个赢法吗？或者说有什么变化吗？
在这之前，因为我觉得下路的双射手，然后还有线权和控小龙太重要了吧。然后我觉得13.3的版本就是可能加强了一些应付的工资装吧，然后可能让应付可以有更多出场的机会。然后我觉得13.4，然后我们到现在这个版本，感觉下路其实也是挺重要的，然后应付可能就会慢慢多起来吧，对。
Actually, in last meta, I do think that bot lane priority is really important so that we can also get some mutual objectives like Drakes that was so important. And coming to this patch and maybe the 13.4 patch, I do think that the engage support will get popular because we have seen so many engaging support items are buffed. So I do think that engage support, maybe we'll see a lot of more support in the next coming matchups. And the final question for you, coming to week 7 in LPL regular season, and you've got 5 victories so far. So in order to get better results, so from your perspective, how did you guys plan to improve yourselves? Maybe your team synergy or the understanding to the meta, team synergy or the other things in order to get higher positions on standings. 那么在最后一个问题，赢下这一场之后呢 ，BLG 这边是拿到了5个大胜场。现在我们常规赛可能赛程过半，来到第7周的比赛了嘛。Elk 觉得，如果想要在积分榜上再往前一些，拿下更好的成绩的话，作为团队，你们会着重提升哪些部分呢？是沟通啊，对版本的理解，还是一些团队配合之类的？
其实我觉得我们整个团队还有我们教练组，其实都是就是为我们的成绩也好，还是为我们打得更好也好，就是做了很多准备吧。然后我们自己选手的话，就我觉得我们自己还是不够很稳定吧，因为我们的每个人的场均死亡可能在我们每个人的位置上都可能是就前面的，然后就希望我们自己每个人就注意一下自己的死亡，然后让自己就是尽量少死一点，然后提升自己整体的容错率吧。
Actually, no matter our players, our coaching staff, or the whole team, actually we are really trying to do some preparation to get better results. And from my perspective, I think that maybe we died for so many times and we performed not very stable. In the next patch, or in the next coming matchups, we will improve these 2 parts and to make play more stably and don't die for so many times. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢 Elk 来到了我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you to Christine and thank you to Elk. It's obvious that BLG are obviously they're aware, Jamada, about their performance tonight. They say they will improve. But to be fair, I think Ultra Prime brings that out of teams in some regard. It's not completely their fault.
If I could bring a more European perspective, as I so commonly do, sometimes it's very easy to get sucked into the clown fiesta.
True.
And I feel like, a lot of the time you do kind of get the memes from the LPL teams because over the years, the LPL has been so aggressive in its play compared to the rest of the world that from the outside perspective, it feels like it's quite fiesta-y, but it's not. It's usually quite calculated. However, Ultra Prime really do just fiesta. It is just party time 24/7 in their games. And like we heard from Elk there, felt like it was kind of easy to get sucked in, and teams generally kind of do on their end.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, that's, I guess, their style of players. Elk picks up MVP, by the way. Just speaking on behalf of that game. Game 1, he already had a great Caitlyn. Game number 2, that last play, I think, was all it took for him to get MVP, considering he was destroying. His damage was nuts. I think he single-handedly won the back end of the fight.
Yeah, there were so many times where Elk was just like one-shotting the back line in a couple of those team fights. I think specifically the one where they actually turned around the game was the huge one. And consistently, Elk just wasn't really in too much threat in the later stages. It felt like a lot of the times he was kind of removed, but you see there, practically kills Doggo with a lot of the setup coming through from On. And BLG, just because of the way the team fights are playing out, he was able to just get a lot of this damage done. You know, I will say, even though I agree that Elk probably earned MVP, I'm kind of surprised Jigao didn't get it as well, frankly. But definitely the 2 candidates for this game, Elk just barely edging them out.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, it definitely wasn't going to Shun this time around because the early game was, I think, made difficult with some of Shun's decision making. But I want to give props to where props is due. Bin also having a good Jax game as well. It did feel like this time around, you know, BLG straightened up and flew right. They fixed the issues that they had in the late game. And look, BLG in the later parts of that game did clean things up, and that's what matters. The 2-0 is a big deal where coming up, LGD, RNG, NIP, BLG schedule is not too hard. They have a chance to kind of lock in playoffs by week 9 as a potential.
They have more series that they should be winning than they should have a hard time in, right?
Yes.
Like, realistically, RNG, top esports, those are like the ones where you're like, okay, this will definitely be a hard series. TT, in theory, BLG should be above the level of TT, though TT have definitely put out some pretty solid performances so far this split, and I definitely quite like them. They're kind of like my pseudo dark horse at the moment, as far as a lot of the LPL teams are concerned. But yeah, for BLG, a lot more shoring up to do still, and I'm glad that it's on their mind because it should definitely be the forefront, right? Especially once you start getting to best of 5s in the playoff situation, you need that consistency to come through because it's not just best of 3s anymore. You get technically an extra life, but what's the extra life going to matter if you're just going to lose the 4th game anyway, even if you manage to win one of the first games in the series?
And a roster like that shouldn't be, you know, being so messy like within the series. It shouldn't be a 3-game roster, like 3-game series roster rather. BLG, they came through in the preseason looking like one of our strongest teams just simply because of how it all synced together. Did you see today, you know, their game 1 against Ultra Prime? That's what makes this team tick, and that's what gave us that initial thought that this team was strong. I'll say the same about EDG. Game 1 of EDG, like, that's what shows us that EDG are a top team at the moment. Even Game 3 as well, right? Where Game 2 they kind of slipped and it was a bit questionable against RA.
Yeah, and, you know, I think at the very least for EDG, their story so far this split kind of comes from a place of, hey, there's a little development to be had from players like potentially Fofo and especially Leave coming from the LDL. With BLG, the experience is already there. You know, this roster is a roster that should have been hitting the ground running. As we have the standings up to kind of just, you know, round out the day, but also kind of elevate our point just a touch as well. As you can see, joint 6th at the moment. Technically, I believe... No, just joint 6th because they are also tied with RNG. They haven't played them yet, so they can't be separated. That'll be in just under a week's time. But I think the standings, all in all, still roughly where we expected a lot of these teams to land. It's just so far, again, some of the individual series that we've had out of the teams has left us wondering about the overall level of some of the mid to bottom of the pack playoff teams.
Yeah, like our teams, like, you know, NIP are not doing too red hot. The fact that, you know, WE are above them right now is crazy. TT and IG making a bit of a run for it. OMG somewhere in the lower part of the pack. Like, our middle of the pack is crazy in the sense that, excuse me, that we don't have that big drop-off until 16th, 17th. Right now, AL and FPX, they don't look like playoff teams at all. They have 7 series left to go, and the max they can hit is 8. So that already is a cause for concern. As tomorrow, RNG just have the ability to kind of not knock them out, but give them the soft knockout.
Yeah, give them the soft knockout. And, you know, when you have teams like AL and FPX losing so many games, it makes the middle of the pack an even larger mixer. So
yeah,
honestly, I'm here for it. If AL go 1-16, 1-15, it just means we get a more exciting playoffs race. The same for FPX. It would suck for them individually, of course, but the entertainment for the rest of the league. We'll see how those matches pan out though tomorrow. I expect RNG should have a pretty okay time into AL, although they've been, you know, surprising in individual games, just not in the series. And as for WE versus Top Esports, got there in the end, they should probably Top Esports get through that series with a little bit of difficulty, because I feel like WE have definitely shown that through Hope and Iwandi and even Shanks, that they do have the capability to carry through on some games. It's just about actually getting to a point where they can actually utilize these carries.
It's just the problem with the LPL, like these top teams randomly losing to some near bottom teams, right? Like, yeah, Top Esports have lost to JDG, but even though Weibo's in there as well, there's been a couple of games where you're like, well, you went to 3 games versus IG, kind of threw that one away. NIP's the same. LPL's just strange in that sense, because some random teams losing to each other is always going to be the cards.
Yeah, and you know, it's what makes the league so fun to track, right? Because one day you're watching JDG, Top Esports, the next day you're watching Weibo potentially lose to anyone's legend. It's just how it goes. There is the ceiling and the floor is just excellent, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And again, look, LPL will continue on. Tomorrow's games will decide a lot to see if Top Esports can move themselves up the ladder, and if RNG can do the same, especially being in this middle of the pack, what we were just talking about. A big thank you to Jamada for joining me. It is good to, it's good to cast with you again after so long.
Yeah.
We're going to drop it here, and Munchables and Lyric will be taking it tomorrow. It's bye for now, but not forever. Thank you as always, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LPL.